Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. York Manor experienced a thrilling attack, but the next morning, everything was the same. Peter and the three seemed to have never experienced this, busy preparing for the Queen's Christmas banquet in the evening. Of course, there was the Christmas present, besides the better friends at school, the professors and Dumbledore, who had helped him last night, and gifts for the royals at the banquet tonight. Throughout the day, Peter was constantly changed by his Aunt Christine. She prepared a lot of custom-made dresses for Peter in advance and decided to let him surprise everyone at the royal banquet. "Christine, I'm a boy and I'm only an 11-year-old child. I don't need to surprise anyone." Peter was tossed by his aunt for a long time and finally said helplessly, "And this is the Queen's banquet, so we can't overwhelm the guest." "Good. 35. What's wrong? You're the 050 little Earl of our York family. It's time for them to take a good look." Christine said indifferently, then pulled him to the mirror and looked at him. This white suit dress showed a satisfied look. "This is not bad. It makes our little Peter look like an angel who has fallen into the world. It's much more handsome than Prince William boasted by the media. He is a prince, and he will be a king in the future. You can't compare it with me," Peter said helplessly. The York family has a constant relationship with the current royal family. The York family once had a king, and Peter even called the Queen an aunt, but since Peter's grandparents passed away, there has been little contact between the two families. Shout! He wants to be king for another 50 years. I think the Queen looks tough now, and I'm afraid he can live for another few decades. Then it's his father Charles's turn," Christine said jokingly. Peter laughed when he heard that. The Queen was very tough, and he was still sitting on the throne when he died in his last life, when his son was already an old man in his 70s. "I heard something from some nobles earlier. I heard that Charles and Diana have been separated for a long time. Both have their own lovers. If it wasn't for the Queen's suppression, I'm afraid they would have divorced," said with a gossip face. "Really?" Peter was a little surprised, but thinking about the ending of their divorce later, he also thought it was reasonable. There are few members of the royal family who can have perfect love, and many times they are mixed with political interests. In the afternoon, Peter and his Aunt Christine took a special car to Buckingham Palace. The banquet venue was resplendent, and many invited people gathered together, dressed in luxurious dresses, holding champagne and smiling. The arrival of Peter and Christine caused a little commotion. After all, the York family has not been seen in public for a long time. In particular, Peter York, who inherited the title at a young age, once showed intelligence and eagerness to learn. But in the past 2 years, it has quietly disappeared, allowing people from the outside world to guess whether the little Earl is not in the crowd, so he did not dare to come out to meet people. But looking at it now, it has overturned their guesses. The handsome 11-year-old boy in front of him is like a little prince in a fairy tale. His eyes are full of wisdom, which makes people not dare to underestimate him. Wow, Christine, no wonder you hid your nephew so deeply. If I had such a good-looking child, I would hide it every day as a treasure. A chubby woman in a blue dress came over, took Christine's arm cordially, looked at Peter in amazement and said, "By the way, I'm your aunt's good friend, Mary Westminster, the handsome little Duke of York." The fat girl introduced herself to Peter with a smile. "Hello, Miss Westminster, nice to meet you." Peter took the initiative to hold Mary's hand and said politely, "Just call me Mary, Peter. When you were born, I hugged you." Mary Westminster said kindly, then kept holding Peter's hand, smiling and not letting go. "Okay, Mary, put away your nympho look. This is my nephew, only 11 years old. It's not what you can imagine." Christine helplessly rescued Peter from Mary's clutches. "It's okay, I can wait another 7 years. Right, little Peter, you must be a very handsome man when you grow up. Then you must consider me, hee." Mary continued to tease Peter, looking at his helpless look. He smiled even more happily. "Mary, do you know why the Queen asked Peter to come to the banquet?" Christine asked Mary, the gossip channel in this noble lady, trying to know the reason. I don't know. There was no sign before. The Queen announced the invitation list directly and specifically asked Peter York to come to the banquet. Mary also shook her head to show she didn't understand. Not long after, the Queen appeared in the banquet hall with members of the royal family, and everyone saluted. After announcing the start of the banquet, with the sound of music, the Crown Prince and Princess acted as the opening dancers, and adult men and women danced elegantly. Many people present can see that the relationship between the Crown Prince and the Princess is very cold. In the whole dance, there is not even a single dialogue or a single smile. It seems that the end of the marriage has been reached. Halfway through the banquet, Peter was informed that the Queen wanted to see him. Following the guide, Peter came to the Queen and saluted, "Your Majesty, it's an honor to meet you." 39. Please sit down, little Peter. In private, you can call me Auntie, the old Queen said to him kindly. The Queen looked at Peter's appearance carefully and said with admiration, "What a very handsome little gentleman. You are now in the first year of Hogwarts. How is the situation there? Are you still adapting?" Peter raised his head in surprise and looked at the gracious Queen. "You are surprised. Why do I know about Hogwarts?" The Queen looked at his surprised expression and said with a smile. Peter nodded. Actually, before modern times, many royal families in Europe had close relations with wizards. Wizards would become advisors to the royal family and nobles, so they had a better understanding of wizards. It was only with the hiding of the wizards that he became a legendary figure. Even I thought it was just made up, and it wasn't until I took the throne that I found out that there are still wizards in England. 35. The Queen explained. "Your Majesty, how did you know that I'm a wizard? My aunt and the others knew about my study at Hogwarts 3.2. But they didn't tell anyone else. They shouldn't know." Peter asked suspiciously. "Actually, when you entered school, your wizard's Ministry of Magic already notified the Prime Minister about this. After all, you are one of the heirs to the British throne and need special treatment." The Queen looked at him gently. "The right to inherit the throne has already been ranked behind the 50th. Who is one of the heirs?" Peter said silently. "And the reason why I am looking for you today is to give you a magic book that has been passed down in the royal family for a long time. After all, you are the only wizard in the royal bloodline for hundreds of years. I am afraid that only you can use it." The Queen said to him mysteriously, "Magic books? Isn't the royal family always ordinary people? How can there be magic books?" Peter asked, very puzzled. "You should know the story of Merlin and King Arthur," the Queen asked. Peter nodded. "This story in all England, I am afraid not a child does not know. Especially in the magic world, it has become a belief. This magic book in the royal family's collection is said to have been written by Merlin." The Queen said amazingly, shocking Peter. "Your Majesty, the magic book you're talking about was written by Merlin. Are you sure it's true?" Peter asked in surprise. "Merlin's magic book does not exist in the magic world, and there is no reason for it to appear in the Muggle world. Moreover, the current royal family, the history of which is not as long as some nobles, how can there be Merlin's books?" Peter guessed that it may be a magic book from hundreds of years ago, which was accidentally collected by the royal family and then passed around and became Merlin's book. The banquet was very lively, with laughter and laughter everywhere. Peter left with the Queen, who had exited under the watchful eyes of everyone, making many nobles present envious. The Queen personally took Peter to the private library in the palace, and then in a dark compartment, solemnly took out a dark yellow heavy book. The Queen handed the book to Peter and said with anticipation, "This book seems to have thoughts, and people can often hear its whispers, but 02 seems to be glued together and cannot be opened. And the cover is very hard, can't be damaged by the sharpest knife, and will bounce back." When Peter heard it, he immediately became interested. According to the Queen, this magic book has been collected by the royal family for hundreds of years. If it was just a simple magic, I am afraid it would have expired long ago. But now it is still able to rebound damage, and there are whispers, which shows that this is not an ordinary magic book. He took the magic book, and as soon as his hand touched the book cover, the complex patterns on it came alive and began to intertwine with each other, and then formed the 4 characters of the Book of Merlin. When I touched the material of this book, it was obviously not parchment paper, but rather similar to the material of dragon skin, but thicker than dragon skin. It seems that it still belongs to you. We have been in contact for so long, and this book has never changed," the queen said in surprise when she saw the change in the magic book. Peter didn't hide in front of the queen. He directly took out his wand and read, "Show yourself," to the magic book, but the magic book did not change. "Maybe you can open it up and take a look," the queen said expectantly from the side, like an old child, full of curiosity about this magical thing. "Your Majesty, in order to keep magic books secret, wizards often cast evil spells on books. Especially such a magic book that is hundreds of years old. If it is not checked in advance, there may be serious consequences," Peter explained Road. Then he opened the magic book vigilantly with his wand, and set a protective spell for himself and the queen in advance before touching the magic book. After several inspections, he found that there was no problem before he went to touch the magic book. Opening the magic book, Peter thought that there would be magic knowledge or something, but the book was blank. Only on the first page of the book, there was a sentence, "Wizards are gods." What a big breath. Wizards are gods? Is this really Merlin's book? Do you think wizards are gods? The queen frowned when she saw that line of words, and then she was no longer interested. "Little Peter, this book is handed over to you. Magic books can only be used by wizards, and we don't need them. It's a waste to put them here," the queen said with emotion. He looked at Peter and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Touching Peter's head, for hundreds of years, the royal family has been hoping that there will be a wizard with magical qualifications, and then unlock this magic book, and now the task is completed. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am very interested in this magic book." Peter saluted the queen with the magic book and said gratefully. Although this magic book did not reveal the authenticity, and it started with a seemingly arrogant sentence, "Wizards are gods," but he could feel the rich magic fluctuations from the magic book, which showed that this book was extraordinary. Only it's not unraveled yet. Chatted with the queen for a while, and, under her introduction, met other members of the royal family, as well as the princess who was later known as the British Rose. In return for the magic book, Peter gave the queen a quill made of phoenix feathers. When she knew that it was a phoenix feather, the queen looked at this very beautiful quill in surprise and put it into her collection with great care. "Phoenix, this is a legendary fetish. Nothing is more precious than him." Rejecting his Aunt Christine, who wanted to send him back and let her continue to play with friends here, Peter took a special car back to York Manor. As soon as he got home, Peter couldn't wait to take out the magic book and carefully observe the book, trying to find its correct usage. Although Merlin's book was written on the bookcase, he didn't know if it really belonged to Merlin's magic book. "Wizards are gods." Peter looked at this sentence repeatedly. When he first saw the sentence, he also reacted like a queen, thinking that the original owner of this magic book was too arrogant, but now thinking about it slowly, he thinks it might be I misunderstood. This sentence is not taken literally. What is a god? In the book of Genesis, God said that if there is light, there will be light. God said that if there are all things, there will be all things. As for the wizards, although the magic of the wizards is all kinds of strange, each has its own purpose and even requires different spell casting steps, but the most important point is always the strongest will. The will determines the reality. Hogwarts professors, when teaching their students, have always emphasized the most important point is to make 050 students firmly believe that if they can succeed, magic can be realized. Many wizards think that the pronunciation of spells is important when using magic. But in fact, wizards don't need to utter a spell when they are at their most emotional, like a magical explosion or a more profound silent spellcasting. And the languages of different countries are different, but wizards can cast spells with the same effect under different pronunciation conditions, which shows that the spell is only an auxiliary function. In Peter's understanding, the magic of Harry Potter's world is actually more of a power that can make things happen. Because the successful release of many magics requires strong emotional support. It is to be confident that you can succeed. Other spells and gestures are only used as auxiliary means, not the decisive factor. And at this point, the power to achieve what you want is very similar to the legendary gods. It's just that the wizards do not have the mighty power of gods. He touched the magic book, put his wand under the first page of the magic book, "Wizards are gods," and wrote a sentence with magic power, "Wish it all." This is his answer, used to answer the words above. I saw that in the blank space on the magic book, a large number of text patterns gradually emerged. The words "Wizards are gods" on the first page gradually disappeared, and another sentence appeared again. "Merlin Ambrosius at your service, young wizard." Seeing the handwriting displayed on the Book of Merlin, Peter asked cautiously and curiously, "You said you were Merlin Ambrosius. What evidence do you have?" "Actually, I'm not the real Merlin. I'm just a memory of Merlin. He put his memory into this magic book and used alchemy to give this magic book life." The answer was displayed on Merlin's book. "A memory?" Peter sneered and said, "I also read your words in another diary. It's just that that diary is actually a Horcrux." 35. Boy, don't compare an alchemy life like me with a Horcrux. That's an insult to me. The handwriting displayed on Merlin's book is rather sloppy, and he replied angrily, "You are too cautious. You don't look like an 11 or 12-year-old child at all. Wait for our teacher to tell me. Never trust a thinking thing unless you can find where his brain is hiding." Peter replied calmly, "Your teacher is right, but I'm different. I'm an alchemy being created by Merlin. It won't harm anyone." The Book of Merlin explained as best he could. "You said that you were made by Merlin. Is there any evidence?" Merlin is a character from more than 1,000 years ago. How could his magic book end up in the Muggle royal family? Peter expressed disbelief. "Boy, believe it or not. If it wasn't for you, I was the first wizard I contacted. I'm too lazy to answer so many questions from you. Do you have any other questions? If not, just close me." The handwriting on the book was very scribbled, as if he didn't want to talk to him more. "Since you are a magic book, what knowledge do you have to teach me?" He forced him to directly ask the question he was most concerned about. Sly little brat. Finally, the question you want to ask. The Book of Merlin was very proud. "I have recorded the elemental magic that Merlin is best at. That is the magic that many wizards dream of." Elemental magic? What is that? Peter asked curiously when he heard of this kind of magic for the first time. "Shout. The current magical world is really degenerate," the Book of Merlin said mockingly, explaining it at random. Elemental magic refers to the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, which are the basic elements that make up all things in the world. By communicating elements, wizards can exert the power to destroy the world. Otherwise, if you only rely on that little magic power in your body, you can play tricks and forget about the rest. 0. Is elemental magic so powerful? Then why am I in the magic world? Never heard of it. Peter asked suspiciously. Because you want to successfully learn elemental magic, you need a very high level of talent. To a large extent, this has blocked the footsteps of most wizards. And even if you learn elemental magic, if you don't master it well, your power is not as good as that of ordinary wizards. So elemental magic is gradually eliminated, replied the Book of Merlin. Then do you think I am qualified to learn elemental magic? If I didn't, would I still tell you so much, kid? The Book of Merlin opened a page by himself, and a somewhat complicated symbol appeared. In the future, try to keep this symbol in your mind as soon as possible. Then use the magic in your body to continue to outline this symbol until it is all constructed. At that time, I will teach you how to continue. Remember, did it? 35. What does this symbol mean? What does it do? Peter asked curiously. Although this Book of Merlin, it was firmly made by Merlin. But Peter, who has always been cautious and suspicious, will never rush to do what he asks until he understands it. Does the ghost know that this magic book will absorb its own vitality like Tom Riddle's diary? The most important step in elemental magic is meditation. The Book of Merlin replied and further explained. This symbol is a rune that symbolizes communication. You need to engrave this symbol in your mind through meditation and use the magic in your body to continuously describe it. Only when the magic in the body can communicate with the elements outside can you step into the elements. The magician's domain. 99. Knowing how the symbols work, Peter closed the Book of Merlin and locked it in the locker. He will not try it until he fully understands whether the book is harmful to him. After school starts, he can take this symbol and ask Professor Roon or Dumbledore. He should be able to know the answer. As for now, Peter looked at the packaged gifts and summoned Phoenix Field. These were gifts from Peter to friends, like the most playful twins, and Peter sent them a large package of products from Zorko's Magic Joke Shop. Professor Snape's gift was a vial of Field's Tears, plus a Wuxia English book of Wuxia medicine. Maybe Professor Snape can get the inspiration for the potion from the book of traditional Wuxia medicine. As for Alan and Cedric, he directly gave them a large bag of Honey Duke's candy. For Professor Flitwick, who gave him a lot of help, Peter specially customized a set of exquisite dragon skin dueling suits for him, which cost him 100 gold galleons. Dumbledore's words reminded him of what he had said to Harry Potter and wanted a pair of wool socks. So Peter directly sent dozens of pairs of wool socks, enough to get him through the winter. Other professors, Peter also prepared corresponding gifts. After negotiating with Field for a long time, Peter finally exchanged 10 packets of nuts in exchange for Field as a messenger to send these gifts to the corresponding friends. Early the next morning, Peter was woken up by Christine. "Get up, Peter. There's a whole bunch of owls coming straight to our manor this morning, and it's going to be a disaster." "Owl? It's supposed to be a Christmas present." Peter yawned as he slowly got up and said, "Wait until Peter washes completely and goes downstairs." He was surprised to see that the Christmas tree was full of gifts, and it had become a hill. "Merry Christmas, Peter," Aunt Christine said to him with a smile. "Looks like you're very popular at school. It almost freaked me out when all those owls came in full force." Saying that, Christine handed the gift box in his hand to Peter. "This is my Christmas present for you. You have to be the first to open it." Peter opened the box curiously, and there was a brooch inlaid with emeralds, which was very gorgeous and beautiful. "This was given to me by your mother, and I am now passing it on to you. I hope you will be healthy and happy in the future," Christine said softly. "Thank you, Auntie." Peter stepped forward and hugged Kristen. "I love this gift. It's very memorable." Then the pen. Then Peter took out a bottle of magic potion that glowed with Fan's fluorescence and handed it to Christine. "This is a beautiful potion, which can make people radiant for a period of time. I specially asked our dean, Professor Snape, to do it. Come out, he is a master of potions, and the quality of the potions is the best." Christine heard it, but took the potion very happily. Women's pursuit of beauty is no less than of Lee's, Sniffle's desire for shiny things. In order to get Professor Snape to agree to make a beauty potion, Peter managed to get the potion at the cost of a bottle of Phoenix Tears after being criticized. Peter came to the Mountain of Gifts and picked some random gifts to look at. I found that there are many gifts from classmates who do not have many intersections, and most of them are girls. It took Peter an early morning to finally sort the gifts and find out what a few friends had sent. Among them, the Weasley twins sent a brand new set of wizard chess. Both Cedric and Alan sent a magic book and a. Among the professor's gifts, Professor Snape sent a copy of his potions notebook, but it was not the potions textbook that recorded the spell. As if making an appointment, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick both sent their notes from school. In the end, the gift that Dumbledore sent was the most simple but not simple, because the gift was just a piece of parchment. But it recorded the Patronus charm and the technique of using the Patronus charm to pass the message. The happy days passed so quickly that the Christmas holidays were over before I could react. Peter was sitting on the Hogwarts Express, watching the students who were reluctant to part with their parents on platform 9 and a quarter 3. When he saw the red-haired Weasley, who hurried over, Peter quickly stuck his head out of the car and shouted at the twins, "George, Fred, this way." The two heard Peter's voice, waved their hands at him with a smile, and then boarded the train where he was. "George, Fred, how was your holiday?" Peter asked with a smile to the two who had just entered the door. "It's not bad. Our brother Bill came back from Egypt and brought us a lot of stuff there," George said cheerfully. "When we left, we also took the shroud of an Egyptian pharaoh, which is said to be able to exorcism. Do you want to see it?" "Thank you, I'm not interested," Peter said speechlessly. It's a pity. Then let's sell him to our roommate Lee Jordan. He has been unlucky recently and just used a shroud to ward off evil spirits. Fred said with a smile that you missed something good. By the way, something to show you. Fred took out a dingy briquettes with a smug look and put them on the table. This is the result of our holiday. Speaking of which, thank you for your Christmas gift. Gave 050 a great inspiration to us. Well, what is this? Food? Peter asked in confusion, looking at the briquettes-like thing on the table. This is big shit. We dismantled those Joko products you gave us, and it took a few days of hard work to get it out. Just hit the ground hard, the smell of big shit will come out, and no one can keep it. Can bear it, said the two brothers proudly. When Peter heard this, he hurried away from the things on the table and looked at the two brothers with disgust. What kind of mentality do you have to think about making big shit? Aren't you afraid of killing people? Hey, when we're ready to go back to school, we'll throw a few at Philip's office. Let him have a taste. Save him staring at us all day long, Fred said viciously. After catching us earlier, he actually let us wash the chamber pot overnight. That smell made us not want to eat for 2 days. George's expression was indescribable. So since then, we've vowed to look good on this old guy. We're officially declaring war on Filch, the twins said in unison. Peter was speechless for a moment. Why did the two brothers fight Filch? Peter, you're in this, AC/DC. Cedric and I are in a car, and I thought you missed this train. Alan pushed open the car door and walked in, and said in surprise. Cedric Diggory followed behind. The 5 of them finally got together, locked the door of the compartment, and chatted about the latest things together. I'll tell you about a big event that happened before Christmas. Alan recounted with gossip and exaggeration. My dad said that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic recently dealt with a very terrifying thing. It is said that more than a dozen dark wizards attacked a wizard's manor. As a result, he was counterkilled by this wizard and directly killed all the dark wizards. When the Aurors arrived, there were stumps and broken arms everywhere, which was terrifying. Not knowing what happened later, the Aurors did not bring the wizard back to the Ministry of Magic, but only brought back the corpses of the dark wizards. Really? Why didn't you hear what my father said? The twins were full of surprise, and then said with admiration, I really want to see this ruthless man, who actually killed all the dozen or so dark wizards. Really? Amazing! Peter looked strange on the side. He didn't expect to talk about himself. It seems that the next time may not be calm. Peter, why don't you speak? What do you think about this? You said the person who killed the dark wizard. What will happen next? It shouldn't matter. After all, he is fighting back. There are 12 dark wizards on the other side. If he didn't kill him with one blow, he would probably be the one who died. Peter said lightly. I think so too. That's more than a dozen dark wizards. If there is no means, I am afraid that the worst is the wizard. Alan nodded in agreement, and then responded, Oh, Peter, how do you know it's 12? Do you have any special news? I just saw that you didn't respond. Tell us about it. 35. Dong dong dong. The movement on the window interrupted Alan's words. There was an owl outside the window, and it was flying and knocking on the window glass with its mouth. Cedric, who was beside him, quickly opened the window so that the owl could fly in. After the owl threw a stack of newspapers on the table, it flew out of the window again. It's the Daily Prophet. Let's see what's new. Alan picked up the newspaper and read it, then widened his eyes and wiped his eyes in disbelief. Then he raised his head and looked at Peter with a complicated expression. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Peter asked in confusion when he saw Alan's eyes. Peter, the newspaper said you killed 12 dark wizards. Is that true? The wizard I said just now is you, Alan said dryly. Show me. Peter didn't answer his words, but brought the newspaper to read. It is reported that on the night of December 23rd, an unbelievable terrorist attack occurred at the York Estate in Sloane Square, Chelsea County. 12 dark wizards broke into the manor at night and fought fiercely with Peter York, the owner of the manor. Peter York, who was only 11 years old, with his calm mind and meticulous means, successfully killed all 12 dark wizards. Killed and protected his Muggle family and his own life. But the Aurors arrived only half an hour later. Among them, Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror department, not only failed to comfort the frightened 11-year-old. Instead, he questioned the victim with the attitude of interrogating the prisoner and took the victim back for questioning. This made the reporter wonder, is it possible that in the future when the dark wizard breaks into our home, we can't fight back, but wait for it? According to the information obtained by the reporter from the Ministry of Magic's prohibition of the abuse of magic, in this attack, the dark wizards used dozens of black magic, and there were many unforgivable curses. And our victim, in the subsequent wand check, used only normal and common magic and did not violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic. The Aurors want to arrest the dark wizard on the grounds that the victim killed him. The reporter wanted to ask, do Aurors exist to protect us or to protect criminals? Reporter Rita Skeeter reports for you. After reading this report, Peter was a little bit dumbfounded. This Rita Skeeter was really well-informed and worried about herself, so she chose to stand on Peter's side and targeted the Auror department. With Rita Skeeter's writing skills, the Aurors will probably be criticized this time. After reading the newspaper, Peter looked up and found that the car was quiet. Everyone was looking straight at him, and when he looked at them, he quickly turned his eyes away, daring not to meet him. Why, knowing that I killed 12 dark wizards, so scared of me? Peter asked with a smile. How is that possible? Alan said with a stock of his neck, I'm just a little surprised that you were able to kill all 12 dark wizards. It's amazing. Those Aurors can't do such a thing. Yes, those dark wizards are bad people. They use the unforgivable curse, which is too abhorrent, and they deserve it. What's the situation? Peter turned to Cedric, who had been silent, and asked, don't you think I should kill those dark wizards? No. I was just wondering why these dark wizards attacked you. Cedric shook his head and explained quickly. Hearing Cedric's answer, Peter showed a sincere smile. If they don't agree with each other now, they may only be nodding friends in the future. These dark wizards have actually been tracking me for 5 or 6 years, and their purpose is my Phoenix Field. And they're the real murderers of my parents. So between me and them, either you die or I die. Peter, he said with a smile, but it made the few people present not only chill. Their purpose is the Phoenix? Although the Phoenix is very precious, they shouldn't be allowed to work so hard, right? Cedric couldn't help asking. Peter gave him an approving look, and the future Prince Hufflepuff had begun, a little sign. Peter looked at the crowd and said, they actually need the blood of the Phoenix. Use the blood of the Phoenix to activate a resurrection magic. Go resurrect a person. 39. Resurrection. Who is resurrected? Several people asked in unison. I don't know if you'll believe it, but Auror Director Scrimgeour thinks I'm talking nonsense. Peter looked at several classmates and said seriously, I learned from these dark wizards that the mysterious man in the wizarding world is not actually dead. He is still hiding in the Albanian forest, lingering on. These dark wizards were lured by him and wanted to resurrect him with the blood of the Phoenix. Let him come back. 35. Hey, Merlin's stinky socks. Several people took a deep breath and looked terrified. Peter, are you sure? Are those dark wizards lying? Alan asked with a pale face. No one could calm down when he heard the news that the terrifying black demon was still alive. They're not really panicking, because I heard it with Dementor, so the news is true. And Dumbledore knows about it. Peter said affirmatively. With Dumbledore here, even if the Dark Lord reappears, we don't need to worry too much. He will protect us. We must know that we are in the safest Hogwarts. When Fred heard Dumbledore, he was very firm ground support. Okay, let's leave these things to the adults. We are just a group of 11-year-old children, and the sky can't stand up to us. George comforted and said, and then angrily handed the big dung ball to Alan and Cedric. It took me and Fred a few days to make this. You see, the effect is very good. Is it chocolate? I'll try it. Alan also tried to forget what he heard just now, so he should pick up the big dung egg, and seeing its gray appearance, he thought it was chocolate made by the twins. Gotta taste it. Don't eat it. That's big shit. The twins exclaimed. They didn't expect anyone to try it. Seeing that it was too late to stop, Peter quickly threw out a weapon to kill you, trying to disarm the big dung beast in Alan's mouth. Peter's magic successfully hit the big dung ball that was about to be bitten by Alan and threw it out fiercely. It's just that Peter didn't control his strength, and the big dung slammed into the car window and exploded in an instant. A very strong feces smell instantly filled the entire space. Ouch! Everyone couldn't help the smell and vomited directly. Clean up. Clean up. After throwing off 8 or 9 cleaning spells in a row, the odor is diffused, and it is useless at all. Peter broke down and yelled at the culprit twins. What the hell did you use? Why the spell doesn't work, it still smells so bad. Vomit. Ugh. We just wanted to prevent Filch from cleaning up with the magic spell, so we added some macrocoxine that couldn't be removed, and it would take at least half a day for it to dissipate on its own. The twins said while vomiting. A few people couldn't stand the odor, so they quickly opened the door of the carriage and escaped. Then the nearby carriages suffered. Wow, why is it so stinky? Who is shitting? 39. Gosh, did the toilet explode? It stinks. Peter and the others heard the cursing of the students around them and silently closed the compartment door. Then they stood quietly at the door, looked at each other, and then burst out laughing. We need to stand outside for half a day before we can go back to the car? Maybe we can go to another car, otherwise our legs will be broken. Cedric suggested. 0, ask for flowers. What about the luggage in that carriage? Just stay here. Alan asked. What else can you do? Unless you can rush in now and get your stuff out. But I'm afraid the luggage smells bad now. Fred asked rhetorically. Don't worry about the luggage. The house elves will put us in the dormitory when we arrive at the station. Peter said. Fortunately, some students stayed at the school during the Christmas holiday, so there were still some empty seats. After everyone found an empty carriage and sat down, Alan took out a piece of parchment from his backpack, took out a delicate pen, and quickly said to Peter, Your potion homework has been done. Copy it for me. I'll do the homework for this class. I haven't done it yet. It would be miserable if the dean caught it. If you want to copy, don't copy all of it, or Professor Snape will easily see it, and you will be miserable. Peter showed Alan the homework and reminded him. Understood. I only copied the important parts, and I can copy the textbooks in other places. Alan nodded and said. The twins looked at Alan, who was copying the homework, and looked at each other, relatively speechless. George, we seem to have forgotten about homework. Fred said blankly. We've been studying big shit all day. Where do we have time to do our homework? Fred, do you think we can be saved? George said with tears in his eyes. No help. Wait to die. Peter and Cedric said in unison. No, I think we can still be saved. George struggled and said, then grabbed Peter's arm and said flatteringly, Peter, the most handsome Peter. You're our friend, we can't wait for help. Hurry up and save me. Emergency, we learn from your masterpiece. And it's all. There are 13 chapters of parchment in the homework for the holidays. Are you sure you have finished writing them? Peter looked at them questioningly. Merlin's stinky socks. Why so many? The twins were dumbfounded, then gritted their teeth and said with certainty, Sure, we won't sleep tonight. We must finish them all. 55. Tomorrow's first class will be Professor McGonagall's class, and the afternoon will be Potions class. Both professors are very strict. Are you sure you won't go to sleep in class just because you're sleepy? Peter asked again. It's okay, tomorrow morning we'll go to Madame Pomfrey, say we're sick, and drink a bottle of energy potion, so we won't be sleepy by then. The twins figured out a way to deal with it. Good luck to you then. Peter shrugged, lending them his homework. As they got out of the car, Peter was again in the spotlight. Only this time, many students looked at him with awe, as if he would fire a spell at himself at any time. Let's go. This is the hero of our battle against the Dark Wizard. Remember to be polite. It's you, the guilty-faced Hufflepuff. Have you done something bad? Why are you so afraid to see our Peter? Twins, they put them on Peter's shoulders, surrounded him, and said to the people around them in a funny tone, trying to ease the atmosphere at this time. Alan and Cedric also surrounded Peter, guarding him like guards, separating the surrounding students from him. Peter, did you really kill 12 dark wizards as the Daily Prophet said? A Gryffindor student asked boldly, looking at him curiously and fearfully. Peter turned his head to look at him and asked with a smile, 067, I remember you are from the Muggle world like me, right? Have the right to shoot and kill, not responsible. Think about it if a group of terrorists broke into your home. They want to hurt you and your family, and you happen to have a gun that can protect your family. Would you be willing to pick up a gun and fight the terrorists? Peter did not directly answer the classmate's words, but assumed a reason and asked back, looking at him gently, waiting for his answer. Of course, I am willing to pick up a gun to protect my family. If anyone dares to hurt my family, I will fight him desperately. The student of Gryffindor said in a righteous manner, looking at Peter's eyes. It also gradually changed from awe just now to worship. So, why should I worry about whether I kill the Dark Wizard, instead of thinking about how to learn magic well so that I can protect myself and my relatives and friends? Maybe some people will think that it is too cruel that I killed 12 Dark Wizards. But please think about it, everyone. There are 12 Dark Wizards who are far more powerful than me. If you can't kill you in one blow, then it will be me and my family who will die. Maybe at this time, you can learn from the newspapers, see my obituary. So, classmates, I want to give you a piece of advice. If you encounter the same crisis in the future, please don't have any hesitation. If you can't make the enemy unable to resist as easily as Dumbledore, then don't leave it to the enemy to fight back against you. Opportunity. Of course, I'm not advocating to kill them, but that after defeating the enemy, it is better to add a stun spell directly to him than to do nothing at all. Peter spoke slowly to the people around him in a way of speaking, and his voice was just enough for those around him to hear. On the hillside in the distance, Dumbledore stood with an old wizard who looked somewhat introverted, quietly listening to Peter's movements below. Is he quite gifted in speech? He changed the fears of the students around him so quickly. Language is a very magical magic, Dumbledore exclaimed. He reminds me of the speech that Grindelwald gave in France in 1927. The old wizard looked a little complicated, looking at the boy below. It's also very inspiring. Dumbledore, are you sure I can teach defense against the dark arts well? The old wizard said with some unease. If it's a magical beast, I'm somewhat confident, but I'm not good at defense against the dark arts. Newt, you can't be so arrogant. You have been exploring all kinds of dangerous places in the world all these years, and you can conquer so many dangerous magical animals, which is not something ordinary people can do. Dumbledore comforted the somewhat withdrawn old wizard, encouraged, if none of you are suitable, I don't know who else is qualified for the defense against the dark arts position. When the students got into the carriage and went back to the castle, Peter walked to the front of the carriage and looked at Thestral carefully. This time he could see Thestrals, apparently the 12 dead dark wizards, let him witness death. Peter, have you been able to see Thestrals? Cedric walked up and then asked curiously, is the appearance of Thestrals you saw the same as the description in the book? Aren't you afraid? Peter asked in surprise. The last time Cedric was very resistant. Why did he change his attitude after not seeing him for a few days? I asked my dad when I got home, and my dad said that the Minister of Magic's transportation was a flying carriage pulled by Thestrals. So aside from being able to make it visible to anyone who's seen death, it's also special. There's nothing scary about it. Cedric was a little embarrassed by his last reaction. Really? I thought the Thestrals were only used for Hogwarts carriages. I didn't expect the Ministry of Magic to do the same. Peter said in surprise, then reached out and touched the Thestrals, and found that they didn't feel the same to the touch. Not so rude, Zero. The school has a flying carriage. How come I've never seen it before? Alan asked in surprise, sticking his head out of the carriage. Of course, in addition to the Hogwarts Express, the school also has a flying carriage. Generally, there are major off-campus activities, and the school will drive a flying carriage, carrying students and professors to participate. It's just that Hogwarts has not participated in off-campus activities in recent years, so the flying carriage can only be stored in the warehouse to eat ashes. Peter explained. We've been living in the magic world since we were young. Why do you know more than us? The twins said in a ghostly tone. Alan and Cedric on the side had the same expressions. Read more. It's got everything you want to know, Peter said earnestly. Your words always make me feel like we are empty-headed scumbags. The 35 twins were instantly discouraged. Aren't you? Alan and Cedric asked silently. At the dinner, Dumbledore announced the new defense against the dark arts professor to the crowd. This is Newt Scamander, who will be teaching you defense against the dark arts for the next half-term. Let's give him a warm welcome. Newt Scamander was a little uncomfortable sitting on the professor's seat on the stage. After Dumbledore announced, he stood up awkwardly and nodded to everyone. Merlin, it's Master Scamander. He actually came to teach us defense against the dark arts. Isn't he supposed to teach the protection of magical animals? A student said in surprise. As an internationally renowned expert on 3.2 Fantastic Beasts and the author of the best-selling Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Scamander is world-renowned. When the students heard that such a famous person came to teach them defense against the dark arts, they were very surprised and applauded enthusiastically. Especially the little badgers of Hufflepuff were even more excited, cheering and shouting, "This is the Master Scamander of our academy." In the days that followed, it was business as usual, with the exception of Peter's increased fame, not much in life. The arrival of Newt Scamander has really brought the defense against the dark arts class back to life. He combined the defense against the dark arts and the magical animals he was good at. Every day, he took the students to experience different magical animals and explained how to deal with them, plus magic practice from time to time. Let defense against the dark arts quickly become one of the most popular courses. Especially after getting Dumbledore's permission, Newt brought his suitcase into the classroom, allowing the students to personally go to the world in the box and visit the various magical animals inside, making everyone linger. Even the Fantastic Beasts teacher, Professor Keitelburn, complained with a smile that Newt stole his limelight, and now students are complaining that his class is not as interesting as defense against the dark arts. For the purpose of making friends, Peter actively asked the withdrawn Professor Scamander for questions. He contributed his own phoenix to attract the attention of this magical animal lover, and finally succeeded in making friends with Scamander. The days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was time for the end of the period. The students were all caught up in the busy review stage. The professors seemed to want to stuff all the knowledge into the empty heads of these students and assign a lot of homework in this short period of time. Only Peter still went to the library to read extracurricular books very leisurely, which was in sharp contrast with the students around him. I'm going crazy. George scratched his hair frantically and had nowhere to start with the transformation work. 02. Be quiet, this is the library. Mrs. Pants is here. Be careful he throws you out. Alan reminded quickly. At this time, the five of them were sitting together and doing heavy homework. Peter's small group, very distinct in the school, consists of Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff. Personalities are also different. The twins are lively, Ellen is a bit arrogant and cunning, Cedric is shy, and Peter is calm. But they all use Peter as the intersection point and get together to form a group. There used to be Gryffindor students who couldn't bear to see the twins having a good time with Slytherin students, and spread rumors in the academy that they were Slytherin's undercover agents. As a result, when I went to the toilet the next day, I was covered with a cloth bag and beaten. Then the student ran to Professor McGonagall with a bruised face and complained that the Weasley twins did it. But in fact, the twins were in confinement in Professor McGonagall's office at this time, and there was no time to commit the crime, so the matter was not settled. But in fact it was Alan who did it, and he admitted it afterwards, saying that he couldn't stand such rumor-mongers. Since this incident, the twins and Alan have not been as polite as before, and gradually became real friends. The shy little badger Cedric also easily integrated into the group and became one of them. For their group, the professors expressed their approval after the initial surprise. In particular, Professor McGonagall was worried at the beginning that this group would bully others like the former Taoist group of four, James Potter 4. But under Peter's leadership, the group behaved friendly to the outside world and was completely relieved. Only Professor Flitwick is a little dissatisfied, thinking that Peter and their group should have at least one Ravenclaw friend, so that they can get together for colleges. Why are you so leisurely, Peter? Fred said enviously when he saw Peter leisurely reading his extracurricular books. If you can master all the knowledge of the first grade and then finish the homework in time after each get out of class, you can be as relaxed as me," Peter said without looking up. "I'm sure Peter will come first in the final exam. Those Ravenclaw nerds can't beat him," George said with certainty. "You still have to say it, but those Ravenclaw students don't seem to agree. I heard from others that the Ravenclaw seniors have been helping with their first-year homework these days. Want to push Peter down in the final exam," Alan said with a gossip on his face. "Then they are doing nothing. Peter is able to memorize all these books," Cedric said with a smile, obviously very confident in Peter. "It's time for the final exam soon." The first test was the theoretical knowledge of each subject. In order to prevent students from cheating, the professors issued special quills to let them take the test. The first section is the Transfiguration Theory test. The theory test is selected from the textbook, so Peter filled in all the answers very easily. In less than half an hour, Peter, who was done, reached out and handed in the paper. In the surprised eyes around, Peter handed the paper to Professor McGonagall. "No more checks?" Professor McGonagall asked, looking unsurprised. After all, Peter is a scholar and is already known to everyone. "I have checked it twice and found no problems, so I handed it in," Peter replied calmly. "Okay, then you can leave first. Don't forget the practice exam in the afternoon." Professor McGonagall smiled at Peter, and every teacher likes good students. Peter nodded and walked out of the examination room under the collapsed and envious eyes of many students. Is this guy hitting me? I can't even remember Gamp's law of transformation, but he finished it in half an hour. It's going to die." A student frantically looked at the papers on the table. "Quiet. If you finish it like Peter York, you can hand it in," Professor McGonagall said, but looking at some students who couldn't do it and wanted to hand in the paper, his expression became serious and said, "But if the early submission does not reach E if you get good grades, then you should follow the students of the next grade well in the next semester, and let's take the Transfiguration class of the first grade together." The students below suddenly died down, sitting obediently in their seats and thinking hard, trying to squeeze a little knowledge out of their empty heads. In the afternoon for the practical exam of Transfiguration, the students lined up outside the classroom, waiting for the professor to call in and take the exam. When it was Peter 067's turn to go in, Professor McGonagall smiled and said to him, "I know that the content of the first grade is not difficult for you, so now you show me your most successful transfiguration. If I am amazed, in the full score basically, I'm considering giving you extra points." Peter thought for a while, then pointed at a cup on the table with his wand, and clicked. The cup instantly turned into a very beautiful oriole, and it chirped happily, flew around and landed on the table. Professor McGonagall was very surprised to pick up the vivid oriole bird on the table after careful observation. He said very happily, "Excellent. I didn't expect that you have practiced transfiguration to the point of turning a dead thing into a living thing. I can only do so much, and anything bigger will fail," Peter said dissatisfied. Hearing that, Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched. The student didn't know if he was really humble or if he was in Versailles. Such transfiguration has far surpassed his peers. Then Professor McGonagall gave Peter a full score and then said to him with a smile, "I would like to invite you to join my Transfiguration Club and start studying more advanced transfiguration with other members next semester. I don't know about you. Would you like to?" Transfiguration Club? Peter looked at Professor McGonagall in surprise, then nodded happily. Of course, Professor McGonagall. After a week of intense exams, students can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally over. What a nightmare, the Weasley twins cheered excitedly. "Peter, what year was the Goblins' Rebellion?" "I don't know if I did the right question on the history of magic," Cedric asked worriedly. 1612. Peter replied. Then I remember correctly. I thought I did it wrong," Cedric said with a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, Cedric is also an academic bully. Among the students of the same grade, except for Peter, no one is his opponent. "I said you two are enough. Now that the exam is over, let's relax," Alan said resentfully. "You two masters, let others have a way to survive." 35. Especially you, Cedric Diggory. You just came out of the magic history exam room with a sad face. I thought you had failed the exam, and I comforted you. As a result, what you called a failed exam is that you failed in one question. Remember, it hurts. That's right, it's really stressful to be friends with the two of you. I think when I go back from vacation, I must not let my mother and the others know about Peter and Cedric's grades, or we will suffer. The twins said at the same time. Peter and Cedric looked at each other and silently put down the question. If there's one thing that frustrates the students of all three houses at the same time, it's that Slytherin wins the House Cup. If there's anything more frustrating than that, it's that they also win the Quidditch Cup. Slytherin awarded Peter hundreds of credits for receiving the Merlin Class 2 medal. Let Slytherin directly change from the second last to the first positive number. And under the blatant favoritism of Snape behind, the score directly surpassed the second Ravenclaw by more than 100 points. There is no chance to chase. As for Gryffindor, who has never fought against Slytherin until now, the Academy scores are still in the single digits. After they were deducted 500 points from the first group fight, they completely gave up chasing the Academy Cup. At the year-end banquet, Peter and Alan came to the auditorium together. The auditorium is decorated in green and silver everywhere, and on the wall behind the professor's chair, there is a huge banner with a giant Slytherin. On the long table of Slytherin, the students said this aloud, their words filled with joy and confidence in winning the House Cup and Quidditch Cup, and their heads were raised to the ceiling. In contrast, the students at the other three tables were all sitting quietly in their seats, without the slightest hint of joy on their faces. Ravenclaw students looked frustrated. They finally got the closest to the Academy Cup, and their hopes were directly dashed by Peter's 300-point bonus. And Gryffindor is gnashing their teeth. They originally put their hopes on the Quidditch Cup. As a result, in the first game, Slytherin shamelessly knocked out the Gryffindor seeker with a stick. They completely disqualified from the competition. As for Hufflepuff, it's a student who doesn't really like Slytherin and would rather win by Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Peter looked at Slytherin's own happiness and the silent atmosphere of the other three academies and couldn't help shaking his head. The people of Slytherin boasted of being smart and cunning, but Peter couldn't see where they had it. Aren't smart people supposed to use various methods to put themselves in an advantageous position? But looking at the way Slytherin is making enemies everywhere, it's no wonder that it is called a breeding base for Death Eaters. Before long, the professors all arrived. With the arrival of the professors, the noise of the students gradually subsided. It's been another year. Dumbledore stood up, raised his hand to signal silence, and looked at the students below happily. You sure don't like an old man making cliches here, but I'm still going to make a final statement on the college score. Summary. The individual colleges' scores are as follows. 4th, Gryffindor, 55 points. 3rd, Hufflepuff, 287 points. 2nd, Ravenclaw, 358 points. 1st, Slytherin, 448 points. As soon as the words fell, the students at the Slytherin long table burst into thunderous cheers. The classmates around Peter jumped onto the chairs one by one and threw the wizard hat into the air. Peter sat in his seat, clapping and smiling as his roommate Alan was dancing with excitement. Many senior students came over and shook hands with Peter enthusiastically. Because of his 300 bonus points, Slytherin surpassed Ravenclaw and won the Academy Cup in one fell swoop. Professor Snape, who was on the professor's chair, showed a rare smile on his face and shook hands with Professor Flitwick, who was congratulating him next to him. While congratulating Slytherin on winning the House Cup, we would also like to congratulate the 7th-year students who are about to leave Hogwarts and congratulate them on graduating from Hogwarts. I wish you all the best in the future. Dumbledore changed the subject and said, looking at the 7th-grade student sitting at the end of the long table, his eyes were full of blessings. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Peter realized that the 7th graders who were about to leave the school were saying goodbye to the surrounding students with reluctance. Tonight was their last night at Hogwarts, and once they left, it would be hard to come here again. Among the 7th graders, Peter is most familiar with fellow Spell Club member Lauren Gossick, who has done very well, but his biggest goal is to compile a book like his grandma Miranda Gossick, an encyclopedia of spells. During this period of time, Peter became closer to him, and with his help, he successfully mastered his unique stunt, turning the launched spell. Able to bypass the obstacles in front of him unexpectedly, directly attack the target. Peter got up, went to Ravenclaw's long table, and said to Lauren Gossick, "Congratulations on your graduation, Lauren. What are you going to do next?" Lauren gave Peter a bear hug, and the 1.9-meter big man directly set off Peter's small body, making it weak and fragile. "I'm really reluctant to leave school. But for my dream, for my encyclopedia of spells, I'm going to collect materials on spells next." Lauren stated his plan, grave accent, maybe go to Egypt or Greece first, which is the birthplace of magic, and should be able to come into contact with different magic spells. Then wish you can realize your dream as soon as possible and become the master of magic spells as famous as your grandma. Peter sincerely wished. "Thank you, Peter. If it wasn't for your funding, I probably wouldn't have started my dreams so soon," Lauren said gratefully. After Lauren stated his ideals, Peter proposed to help him to complete the compilation of the Encyclopedia of Charms. This surprised him. To know that compiling a book, especially if you need to travel around the world, requires financial support. Although the Gossick family is pure blood, the family's money cannot support him to run around the world. He originally wanted to collect materials for spells while working, but it would take more time. But unexpectedly, Peter, the rich man, proposed to help him, which solved his worries. "Don't be so polite, Lauren. Just remember to give me the first book you compiled," Peter said with a smile. He subsidized Lauren. On the one hand, he wanted to befriend the Gu, Wang Zhao, Shaq family and help him accomplish this grand ideal. On the other hand, because the system has issued a task, as long as he successfully helps Lauren to complete the Encyclopedia of Spells, he can get a reward of 50 points. Although this point reward is too far away, as long as the money is spent, it is not a problem for Peter. "Of course, when I finish the task, I will personally send you the first Encyclopedia of Enchantments," Lauren Gossick assured with a smile. "It looks like you guys are having a good time chatting. Can you add me?" A shrill voice came flying from the side. "Professor Flitwick." Peter and Lauren exclaimed in surprise. "I have heard what you said just now, but Lauren, maybe you can put your first destination in the United States? The Indian wizards there also have a unique understanding of spells, and maybe you can have a different harvest," suggested Professor Flitwick with a smile. "In a week's time, the International Wizarding Duel Tournament will be held in the United States," explained Professor Flitwick, looking at Peter and Lauren. "I hope you will be able to participate. You have a talent for dueling, you can go their style." At London Airport, Peter was sitting in the waiting hall, looking at the strange eyes around him, and wanted to bury his head in the chair. At this moment, sitting beside him are Professor Flitwick and Lauren Gossick. It's just that these two people have obviously never been to the Muggle world. At this time, Professor Flitwick is wearing a set of children's clothes, and it is also a women's style. As for Lauren Gossick, it's a set of beach shorts and a leather jacket, and the whole person is like coming out of a mental hospital. The strange appearance of the two almost made the security guard at the airport kick them out as mentally ill. After finally getting on the plane, the two wizards had never been on a plane before, there but seemed to be on fire, and they kept looking around. Seriously, Muggles have no magic powers, but their minds are full of whimsy. When I was very young, I never even guessed that Muggles would develop into this, Professor Flitwick said with a sigh, but with the children's clothes on him, it looks particularly funny. Peter tried his best to ignore the professor's clothes, then grabbed Lauren, who had been looking left and right with his head outstretched. "Professor, why do we have to take a Muggle plane over there? Don't I remember there is a kind of door key that can teleport over long distances?" Peter asked, puzzled. The door key is indeed a very effective way to travel, but the Magic Congress of the United States has a very strict ban, and we are short on time, so it is too late to apply to them for entry. Now you can only report to the Magical Congress after arriving via Muggle traffic. Arriving with a door key would be considered a smuggling and you would be put in jail. Professor Flitwick explained. The next morning, with a passenger plane landing at New York Airport, the three of Peter finally got off the plane. Merlin, this muggle plane is good, but it's too much tossing my old arms and legs. Professor Flitwick twisted his waist and said tiredly. Me too, the seat is too cramped. I can't even move. Lauren, who is 1.9 meters tall, complained with outstretched arms, and I asked the waiter to open the window for some air, but the waiter actually ignored me. When Peter heard this, he was speechless. If the flight attendants really listened to you, it would be a ghost. Let me see. How does the Magic Congress go? Professor Flitwick took out a map and studied it carefully. Where is the Woolworth building? Professor, we can just call a taxi. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. Peter said quickly. Well, you know Muggle things best, and we'll take your word for it and call that taxi thing. Professor Flitwick agreed. After tossing all the way, the three finally came to the Woolworth building. From the outside, the building looks indistinguishable from the surrounding buildings. Professor Flitwick led them to the front of the building and said to the middle-aged guard, We are wizards from the UK. We are here to participate in the International Wizarding Duel competition. We need to register. The doorman looked at the three, especially after seeing Professor Flitwick's girls' clothes and Lauren's weird clothes. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he quickly opened the closed door and motioned them to enter. Behind the gate is a super high-speed revolving door, and the scene inside can be vaguely seen. As soon as he entered the Woolworth building, Peter looked at the magnificent setting in surprise and couldn't help exclaiming. Here is a luminous lobby about 700 feet high with a cathedral-like ceiling. A huge monument is erected at the entrance to the Magic Congress, honoring those lost in the Salem witch trials. It's amazing here. Wizards and Muggles share a building, but they all seem to live in parallel worlds that don't interfere with each other and can't affect each other. Come with me, let's go to the wand licensing office and apply for a wand license. Professor Flitwick said to the two students behind him after looking around for 4 weeks. Professor, what is a wand license for? Why haven't I heard of it? Lauren Goshawk asked suspiciously. AC/DC. It's similar to your traces, except that they have a wand license, which all wizards need to apply for. The Magic Congress can track all magical activities through a wand license and identify the perpetrator through the wand. Professor Flitwick said. It's been a while since I got off the trace, and now I have another wand license. What a bad luck. Lauren Goshawk's expression was full of reluctance. Don't be reluctant. Even an old man like me has to apply. What can you refuse? Professor Flitwick said with a smile. When I came to the elevator, there was a house elf who was in charge of pressing the elevator door. After seeing the three of them, he asked impatiently, Which floor are we going to? Go to the wand licensing office, replied Professor Flitwick. Hearing this, the house elf stretched out a wooden stick and pressed it on the elevator button on the 6th floor. Lauren quietly watched in surprise, this house elf in a formal suit. Haven't seen a house elf? Kid, said the house elf suddenly to Lauren. I just haven't seen a house elf like you. The house elves in our place are all honored to serve wizards. Lauren said hesitantly. Shout, a bunch of poor bastards brainwashed by wizards, said the house elf sarcastically. After getting off the elevator, the three came to the wand licensing office. After a period of questioning like a prisoner, the officer in charge finally agreed, and the three applied for the wand license. After getting the wand license, the three went to the Division of Magical Sports. Because this session of the Wizarding Duel Contest is organized by the Magical Congress of the United States. Therefore, all participants must first apply for a registration form to the sports department before they can officially participate in the competition. The International Wizarding Duel Competition is divided into youth group and adult group. Peter is competing in the youth group, and Lauren, who has just grown up, can only play in the senior group. Peter is only 12 years old now and should be the youngest participant in the youth group. At 18, Lauren is the youngest in the adult group. It can be said that neither of them has an age advantage in their own competition group. In this regard, Professor Flitwick is very confident, and he is full of expectations for his two students. In his words, The level of wizard duels is getting lower and lower now, and if they can't win, they are going to K him. Peter and Lauren can only express their best efforts to meet Professor Flitwick's expectations. After filling out the application form, officials from the sports department gave them a button-like door key that could go directly to the duel scene. The three of them held the door key together and disappeared into the sports office in an instant. With a whirlwind, 3 people appeared on an island. At 3:16 in the afternoon, the headquarters of the Magic Congress in New York. A black wizard said weakly, and then pointed to a basket beside him with his mouth, "Please put the door key in the basket. We have to recycle it." Professor Flitwick threw the key in his hand into the basket, then handed the entry form to the black wizard and asked, "Where do the contestants live?" The black wizard looked at the registration form and replied, "Participants and their companions, please go to Area 16. Your tent is number 55. Don't remember wrong." The 3 followed the directions to Area 16 and found their own tent. The tent looked very ordinary from the outside, but when they walked in, they took a look at the large space of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, which was indeed very luxurious because the tents used no traces. Stretching mantra, so the interior is very spacious. After the repairs, Professor Flitwick let them move freely, and he went to find an old friend to catch up. "Come on, let's go see this island. I heard that this island was hidden with magic a long time ago, and no muggles have been here for hundreds of years." 35 Lauren said enthusiastically. The island was very lively at this time. At least tens of thousands of wizards gathered here. They came from all over the world, and their skin colors were different. There are also many vendors pushing small carts, operating and appearing in various positions while shouting. After Peter and Lauren walked around, they were already stuffed with all kinds of gadgets they bought. The most interesting is the voodoo doll, which belongs to the prank props as long as the target person's personal objects are attached to the doll, and then the voodoo doll can be used to trick the target. This thing Peter bought from an old black woman for 10 galleons. From what the old woman said, she was simplified based on the black magic curse of voodoo. Otherwise, according to the power of the original voodoo doll, it is possible to control the other party, and life and death are controlled by the other party. After walking around for an afternoon, the 2 of them ate a lot of food before slowly returning to the tent. Tomorrow is the duel competition, but both of them have a relaxed look, and in addition to having confidence in their own strength, they also have the idea of according to fate. Especially Lauren, his opponents are all adult wizards, and there are even wizards several decades older than him, so it is not easy to win. At night, after assigning rooms, the 3 of them greeted each other and went back to their respective rooms to rest. After a day of tossing, they were all exhausted. Let's keep our spirits up for tomorrow's duel match. On the 9th of July, the island of Fogo, hidden by the magic of the sorcerers. The most central position of the island, in a building like the Colosseum. Tens of thousands of spectators sat around on the high platform, quietly watching the duel competition below. At this moment, on the duel arena, the 2 wizards, who looked to be 16 or 17 years old, were in a fierce duel. The wands in their hands kept firing various spells, causing the surrounding protection circle to tremble. Peter sat in the waiting area next to him, his eyes fixed on the 2 dueling on the field, constantly analyzing their strength and trying to learn their spell-casting skills. This morning is the qualifier for the youth group. There are more than 50 participants in total. They choose their opponents by drawing lots, and the winning side can enter the next round of competition. The loser also has a chance to challenge. If they can successfully challenge, they can continue to participate in the competition. Otherwise, they can only leave with regret. Lauren, who had no games in the morning, was also sitting next to Peter at this time. Seeing that Peter kept silent, he thought he was nervous and quickly comforted. "You don't have to be too nervous. You can beat me at the club, let alone these people. You don't look at their spells flying and they look very powerful, but in fact they are useless at all. When dueling, everyone is looking for a way to defeat them instead of being cool here. They are not your opponents at all." "I'm not nervous. I'm just learning some of their dueling skills," Peter said with a laugh, "and it looks like they're going to have a close game, and I'll be in the next match." As soon as the words were finished, one of the wizards in the competition field unexpectedly defeated his opponent with a disarming spell and won the game. Deafening cheers and applause erupted from the surrounding audience. "It's my turn to play." Peter took off his coat and walked slowly towards the stage with his wand in hand. The audience on the field, seeing one of the players on the field, looked at only 11 or 12 years old and suddenly made a sound of surprise. The contestants in these youth groups are basically students from magic schools all over the world. But they belong to the 6th and 7th grades, 16 and 17-year-old students, and even the talented ones are the 4th and 5th graders. They've never seen a child of 11 or 12 come to a wizarding duel contest. There were some boos on the field, thinking that this should not be to make up the number. Now it's an interesting duel between Peter York, a 12-year-old from Hogwarts, England. On the other side is 17-year-old Abraham Richard from Beauxbatons, France. Let's see what kind of surprises their showdown will bring. The commentator was also surprised to see a group of players with such a big age gap, and then explained with great interest. After carefully checking that the wands of both sides were okay, the referee announced the start of the game and opened a protective shield around the competition table to prevent the players' spells from flying out and hitting the referee or the audience. 0. Ask for flowers. You look too young. I won't be too happy to beat you. You should just admit defeat. This is not the place you should be. Abraham Richard frowned and said to Peter, his words full of contemptuous tone. You said it too early, and age has never been a standard line for dividing strength. Peter couldn't understand his awkward English and said to him directly in fluent French. Abraham looked at the little boy with a calm face in front of him in surprise and couldn't help but feel a little less contempt, but still said contemptuously, "Perhaps you have some strength, but this is not your Hogwarts, and I won't give you your humble." To each other. Peter retorted, "This is not just about romantic France. Duels are cruel, not for you garden flowers." Humph. Humph. 55. Both of them did not like each other, and after the standard mutual salute, the two returned to their respective areas, and until the referee announced the start, they directly launched a spell to attack each other. Accept your weapons. It's all petrified. Armor protection. Armor protection. After both of them issued an attacking spell to each other, they directly added an iron armor spell to themselves to avoid being hit by the other's spell. After some probing, the two began to exert their strength and saw that Abraham directly opposite appeared behind Peter and gave him a passed out. There are many obstacles. 99. A lot of obstacles. Peter hurriedly released 2 obstacle spells to block, jumped back to avoid the spell attack, and countered a fracture. The two fought back and forth on the field, watching the audience stunned. They thought it was a one-sided match, but they didn't expect Peter York, a 12-year-old boy, to be able to fight a 17-year-old wizard back and forth. Abraham's apparition is very good. He is directly on the field and uses teleportation to keep attacking around Peter. If Peter's protective spell is not good, I'm afraid he would have been hit by his spell long ago. Flying sand and moving rocks. Peter directly rolled up the flying sand on the ground and rushed towards Abraham. Then, when he didn't notice, he directly gave himself a disillusionment spell and added a fire and water invulnerability. Abraham cleaned up these flying sand and stones with a new cleanup, and then found that Peter on the field was gone, and immediately observed the surroundings vigilantly. Burning flames. Abraham directly amplified his moves, setting the entire stage on fire, trying to force Peter out. Seeing that the flames were about to spread to him, Peter cast a freezing fire spell on himself in time, then swaggered through the flames and quickly leaned towards Abraham. The effect of the frozen fire charm is really powerful. When these flames passed by, there was only a slight tingling sensation, and there was no damage at all. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Abraham to release the flame, he quietly approached and chanted the quickly imprisoned spell at him, and saw a thick rope shoot out from the tip of the wand and quickly wrapped around Abraham's body like a snake. Body trapped him. Accept your weapon. Peter directly disarmed his wand, then turned and stopped, waiting for the referee's result. Peter York wins. Advanced to the next round. The referee was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered and announced. The audience cheered again, and the audience applauded enthusiastically for the 12-year-old boy. In their eyes, 067 is an example of the weak defeating the strong. How is this possible? Abraham, who lost the game, still couldn't believe that he was defeated. It's not impossible. The truth is that I'm stronger than you. Peter walked over and returned his disarmed wand, then turned and stepped down. After stepping off the stage, Lauren walked up to him and gave him a hug, and then said happily, "I just said you would win. You won so fast. I just saw a lot of people who were so surprised that their mouths could beat the trolls." "It's nothing. This Beauxbatons player is not strong." Peter shook his head and said, "There are 56 participants in the youth group, and there are 28 duels. And these events have to be completed in one morning, so the events are very compact. Almost every group is finished, and then it is the turn of the next group of players to play." The youth group of the International Wizarding Duel Competition is a new project established in recent years. The participants are all young people under the age of 18, so almost all of them are school students. The students basically come from Durmstrang, Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Magic Corner in Japan, Castro Bush in Brazil, and Wagadu School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Uganda, Africa, etc. A duel of students representing the magic school. According to Professor Flitwick, Hogwarts has brought people to duel matches a few times, but the best result was only a semi-final. So this time, Professor Flitwick has high expectations for Peter, hoping that he can win the championship of the youth group and win glory for the school. As for Professor Flitwick, since he was the champion of the Wizarding Duel competition that year, he was invited to be a referee, and this week will be very busy. In the morning's competition, the audience was very happy. Although it was a competition for underage wizards, each participant was the best in their respective schools, so the competition was very exciting. Especially the students of the Wagadu School of Magic in Africa, with their beautiful wandless magic, shocked everyone. Let the wizards who have left the wand and become cripple on the scene have refreshed their horizons. It's really amazing. I don't know how they practiced it. Wandless magic, something I might not be able to learn in my life. Lauren looked at the empty-handed Wagadu students on the field and used a surprise wandless magic after defeating the opponent, couldn't help but exclaim. They have been trained like this since they were young, and naturally they will have no stick magic. Peter said and floated the game cards in his hand out of thin air, then shook his head and said regretfully, "It's just that the power of wandless magic can't compare to the effect of using a wand, and it's easier to cast magic than picking up a wand and reciting a spell. It took years or even decades of hard work, but still can't do a wizard with a wand, and was naturally eliminated." I heard that the Wagadu School of Magic has also begun to use wands for students. I am afraid that in a few decades, the wandless magic that their school is proud of will disappear. It's a pity. I once fantasized about the cool scene of using wandless magic, but now I have given up completely. After all, it's too difficult. Lauren spread her hands helplessly. After a morning of competition, 28 wizards in the youth group finally advanced to the next round. Among the remaining people who lost the game, 2 final winners will be selected to join the next round of competition. And tomorrow is the 30 to 15 competition, and the strength of the participants will be even stronger. After the whole game, Peter and Lauren went back to the tent to get ready for Lauren's afternoon senior game. The adult group is different from the youth group, and there is no special age limit, so the age of the contestants is very different. There are young wizards like Lauren, and there are dozens of years old. Children have graduated from magic school middle-aged wizard. Theoretically speaking, wizards over 100 years old can also participate. It's just that many old wizards are still shameful, so the participants are basically young people in their 20s and 30s. Discussing the senior group competition in the afternoon, Peter asked with a smile, "Do you think there will be an old wizard in this year's duel competition?" 35. Probably not. After all, no one is as cheeky as Albert Maupassant, who bullies young people just for the bonus. Lauren said hesitantly, but still a little worried, an old wizard came to participate in the duel competition. The Albert Maupassant mentioned by Lauren was the champion of the 60th International Wizarding Duel Competition. He participated in the duel competition at the age of 165 and won the championship by directly crushing it all the way. Afterwards, he also bluntly stated that he participated in the competition to get the 1,000 gold galleons. However, in the afternoon game, there was no scene that they were worried about. Among the hundreds of adult wizards, the oldest one looked only in his 30s. The number of participants in the adult wizard group is almost twice that of the youth group. Therefore, during the competition, the venue was enlarged a lot, and 3 competitions were held at the same time, with 3 referees supervising, including Professor Flitwick. The duel competition of the adult wizard group is more thrilling than that of the youth group, because the adult group can use all other magics except the black magic that is banned. Lauren played earlier in the game, and the opponent who was drawn was a skinny wizard of 27'8". The slender wizard's momentum during the duel was completely inconsistent with his figure 3.2. At the beginning, he used various high-pressure spells to chase Lauren to attack. For a while, Lauren was at a disadvantage. Peter watched Lauren's game in the audience and couldn't help worrying about him secretly. This thin wizard is not easy to deal with at all. All kinds of magic used are biased towards offensive magic. The roar of the curse bomb. But Lauren wasn't jealous either. He kept using the iron armor spell to resist the opponent's attack, and then slapped the opponent passed out when the opponent temporarily paused. The thin wizard looked at the stun spell shot by Lauren, showing a look of disdain, and blocked the front with an iron armor spell. But the stun spell that was shot suddenly turned around halfway, bypassing the iron armor spell and hitting the wizard directly. The wizard fell into a coma with an incredible look on his face. On the first day of the competition, both Peter and Lauren made the cut, which made Professor Flitwick very happy. He specially found a bottle of mead as a celebration. It's a pity that Peter can only watch the professor and Lauren drink because of his age, while he is drinking juice. You guys did a good job today. You all dealt with your opponents very neatly. But you have to be careful later. The strength of the players behind will become stronger and stronger, and they are likely to be defeated if they are not careful. 35 Professor Flitwick is praising after 2 sentences. He reminded them again, lest they become complacent. Hogwarts hasn't won a duel title in over a decade. I hope you both get it, and then you'll be famous. The school will be proud of you too. Especially Lauren, if you want to successfully compile an encyclopedia of spells, such fame will be very beneficial to your collection work. We'll keep an eye out, Professor, they both replied at the same time. The next day, in the morning game, Peter and other players drew lots to choose their opponents and playing time. The opponent he drew was a sturdy 17-year-old boy from Durmstrang. 02. The contestants were all resting in the same waiting area, so after learning that the opponent was their opponent, Peter and Durmstrang's boys stared at each other for a while, their eyes full of fighting intent. Andre, which school is your opponent from? A gloomy old man with a goatee asked Peter's opponent. It's a student of Hogwarts, the 11-year-old kid. Durmstrang's boy replied, and pointed to Peter, who was chatting with Lauren. It's him. The goatee old man glanced at Peter in surprise, then sneered contemptuously. Hogwarts is really degenerate now, to send an 11- or 12-year-old kid to participate. They thought it was I'm playing a game. No wonder I haven't won a championship in more than 10 years. 35. Don't talk too soon, gentlemen. Maybe we'll win this time. Lauren and Peter were so close to them, and their volume didn't drop, so they both heard it. For the goat old man whose slander at Hogwarts, Lauren directly stood up and retorted. You are also a contestant in the youth group? The goatee old man looked at Lauren and asked directly. No, I'm a senior contestant. Lauren shook her head and replied. When the old man with the goatee heard this, he immediately laughed contemptuously and said in an unbelievable tone, Is there something wrong with the professors in your school? It's very funny to let a child participate in the youth duel group. Adult wizards go to the adult wizard group with an average age of 30. Is it crazy? Or just screw it up? Don't you say that about our professor. 33 Lauren said angrily. In his heart, Professor Flitwick is the best teacher, and he will never allow anyone to say that about him. Lauren, calm down first. Peter looked at the gloomy old wizard, got up and pulled Lauren, and then persuaded. Don't be irritated by his words. It's game time. If there is a conflict, you will be punished. Disqualified. And as long as we win the game, his words are just a bunch of bullshit. Besides, it will be a showdown between me and his students later, and I will show him what the difference is. Hearing Peter's words, the old man with the goatee sneered and said, Boy, do you know how many championships we Durmstrang have won in the past 10 years? It's 9. And you Hogwarts are 0. That's the difference. Sir, who are you from Durmstrang? Peter asked suspiciously. I'm Igor Karkaroff, the principal of Durmstrang. You will go back to school well, boy. This kind of thing that concerns the school's honor is not something you can participate in as a child. The goatee old man is proud said. Oh, it turned out to be the Death Eater Karkaroff who escaped punishment by confessing his accomplices. Good luck. Peter said suddenly, and then looked surprised. Why did you suddenly become the headmaster? Durmstrang is really depraved. He actually hired a Death Eater to be the headmaster. You, boy, don't talk nonsense. I'm not a Death Eater. 99 Karkaroff said with a panicked expression. He looked at Peter sullenly and said every word with a threat. I don't know where you heard this nonsense, but don't talk nonsense in the future, or you will pay a serious price for destroying other people's reputation. 39. Karkaroff, what are you saying to my students here? Professor Flitwick walked over with small steps, looking at him with a wary expression. Mr. Flitwick. Karkaroff looked at Flitwick in surprise. He didn't dare to go wild in front of this wizard who was only 1/3 of his height. You must know that Flitwick was the one who won the duel championship for 3 consecutive years. An important member of the International Wizarding Duel Tournament and is still a referee today. Karkaroff said that we at Hogwarts were degenerate and let 2 young people compete, thinking we were here to paddle. Peter complained directly. When Flitwick heard this, his face sank, and then he said coldly, Then behave well and show this headmaster Karkaroff the strength of Hogwarts students. Okay, Professor. It's a game between me and his students later, and I'll take it seriously, Peter assured with a smile. Karkaroff, with a gloomy face, snorted and dragged his student away. There are only 15 games in the youth group today, so there is plenty of time. When Peter's turn came on the field, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Not knowing what Karkaroff said to his student, the 17-year-old student named Andre looked at him with hostility. But Peter is too lazy to guess the reason. As long as he beats him, he will be promoted, and he may not even meet once in the future. When the referee announced the start, Durmstrang's Andre directly attacked Peter with a shattering body. This time Peter didn't want to play an evenly matched 083 trick. He would directly hold the attack with an iron armor spell and then quickly counterattack. All petrochemical. Dizzy. Pass out. Accept your weapons. Peter jumped left and turned right as if he was dancing, throwing a series of attacking spells from different directions. Then directly summon a small snake, use the enchantment spell to turn into a giant python, and rush to Andre to attack. Andre had just escaped Peter's series of attacks in a thrilling way, and before he paused, he saw a very large python coming towards him with its mouth open. Attack. But the power of the giant python was very huge, and the barrier's spells quickly burst under its frantic attack. In Andre's terrified eyes, the giant python wrapped directly around him, getting tighter and tighter. Erase the bones. The panicked Andre cast a spell directly, and the giant python was shriveled like it was drained of blood and bones in an instant. It was dead. Peter looked at Andre in amazement. He didn't expect him to have such a hand. But before Peter could do it again, the referee immediately declared the game over, and the winner was Peter York. Karkaroff in the audience directly refused to accept the appeal and asked to continue the game. Mr. Karkaroff, your students used black magic that is forbidden on the field. This is illegal, so the winner is Peter York. The referee directly rejected his request. Then Karkaroff could only leave with Andre angrily. After 2 rounds of victory, the next stage is the finals, where 8 people need to face off in pairs to win the final 4. On the third day, neither Peter nor Lauren played, because today is the resurrection knockout of the previously defeated players, and 2 winners need to be determined to join the final. Since they had free time today, the two decided to go out for a walk. Especially on this wizard island called Fogo Island, there are very beautiful beaches, and many wizards choose to come here for vacation. After 2 days of intense competition, although Peter and Lauren did not have too much pressure, they were still a little uncomfortable with the tense atmosphere. So think of it as a trip to Fogo Island today and forget about those race worries. Travel is a particularly pleasant thing, changing the environment and making people feel relaxed. So when the two appeared at the beach wearing beach shorts and short shirts, in the building not far behind, there is still a tense duel competition. It is undoubtedly a brand new experience to enjoy the pleasure of sneaking around. It was suggested by Lauren to come to the beach to relax. It was the hot summer, and it was undoubtedly the most suitable place to come to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze. But Peter and Lauren are not the only people who hold the same idea. Many players on the beach who have no competition today all gathered here in swimsuits. Players with strong metamorphosis can directly use a few wooden sticks to make chairs and umbrellas, and then lie comfortably on the beach blowing the sea breeze and enjoying the beautiful scenery. The contestants are all from all over the world, almost all young wizards in their 20s and 30s, so this place has directly become another competition scene. In front of the witches, the wizards wore beach shorts and showed off their strong fitness to the fullest physique. And the witches did not hesitate, wearing slim-fitting one-piece swimsuits, showing their bodies in front of the wizards without shyness. Even some beautiful witches from France, wearing bikini swimsuits, swaying on the beach and basking in the sun. Mamma mia! Lauren's eyes were about to burst, her mouth opened wide, staring at the bikini beauties in the distance. Lauren, calm down, wipe your saliva, it's all flowing out. And cover some of your embarrassing positions. If someone finds out, you will be regarded as a pervert. Peter reminded silently. When Lauren heard this, she instantly regained her senses, shrank her body in embarrassment, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, smiled shyly, and sighed. This beach is really a good place. Yeah, the hormones are very strong. If there is a hotel for couples to live in, I am afraid it can contribute to the population growth of wizards. Peter said with a strange smile. Hormones? What is that? Lauren asked in confusion. It is to describe that the human body emits something similar to a fascination agent. You look at the beach now, doesn't it look like a place full of large fascination agents? Peter described amusingly. Is there? I don't think so. But to be honest, there are so many beauties here. Especially those few French ladies who dress very boldly. They are in good shape. Lauren said suspiciously, then immediately his eyes were straight again, staring at the bikini beauties not far away. Suddenly, as if noticing the sight from behind, the French girls turned their heads to look at Peter and Lauren, and then showed bright smiles and waved towards them. Look, Peter, they're waving at me. Do they want me to go over there? What should I do? How to say hello? How do you say hello in French? Lauren was incoherent. Said, blushing in disbelief, clutching Peter's wrist tightly, bewildered. Let go. Peter struggled to break free from Lauren's hand, then poured cold water and said, You don't have to get too excited. It's me who they say hello. Not you. How is that possible? You're still just a little broken boy. Lauren raised her arms full of narcissism and disbelief and said, This body is what witches like the most. Little handsome guy, can you apply sunscreen for us? A bikini beauty came over and asked Peter swayingly, ignoring Lauren's existence. Of course, beautiful lady. Peter replied directly in French and then asked, Do you need one more person to help you? The one next to me is also very happy to help. 5. The bikini girl looked at Peter in surprise, not expecting him to speak French so fluently. After hearing Peter's answer, he looked at Lauren, who looked like a pig, with a flash of disgust in his eyes, and said, We only need a little gentleman to help us for the time being, and I'm afraid we won't need any extra people. Then, with Lauren's resentful expression on his face, Peter left him and got into the arms of the beauties. Oh, Marina, you have invited the handsome guy over. Quickly introduce us. A group of bikini beauties rushed up, laughing and surrounded Peter. Hello, beautiful ladies. I'm Peter York from Hogwarts, UK. It's an honor to meet you. Peter introduced himself to the beauties politely in French. Hello, handsome boy. We are students of Beauxbatons. My name is Linda Duran. You are so good-looking. Can you be my little boyfriend? A blonde flirted with Peter in a flirtatious manner. Silky hands brushed lightly across Peter's face. Linda, you little hoof. He is just a child. You are so hungry? The red-haired beauty beside him laughed and scolded. I call this investment in advance. The handsome guy is so handsome now, and he has grown up to attract bees and butterflies. Of course I have to seize the opportunity, haha. Linda said in a charming manner and gave Peter a wink. Little handsome guy, are you a contestant in the duel competition? I remember seeing your competition yesterday. It was very exciting. A girl with short hair and a neutral beauty looked at Peter with a smile and a smile. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Roland, a 6th grader at Beauxbatons. Hello, Miss Roland. Peter looked at her with a smile, but was caught by the turbulent waves on her chest, and the word big good money almost popped out of his mouth. Little brother, do you want to be my sister's little boyfriend? My sister can wait for you for a few years. Roland rubbed Peter deliberately and said seductively, OMG, Goblin. Peter almost had no nosebleeds, and he struggled to divert his attention. He didn't expect Roland, who looked so gentle, to be so bold, and he directly stunned Peter. He quickly broke free from the embrace of the beauties and asked directly, Don't you want me to help you apply sunscreen? Who will tie it first? After struggling to deal with these passionate witches, Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief, returned to Lauren, and slumped down. Looks like you had a great time. I don't remember me at all, brother who was abandoned. Lauren's tone was resentful, with an expression of abandonment. Nothing, I just wiped the sunscreen for them and came back. Peter said with a shy smile. It's great, I want to help too, but no one wants it. Lauren said yin and yang angrily, her eyes full of envy. Day 4 of the International Wizarding Duel Tournament. 15 advanced players, plus the 3 from yesterday's resurrection match. A total of 18 players jointly determined the top 10. Peter's first opponent today is Emily, a girl from Ilvermorny School of Magic. Compared to the previous players, this girl looks younger. Probably just what a Hogwarts 5th-year student looks like. But Peter wouldn't underestimate her just because she was a girl. One stop to the competition table. As a student at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she looked like a pure little white flower and said pitifully to Peter, Little brother, when the game is going on, be kind to me, I'm very vulnerable. Peter also replied with a smile, Miss, don't worry, I'll take it easy. The girl understood the meaning of the sentence, rolled her eyes at him, took out her wand and pointed it at Peter, waiting for the referee's order. As soon as the referee announced the start, Emily struck him with a splintering spell. Peter quickly dodged the spell attack and then shot back a few feints. He released an iron armor spell for himself and then began to violently attack Emily with magic. Peter doesn't know how Emily made it to the top 15, but she's definitely not as good as Peter's previous opponents. So 083 quickly disarmed her wand with a disarming charm. Emily was unwilling to fail, and after losing her wand, she still pretended to be pitiful without giving up. Looking aggrieved, he said to Peter, Little brother, why are you so rude? I'm a girl, you can't treat me like this. Can you give me another chance? Peter didn't bother to pay any attention to her, so he put her down with a faint spell. Then he turned to look at the referee and waited for his verdict. The referee didn't expect Peter to be so unsympathetic to Xiangxiu, and after a while, he knocked them down. Peter was then declared the winner directly. Then used the recovery spell to wake Emily from the coma. Peter didn't seem to see it, and Emily's resentful eyes jumped off the stage and returned to her seat. He has 2 more games ahead of him. Peter, why are you so hard-hearted? Look at the girls who are still looking at you. Why don't you play with her no matter what? It's better to pretend to be evenly matched and finally beat her by luck. Maybe you can still hold the beauty back. Lauren looked at Peter with an AC/DC expression. If you are so sympathetic to Xiangxiu, you can comfort her at this time, and maybe people will fall into your arms. Peter gave him a direct look and replied, "Today's competition all day is the competition of the youth group. And in the competition to advance to the top 10, everyone has to play 3 games, so as to rank according to the record to determine who is the top 10 players." Towards noon, it was Peter's turn to play again. This time his opponent is a student of the Magic Corner School in Fusang, a wretched young man named Jiro Honda. Peter noticed him in the first game. After all, a person with an Asian appearance can easily attract his attention. This contestant always looks condescending, bowing first to everyone he meets and letting every opponent salute him, feeling a little at a loss. But soon his style of play made his opponent dumbfounded. Because this player who has crossed the country with Fusang always likes to use sneak attacks, and he uses aggressive magic. In the last match, he almost blinded his opponent's eyes with an eye sickness spell. Such a ruthless method was in stark contrast to his usual polite appearance. Standing on the competition stage, Honda Jiro took the lead to bow to him, and said to him in broken English, "Mr. York, please be merciful this time. I have always admired Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I hope to be able to learn from this competition." Gained in. Peter was speechless for a moment. In his last life, he knew that people in this country had small courtesy but no righteousness. But now he is actually showing mercy to him, an 11 or 12-year-old child. Thanks to him being able to say it with a cheek. He said indifferently, "Mr. Honda, I have seen all the previous games, so there is no need to say these polite words. Come as you please." Hearing Peter's words, Jiro Honda's face still had a gentle look, but from the occasional look of evil spirit in his eyes, he knew that this person was not a person with a big heart. Attention to both players, the game officially begins. The referee reminded loudly. As soon as the words fell, Honda Jiro instantly launched an eye scare spell at Peter. Then he quickly disappeared, ready to attack at any time. Peter was prepared for this. He directly released an iron armor spell to protect himself, and then quickly enlarged a small gravel on the ground. Crushed to pieces. Peter shattered the stone into powder. Then once the whirlwind swept away the spell, the stone powder was blown across the entire playing field. Soon, a slightly vague figure appeared on the field. Peter immediately fell to pieces and threw him at him. Honda Jiro didn't think of his own either. Invisibility was broken. Ignoring the embarrassment, a slashing spell rushed towards Peter like a nimble monkey, turning left and right, jumping to avoid Peter's spell attack. Honda Erlang's magic strength is not too strong, but it is a little difficult to deal with. Peter didn't want to entangle with him too much, so he released the curse of Oolong out of the hole in bursts one day. In an instant, the ground was full of poisonous snakes, and Peter used the enlargement charm to make them bigger. Then there was a slight noise from their mouths, ordering them to attack Jiro Honda. More than a dozen poisonous snakes the size of buckets rushed towards Honda Jiro with their fangs open, startling him. He looked at Peter in amazement. He was sure he saw it. Peter was talking to these snakes. But he couldn't think about it anymore at this time, and hurriedly used various spells to shoot the poisonous snakes that rushed towards him. Peter took this opportunity to continuously use magic spells to assist attacks. Under the attack of many poisonous snakes and curses, Honda Jiro's decline gradually became obvious. When he was not paying attention, a small snake hidden among many poisonous snakes unexpectedly bit the leg of Honda Erlang. Honda Jiro let out a scream. I saw his bitten right leg swelled up quickly, obviously poisoned. Peter seized the moment and disarmed his wand with a disarming charm. For a time, the poisonous snake, which was not blocked by magic, opened its mouth and bit him. When Sakata Jiro thought he was going to die, the poisonous snake, which was only an inch away from him, quickly disappeared into a cloud of smoke. It turned out that Peter lifted the spell at the last moment. Winner, Peter York, the referee announced loudly. Immediately, the audience around the competition venue burst into deafening cheers, applauding and cheering for the 12-year-old handsome player. Help, I'm going to die. Honda Jiro clutched his swollen leg in horror and called out to the referee for help. listening to the unpleasant voice of Honda Erlang's duck voice. Peter frowned and came up to him. Then he took out his wand, pointed at his leg, used a quick healing spell, and in the blink of an eye his leg was completely healed. What the hell? It's just an ordinary poisonous snake. Don't you know how to use a healing spell? Peter said mockingly, then turned and left. Nice job. I've been very upset with this little guy for a long time. He usually looks respectful to everyone, but he strikes harder than anyone else. I really don't know how his parents taught him. Thumbs up, and then pointed at Jiro Honda, who had lost his soul on the field. Peter smiled and didn't speak, just sat back in his place. His third game is in the afternoon, so there is still plenty of time to watch other people's games. After 2 rounds of qualifiers, 15 advanced players and 3 resurrection players, from more than 50 outstanding duel players, won. Their strength is very strong. Therefore, every game is very exciting. Tourists on the island are almost always on the field, watching the players' games and cheering for their favorite players. Especially as the youngest Peter, with a handsome face, almost all witches like him very much. So in every match of Peter, most of the audience on the field are screaming and cheering girls. Turn the playing field directly into a large-scale star scene. This makes the wizards present are very envious. After a simple lunch at noon, the players gathered at the competition site again. This time Peter's opponent is a student from Wagadu Magic Academy in Uganda, Africa. Looking at this simple and honest boy with a dark body, Peter didn't dare to underestimate him. Because although this guy has a wand, he always likes to bluff, holding a wand and chanting aloud to mislead his opponent, and then attacking with wandless magic. But if you thought his wand was just a decoration, you lost. Because when you think that wand, it's just a scary thing he uses, and let your guard down. He will be unexpected, use the magic wand to cast magic, hit the opponent directly, and win the victory. The two stood on the competition stage, and the black male player looked at Peter with a naive face, a very friendly look. Peter smiled at him too, as if he really believed his appearance. The two of them looked so friendly that it didn't look like they were fighting at all. But as the referee announced the start, the simple and honest black wizard contestant directly held the wand and shouted loudly, all petrified. Then the empty left hand is also quietly preparing a magic. The magic spell that the black contestant recited aloud was not fake. This caught Peter, who had been guarding against black people and cast spells with no stick in his left hand, by surprise. Too many obstacles. Too many obstacles. Peter fired 2 consecutive spells to block, then quickly jumped out of the spell's attack range, and quickly responded with a stun spell. The black player's wandless magic has long been prepared. After attacking Peter with the magic of the wand, he quickly threw the magic in his hand towards Peter. Faced with these 2 attacks, Peter took it easy and directly protected his body with a super strong armor. He also began to imitate the appearance of black players, holding a wand in his right hand to cast spells and preparing for wandless magic in his left hand, doing both. Seeing that Peter also used stickless magic against himself, the black player was dumbfounded. He had always thought that no wandless magic could be used by any other school of magic except the students at their school. After all, this ability can only be achieved through practice from a young age. But now a 12-year-old student has taught him a lesson. The two on the stage were evenly matched. The audience under the stage also watched with relish and exclaimed from time to time. Especially when they saw that both of them were using wandless magic, they suddenly refreshed their cognition. It is not uncommon for students in Uganda to be able to use wandless magic. But a 12-year-old student from Hogwarts who can use wandless magic is surprising enough. Everyone is very curious. How did he do it? After all, no one in the audience thought he could do this. The two on the field were fighting more and more fiercely, trying to attack magic with one hand and defend magic with the other, but they couldn't help each other. But Peter's means are not the only ones. 0. Ask for flowers. He gave up the defense after blocking an attack from the black player. Concentrating directly, cast a disarming spell with your wand. The black player erected a defensive magic, thinking that this time, it was just an ordinary disarming magic. But see, the disarming magic that shot directly at the black wizard when approaching the iron armor curse, suddenly turned flexibly, bypassed the iron armor curse, and hit the black player directly. And the wand in his hand was directly knocked into the air. The black wizard was a little stunned. Looking at his empty right hand, he realized that his wand had been disarmed, although the opponent's wand was disarmed by himself. But Peter still didn't dare to take him lightly. After all, this guy is good at wandless magic. But without the help of the magic wand, the strength of the black players is greatly reduced. So he chased after the victory and kept attacking the black players with attack magic, which made it difficult for him to concentrate on casting magic. 0. Finally, under Peter's continuous attacks, the black wizard was finally hit by one of his petrification spells and became like a statue, erected on the competition stage. Winner, Peter York, the referee announced loudly. Immediately, deafening cheers erupted from the arena. Especially the witches, who kept sending out flowers with their wands, celebrating Peter's victory. To be honest, as your friend, I am very jealous of your popularity now. Did you hear what those girls said? They were shouting to marry you. Lauren said with envy. If you had a face like mine, you could get this cheer. Peter said brazenly. It's AF ******** G world. How come these witches only look at the outside and don't pay attention to the inside? Lauren complained, especially looking at the witches who were still cheering on the field. Their expressions were even more calm. All 3 duel matches were won, and Peter made it to the top 10, so there is nothing to do with him. And tomorrow is the senior group game, and he has nothing to do with him. You can take a good rest during this day and a half. Are you confident in tomorrow's game? Peter asked Lauren. The competition in the senior group is more intense than that of the youth group, and there are more participants. Now, after 2 rounds of qualifiers, Lauren has also advanced with 2 wins and will compete in the top 10 tomorrow. Do you look like I don't have confidence now? Lauren said confidently, I have been exposed to all kinds of spells under the influence of my grandma since I was a child, and so far I have not a spell that can't be learned. So wait and see, I'll make it to the top 10. By then, we'll all be top 10 players at Hogwarts. And our goal is not only the top 10, but the final champion. Come to think of it, when we're both champions, the history of magic will remember both of our names. Everyone will know that this year's duel competition is 2 Hogwarts students who won the championship. Speaking of which, Lauren had a look of anticipation on her face and began to fantasize about the future and what it would look like after winning the championship trophy. Then let's cheer each other on and strive to achieve this goal. Peter also encouraged each other. On the 5th day of the competition, Peter sat in the audience and watched the entire duel competition of the senior group, 083. Lauren lived up to expectations and successfully advanced to the top 10. But his situation was much more dire than Peter's. Especially in today's second game, Lauren's opponent is a wizard who is almost 40 years old. The strength is very strong, pressing Lauren to fight almost from the beginning. In the end, Lauren successfully defeated the opponent with his turning magic. A victory. And in Game 3, Lauren nearly had her wand disarmed in a careless situation. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and, with the other hand, caught the wand that was knocked away in time. So unexpectedly, with a flying spell, call a stone in the distance, hit the back of the opponent's head, and win the victory. But after this game, Lauren was very annoyed. He felt that the victory won in the second game made him a little arrogant. Day 6 of the competition. The dueling competition for the youth group is in the morning, and the adult group is in the afternoon. After the top 10 players all played, the referee asked them to randomly select opponents and compete in pairs, so as to win the top 5 players. Peter's opponent, Castro Busher from Brazil, is a 17-year-old Hispanic girl, Shire, who looks very hot. After the two entered the arena, Seal began to tease Peter with a grin and said, "Little handsome guy, if I beat you, I'll be your girlfriend. If you beat me, then you'll be your girlfriend. My boyfriend, how about this bet?" "Miss Shire, I'm only a 12-year-old child, and I can't fall in love yet. And we are in a duel match now. Don't talk about these irrelevant things," Peter said with a serious face. It was the first time he had seen such a familiar opponent on the field. "It's all right, These things can't affect our conversation. And who said that you can't fall in love at the age of 12? When I was 12 years old, I already had my fifth boyfriend. 35 Xia waved his hand and didn't care. Said with an expression. Damn, I met Aquaman. Peter was speechless for a moment. At the age of 12, he was talking about his fifth boyfriend. If he really became Seal's boyfriend, how many boyfriends would it be? With the start of the referee, the two also ended the conversation and began to take the game seriously. After all, no one would be willing to admit defeat now that they were promoted. This time, Peter was a little more pity for Xiangxiu, just cautiously set up a few protective spells for himself, and then used the stun spell and petrification spell with low lethality to deal with Seal. Seal did not use any dangerous magic and only used normal magic to attack. But Seal deserves to be a player who can reach the top 10. These ordinary spells in her hands seem to have changed. A simple floating charm and flying charm can control a transformed boulder like an arm, smashing it down towards Peter in midair. A clear spring-like water spell and some metamorphosis directly turned into glue or lubricating fluid, which made Peter either stuck to his feet or almost slipped. The flexible use of these little magic spells made Peter feel a little at a loss. He quickly cast himself the waterproof and moisture-proof and water-fireproof spells to avoid this crisis. Although Peter had a slight fondness for this decent Seal, it was impossible for him to show mercy at the duel scene. Considering that there is still his own game in the future, Peter wants to end the duel as soon as possible. He directly summoned a group of crows to harass Seal, and then continued to attack with magic, not giving her a chance to fight back. The summoned crow did nothing but harass, so Seal gradually relaxed his vigilance. She still wanted to find an opportunity to counter Peter's attack. But she didn't notice that among the crows harassing her, a crow circled behind her and gradually approached. The crow slammed into Seal from behind, and then quickly turned into an activated rope, twisting like a snake, tying Seal. Peter took the opportunity to disarm Char's wand. Winner, Peter York, the referee announced loudly. Here, your wand. Peter untied Seal and gave her the wand back. Looks like I'm still being careless. Seal said disappointedly, obviously dissatisfied with his loss so quickly. But then Charles changed his mood, looked at Peter with a smile and said, Little handsome guy, what I said just now counts. Since you beat me, then you can be my boyfriend. Look at my sister, I am older. Not bad, and there are a lot of suitors at school. How about it? Think about it. 95. Thanks, I don't think about that for the time being. Peter said speechlessly, shaking his head. That's such a pity, you look so good-looking, and I don't know who to give it to in the future. Xiar said regretfully. However, he looked at Peter enthusiastically for a moment. Let's exchange communication methods. We can become pen pals in the future. Maybe after a long time, you will accept my pursuit. Freed from Seal's entanglement, Peter returned to his seat again. I was pursued by a girl again? Lauren said with envy. When will I be treated like this? Next life. Peter said ruthlessly. Since you got acquainted with me, how come your mouth has become more and more poisonous, and it doesn't look as polite and gentle as before? Lauren said dissatisfiedly. I'm showing my closeness to you. Most people don't enjoy this kind of treatment. Peter said in a tone of honor, you should be honored. Thank you, I'd rather not have this treatment. Lauren refused. 3.2. In the gap between the two bickering, the duel competition on the field continued. Soon, the competition for the top 10 youth group to advance to the top 5 will officially end. In the afternoon senior duel competition, Lauren was lucky enough to draw a weaker player. He solved the opponent directly within 5 minutes and successfully advanced to the top 5. The time has come to the 6th day of the duel competition. Today is the final day for all players to compete for the final championship. The 5 advanced players will compete in turns to determine the strongest player and become this year's duel champion. After successfully advancing to the top 5, Professor Flitwick did not say that they would win the championship as before. Instead, it means that they should focus on participating, not too obsessed with the championship. Of course, Peter and Lauren knew that Professor Flitwick didn't want to add to the pressure on them, so that's why they said that. However, they are very confident in their own strength, so they secretly decided to win the championship trophy. On the 6th day of the finals, there were huge crowds. Almost all the wizards in the United States came to watch the game. Therefore, the auditorium, which could have accommodated tens of thousands of people, was full of wizards from all over the world. Sitting on the scene of the game, listening to the cheers of tens of thousands of people, Peter's mood couldn't help but get excited. "Peter, look, there are wizards from England who are supporting us." Lauren pointed to the distant auditorium with excitement. "I saw a group of wizards in distinctive clothes, wearing robes with Hogwarts icons on their bodies, waving flags representing Slytherin and Ravenclaw, and 2 large paintings of Peter and Lauren." The portrait of the 2 people in the portrait constantly waved to the people around them. These wizards from England, seeing Peter and Lauren looking at them, held up their portraits excitedly and cheered loudly to show their support. Among the top 5 players in the youth group, Peter is the representative of Hogwarts School in the United Kingdom. 2 students from the United States advanced to the top 5, one from Durmstrang, and one from Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The 5 of them competed together, and the youth group was the champion of the duel competition. And unlike the previous 2-2 duels, today is a round-robin system of 5 people to decide the champion 0-2 army. That is to say, everyone has to play a game with 4 other people. After all the games are over, the one with the most points becomes the champion. So today's game is destined to be very intense. Each contestant was secretly observing his opponent. 2 of the 5 contestants were girls, from France and the United States, but the contestants present did not dare to underestimate them. There is also the most popular player from the United States, Paul Smith, a student who is only 18 years old in 2 months. This guy has toned muscles and is the most popular among the contestants, second only to Peter. The strength of the remaining Durmstrang student should not be underestimated. Almost every game is like a strong bear, frantically suppressing opponents from the beginning, constantly throwing attack magic, until victory. In a single round-robin match of 5 people, a total of 10 duels are required. Peter's first game was against Durmstrang students. Durmstrang's student, named John Carew, was nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear. When the 2 faced off on the stage, John Carp continued to use the previous method, slammed into each other, and attacked violently with various magics, hoping to win. Peter unhurriedly cast an iron armor spell, and then quickly cast an illusion spell on himself, not to confront him head-on. John Carp obviously knew some of Peter's methods better. After seeing Peter's invisibility, he also learned Peter's previous method, smashed a stone with a smashing spell, and then spread the dust all over the ground, trying to find Peter's location. When he thought triumphantly that he was about to defeat Peter, he was dumbfounded and found that there were more than a dozen invisible figures around him. It's a human statue. Looking at the dozens of figures around, John Carp didn't know which one was the real Peter. He could only use a stupid way, while guarding against Peter's sneak attack. He tried to attack the figures one by one, and finally found Peter. But Peter obviously wouldn't give him that chance. Tong Petrochemical. Pass out. 9. Peter attacked John Carp with 2 spells directly from behind. In the end, John Carp only successfully resisted the first spell, but failed to block the second one, and he could only pass out with a face full of unwillingness. Game 1 won by Peter. The opponent in the second game was Eva Charlene, a girl from Beauxbatons. Eva Charlene is very petite, and she can always evade attacks sensitively during a duel, like a sensitive deer, constantly flipping and jumping. But in the end, the super glue made by Peter stuck firmly to the ground and could not move. In the end, he lost to Peter. The opponent in the third game is Isabella Swan, a girl from Ilvermorny. This girl's attack power is not strong, but she is very talented in defensive magic. Almost every game, relying on the defense spell that can't be broken, exhausts the opponent and loses the game. Isabella was a pale girl who looked a little introverted. She didn't speak when she came on stage. She directly summoned a defensive spell to protect herself, and she didn't take the initiative to attack. Peter looked at her helplessly and summoned a protective spell like a tortoise shell. Tried to throw a splintering spell, but apparently the spell couldn't break through Isabella's shield. Not even a ripple was shaken. Peter didn't attack anymore, but stood in place and also cast a super armor protection spell to protect himself. Then quietly looked at the girl in the protective cover, thinking about how to start and break her turtle shell. Therefore, a strange picture appeared on the scene of the competition. The two duel players stood in their own protection circles and did not do anything. It attracted the audience on the field and talked a lot, and felt that it was another boring war of attrition. The referee on the court was also very helpless. If it goes on like this, do you have to wait all day? So he reminded the two players, if the two don't start the game within the stipulated time, it will be announced that you are tied. If so, there will be no points. Hearing the referee's words, Isabella Swan's eyes flashed with fluctuations, but he still did not act. But Peter couldn't wait any longer. He directly summoned a python, and then continued to use the enchantment to grow bigger, until the python became more than 30 meters long. The mouth was wide enough to swallow a person. He commanded through Parseltongue Python, "Go and attack Isabella." The audience on the field immediately exclaimed when they saw such a huge python, especially those 083 girls who were afraid of snakes. Isabella, who was in the protection circle, looked at the python attacking her, and her eyes couldn't help showing fear, and she was obviously very afraid of snakes. The huge python kept its fangs open and wanted to attack Isabella, but they were blocked by the protective shield and could not bite the target. Then the python changed its attack method. He wrapped around Isabella's shield, constantly contracting his muscles, trying to break the shield. But Peter didn't think that relying on this method, he would be able to break Isabella's turtle shell. Many of the previous players have already demonstrated to Peter that it will not work to break through Isabella's shield from the front. So Peter had to find another way. He directly turned on the mind-reading skill that he had not used for a long time, and wanted to hear Isabella's weakness. After a while, a smile appeared on Peter's face. He walked quickly to the side of Isabella, who was being attacked by the giant python, and tapped the protective shield with his wand until it stopped at the right corner of Isabella, turning his head and ordering the python to attack this position. Immediately, in Isabella's terrified eyes, the giant python slammed the protective cover with ease, and the protective cover instantly shattered like shattered glass. The ferocious python, the Isabella who bites with its mouth open. Just when Isabella screamed in horror, thinking she was about to die, the python suddenly stopped, and then its fierceness subsided, but it only used its body to wrap around Isabella to prevent her from escaping. Peter, who had just ordered the python to stop attacking in Parseltongue, breathed a sigh of relief. Just one step away, the giant python almost bit off Isabella's head. Peter looked at Isabella, who was entangled by the python, and was so frightened that he could not help but hold back a little ashamed. "I admit defeat. Woohoo, it's terrible. I can't compare." Isabella conceded defeat in horror, and was helped down by her companions trembling all over. The referee looked at Peter, who was smashing flowers, speechlessly, and finally announced that Peter won the game. At this point, Peter has only one last game left. "Peter, you can't find a girlfriend by doing this. It's too pitiful. How can you treat a girl like this?" After watching this game, Lauren was full of sympathy for the girls at Ilvermorny School. "You should pay more attention to your own game. The top 10 players in the senior group are all very powerful, don't lose by accident." Peter replied directly. He didn't do this on purpose, it's just that Elizabeth's protective cover is too strong. It can't be broken without special methods. However, Peter admires her level of protection spell. If he hadn't learned about Isabella's weakness through mind reading, he would have been like other players, and he would never be able to break her protection spell. "You only have one last game left now, so be careful. I have already inquired. This Paul Smith is also a student who has graduated this year. It is only 2 months away from becoming an adult, so after brushing the age line, I came to the youth group. And I have watched every game of his. He is very strong, much stronger than your previous opponents." Lauren reminded him. "Thank you, Lauren, I will pay attention." Peter, of course, also knew how powerful Paul Smith was and replied solemnly. It didn't take long for Peter to play his last game. As long as he wins this game, he will be able to win the junior championship of this duel competition. But obviously his opponent also has the same idea and his strength is very strong. As the two most watched players in this session, when Peter and Paul came on stage, cheers erupted from the audience. Most of the American wizards support Paul. After all, wizards also have the concept of a country. But there are also a small number of beautiful witches, and foreign audiences choose to support Peter. Supporters on both sides cheered and cheered for their favorite players. Paul Smith was one of the best students at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Following the trend of Hollywood movies, he played the leading role in the first Wizard movie. He is very famous in the American wizarding world. Now, after graduating, he joined the Magic Congress and became the assistant to the chairman of the Magic Congress. And Peter is the youngest duelist from the British wizarding world. He also had a terribly handsome face, which instantly attracted all passers-by fans. Nowadays, from the small vendors on the island, you can even buy a magical portrait of Peter, and the price is about the price of a silver seco. It can be said to be very expensive, but it still cannot stop the enthusiasm of fans to buy. Peter's pictorial is often out of stock, which makes the small traders very happy, and they keep copying the pictures to sell to Peter's fans. Lauren once said sourly that these portraits may have been bought by those grumpy-faced aunts or perverted uncles to do indescribable things. Peter directly said that he couldn't eat grapes and said the grapes were sour. On the field, Peter and Paul stand together, and this game is their last duel. Although there are other players behind the game. But in fact the title race, the outcome is very clear. Because so far, only Peter and Paul have a 100% record, and the other players have all lost once. So this game is the one that the audience pays the most attention to, because this year's youth champion will be born among the two of them. Unlike the introverted British, Paul, as an American, seemed very open. Even when he stood on a serious competition stage, he still waved to the surrounding audience, just like a big star. Peter looked at him confidently and greeted the surrounding audience. Those bright, blinding white teeth instantly reminded him of the future Professor Lockhart. Like a proud peacock, it kept exuding charm. "Hi Peter York, I'm Paul Smith. I think you should know me. It's hard for someone not to know my name after all." Did you hear the cheers from the audience? They were applauding and cheering for my victory. Oh, what a lovely audience. Paul walked up to Peter with a confident face and held his hand to show off said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Before you introduced yourself, I only knew that you were one of my opponents. And I believe that the winner will be me." Peter also replied confidently, "Well, I'm very confident. Don't you have my name passed down in the British wizarding world? I participated in the first movie of the wizarding world when I was 13 years old, and it was released all over the world." Paul Smith has a face set in surprise, in his tone, as if Peter hadn't heard of his name. It's a sin. Peter was speechless for a moment. He had never seen such a narcissistic person before. His character was exactly the same as Professor Lockhart. The only remarkable thing was his strength. The two did not speak for a long time, and the referee directly announced the start of the game. Paul Smith, who is like a peacock, did not have the same narcissism as usual during the duel competition. Instead, the whole person quickly became serious, cautiously kept attacking and testing the opponent with magic spells, until he found a way to kill him with one hit. Peter didn't dare to relax, especially in this final decisive game. His attention was always on his opponent, and he quickly fought back after blocking Paul's spell. There were fights between them, constantly throwing spells to attack the opponent. Paul's attack was gorgeous and mighty, and I saw that he quickly summoned flames, which transformed the flames into a giant flamingo with transfiguration, and rushed towards Peter quickly. Peter had already started reading minds before this game, so he heard the opponent's thoughts early, and also summoned a large spring of water, and then used the whirlwind spell to make the water a water tornado to block the Firebird's attack, and put out the flames on it. Then Peter started to fight back. He froze the spring water on the ground into ice cubes and used 10,000 bullets to cast many sharp ice cubes to attack the opponent at the speed of bullets. But Paul Smith lived up to his reputation as one of Ilvermorny's best students. He directly turned these sharp ice cubes into beautiful butterflies, blocking Peter's attack. Peter also took this opportunity to get rid of Paul's deformed flame bird. Then the waterspout turned into a giant python and attacked Paul directly. Since Peter integrated the gene of the bird's tongue, he has a unique advantage in the transformation of snakes. Just like the anaconda he transformed out of now, just like a real boa constrictor, it neighed and attacked Paul fiercely. Paul was also surprised by his magical transformation, and he tried to use various attack magic to solve the anaconda. But this python was originally made of water, so the magic spell attack just splashed some water on him, and it didn't have much effect. At the same time, while Peter was controlling the water snake and attacking Paul, he quietly prepared a wandless magic. At the moment when Paul finally got rid of the python, Good Money, one of his staffless disarming spells hit the defenseless Paul without a gap. The wand in Paul's hand fell. The wand is flying. Paul stretched out his hand, stared at the flying wand, and shouted. The wand that fell on the ground also flew towards Paul. Apparently, he can do magic without a wand. Peter was also full of surprises. He didn't expect that Paul, who looked like a flower peacock, was not only powerful, but also mastered the wandless magic of the summoning charm. However, Peter's reaction was also quick, and he launched a violent attack directly at Paul, trying to prevent him from recalling his wand. In the end, Paul missed a move, and the moment the wand flew back into his hand, Peter's petrification spell also hit him at the same time. Winner, Peter York, the referee announced loudly. The audience off the field erupted into the most enthusiastic cheers ever. The youth group duel competition champion has come out. Peter has won all 4 games, ranking first in the standings. Peter, 9. The audience shouted in unison, and for a while, the entire arena was filled with Peter's name. In a dark and damp cellar, the surrounding stone walls were covered with moss, and it looked like it had not been cleaned in a long time. But at this time, a thin figure was lying in the haystack, and his hands were handcuffed by a handcuff with runes. He was lying on the ground weakly, except for his slightly undulating chest, which made it feel like he was not dead yet. He was like a tattered piece of cloth at this time, thrown into the cellar of this rotting house. From a small window high up in the cellar, a beam of sunlight slanted in, just right on the face, revealing Peter York's face. Gouging out the bone. With a hoarse voice, a spell shot Peter's body from the cellar door. Peter couldn't help screaming. He felt that every part of his body was in unbearable pain, as if he was being cramped and gouged out. He didn't know this was the first time he'd been tortured by the Cruciatus. He wanted to resist, but his wand had been taken away, and he couldn't feel a trace of magic on him. It was as if it had never appeared. If he hadn't known that he was being tortured by the Cruciatus curse, he would have thought that he had passed through again. Peter's brain was tortured by the piercing incantation, and he was a little groggy. He couldn't think seriously. Why did he appear here? It was only after the wizard outside the door had tortured himself enough and stopped the release of the crucifixion, he let out a sigh of relief and fell asleep again. I don't know how long it took, and when he woke up again, it was already late at night. Bah! Peter spat out a piece of grass with difficulty, then sat up with all his might. Looking at the scene around him, he fell into memory. Originally on the last day of the wizarding duel, Peter successfully defended his title. So Professor Flitwick was very happy and specially brought mead as a celebration. And there were several beautiful witches who claimed to be Peter's fans, brought food and drink, and came to their tent, expressing their desire to celebrate with them. Professor Flitwick and Lauren winked at Peter and happily agreed to the fans' request. And this time, Professor Flitwick did not refuse Peter to drink mead, but he never thought that he only drank 1 cup, and his head was dizzy and fell asleep. When he woke up again, he appeared in the cellar and was handcuffed with a mysterious rune. He immediately realized that he was kidnapped and wanted to escape by magic, but found that he could no longer feel a trace of magic on himself. Without the magic, he's just the body of an ordinary 11-year-old. Originally, he thought that he could rely on the ability of the phoenix after fusion of genes to escape in the form of a phoenix, or rely on the ability of the bird and snake to shrink his body and escape from here. But after losing the magic power, all these abilities are invalid. After thinking about it, the reason for all this can only be the pair of handcuffs on his hand. But before he could understand, an old wizard with a cloak directly tortured him with the Cruciatus curse, causing him to fall into endless pain. And the wizard who captured him was named Haymon Rogier. He was already dead, Tim Rogier's father. Tim Rogier is the only heir to the French Rochelle family and is the son of Haymon Rogier in old age. But now he died at the hands of a little muggle wizard. This made Haymon Rogier very angry and vowed to take revenge on Peter. And this time Peter must participate in the International Magic Duel competition, which gives him a chance. He took control of several witches with the Imperius, and then he medicated wine and drinks and brought them to Peter. And Peter and the others drank the sleepy mead without any precautions. Then Peter was brought here by Haymon Rogier and took his wand. After knowing that Peter could do magic without a wand, he used a handcuff full of runes to handcuff Peter's hands and let him use it. No magic. Peter thought he was going to give himself a death curse, but apparently Haymon Rogier thought it was too cheap Peter, so he kept torturing him with the Cruciatus. Want to see him begging for mercy? Peter has been here for 2 days. He used Muggle means to escape while the old witch, AC/DC, was asleep, and he had run a long distance. But when he thought he had escaped and ascended to heaven, the old wizard directly apparat to him and gave him a Cruciatus. That feeling is like cutting the heart with a knife piece by piece and hitting every inch of bone on the body with a dull knife. Haymon Rogier tortured him while letting himself kneel to him and beg for mercy. Peter refused his request, gritted his teeth and suffered excruciating pain until he finally passed out. After being locked back into the cellar, Peter did not give up the idea of escaping, but every time he successfully escaped, he would eventually be caught by Haymon Rogier, and then he would be rewarded with a heart attack. After several failed attempts to escape, Peter finally suspends the idea of escaping because he is determined that he has been located by Haymon Rogier. And the body can. The only thing Rogier positioned was the handcuffs on his hands. After carefully observing the handcuff on his hand, Peter found that the rune engraved on it was very similar to the rune he had seen before. It is finally determined that this handcuff is an alchemy product. It can lock the magic power of the wizard, and it also has the ability to locate. Being able to use such a precious alchemy product against himself is enough to see how much Haymon Rogier hates himself. Peter doesn't know when Haymon Rogier will use the death spell on himself. He is not sure if he can be resurrected when he suffers from the death spell after being limited by his magic power. So first, he needs to take off the pair of handcuffs on his hands, but the pair of handcuffs seems to have grown on his hands, and no matter what he does, he can't take off the pair of handcuffs. System, is there? Without the help of magic, the only thing Peter could rely on was the system. Ding, host, do you have any problems? The system rang in my mind. Hearing the voice of the system, Peter's face was full of joy. With the existence of the system, he felt a lot more at ease. He asked the system, "The magic power on my body is now banned. Is there any way you can get me out of this handcuff?" The host's points have now reached 98 points. You can consider accepting a task and get 2 points to exchange for a chance for gene fusion. Then choose the fusion power type gene or the healing type gene, both of which can help the host escape. Dilemma now. 35 system replied. What's the difference between a strength type and a healing type? How can I break free from the handcuffs after fusion genes? Peter asked hurriedly. If you choose to fuse strength genes, you can give priority to those magical animals with powerful strength. For example, fire dragons or giants, so that they can directly unscrew the handcuffs with great brute force. If you choose a fusion healing gene, you can consider those animals that can regenerate from amputated limbs, in order to give up part of the limbs to get a chance to escape. The system replied. You mean if I fuse healing genes, I can only choose to cut off my hand to get rid of this pair of handcuffs? Peter asked incredulously. He could hardly imagine the system would give such an answer. Yes, this is the most appropriate solution based on the current situation the host is encountering, the system replied. Peter was completely speechless at the system's answer, not to mention that he was still 2 points away before the points could be exchanged for a chance to merge. It is completely unreliable to say that the fusion power type dragon or giant. After all, there is no time to give him a chance to find these animals. And another way to fuse healing genes, you need to cut off your hands to be successful. But the problem is that he has no hands. How can he fight others? Although the hands will grow back, it will take a while to recover, as always. And Rogier wouldn't give Peter that long. Crunch! The old rusted iron door of the cellar made a harsh sound, and as the dust rolled up, an old wizard in a black cloak walked in. Rogier walked into the cellar full of disgust. He had full white hair and a white beard, and his face was wrinkled, looking like he was in his 70s or 80s. It's hard to believe he's the father of Tim Rogier in his early 20s. He stretched out his wrinkled hands, covering his mouth and nose with one hand, and holding a pale wand in the other. Flick the wand. Peter flew into the air, slammed into the wall, and was stuck against the wall by a wall of air, unable to move. Rogier, looking at him with disgust and violence, said with an old and hoarse smile, "I didn't think about escaping today. It seems that those Cruciatus have taught you enough lessons. You are wearing the alchemy props of our Rogier family. As long as you bring him, you will not be able to cast a single magic. From now on, you will always be like a muggle with no power to control your life and death by me. What do you want? If you want to kill me, just do it." Peter glared at him directly. "Kill you? This is too cheap for you." The old wizard said with a sneer, with violence and sorrow in his eyes, "I finally had such a son, but I was cut off by your mudblood. I want you to pay eternal pain." "Huh, are you going to take revenge on me? Your son killed my parents and wants to kill me. Can't I fight back? Murderers are killed forever," Peter said mockingly. "What's wrong with killing a few muggles and mudbloods? Can you compare to my son?" said Seam Rochelle in a frenzy. Peter was disgusted by this pureblood superiority theory. In the eyes of pureblood wizards, muggle life was not life, and it was not even comparable to the cats and dogs they raised. With a flick of Rochelle's wand on the sea surface, the wall of air dissipated immediately, and with a clatter, Peter fell down from the wall. Peter managed to regain some strength and stood up tremblingly. "I won't kill you now. I will take you back to the Rogier family, refine you into a puppet, and be enslaved by the Rogier family forever. So now go into the box obediently for me. Don't try to escape." Saying that, Rogier threw a tin box on the ground, kicked it open, and let Peter go in. Hearing Rogier's words, Peter didn't expect him to be so vicious and actually wanted to turn it into a puppet. But now, because of the alchemy handcuffs on his hands are powerless to bind chickens. For the time being, he could only be obedient and enter the iron box that had been cast with the traceless stretching charm. There is a lot of space in the box, and there are many large iron cages in the space. The cages are now empty. Looking at some residual animal feces and feathers, it can be seen that there were many magical animals here. Peter is very surprised. Is this Rogier an animal dealer? It stands to reason that a pure-blood family should not be reduced to selling animals, right? From now on, you will be responsible for taking care of the animals sent in here. Rogier also followed, and said to him coldly, "Don't think about escaping from here. Your future destiny is to become my lowest servant." 99. Hearing Rogier's words, Peter lowered his head to hide the surprise in his eyes. He was still thinking about how to escape from here, and the old wizard gave him a surprise. Looking at the posture of the surrounding iron cages, it was obvious that Rogier had transported a lot of animals. At that time, there is a high chance of encountering an animal suitable for fusion genes. If he can encounter a magical animal of the power type, he will be able to break free from the shackles of the handcuffs with brute force. He will regain his magic power. 0. Ask for flowers. For the next few days, Peter stayed in the tin box. The old wizard tried to keep Peter from starving to death. Every day some bread is dropped to ensure that he will not starve to death, but will not be full. A few days later, Heyman Rogier brought in some small magical creatures. After seeing Peter, habitually gave him a cruciatus and then warned him to take good care of these animals. If one of them is sick, give him a few more cruciatus. Peter looked at these magical animals with some disappointment. These animals did not have the ability he wanted to help him break free. However, the system was very understanding and issued a task to him. Take good care of these animals for a day, and you will be rewarded with a point. 0. Peter was very pleasantly surprised. He only took care of these animals for 2 days before he could get 2 points. His system points will reach 100 points. It can be exchanged for a chance of blood gene fusion. So Peter took care of these animals very seriously, which surprised the old wizard Heyman Rochelle. After all, he is only a prisoner now. How can he still take care of these animals? The skeptical Heyman Rogier directly used the cruciatus on Peter, asking him if he was playing tricks and trying to escape. Peter, like resignation, swore that he didn't have such thoughts, so that the old wizard put down his wand suspiciously. When the old wizard was gone, Peter looked viciously in the direction he was leaving. I swear to return all the suffering I have suffered to him. Ding! Congrats to the host for completing the task and getting a point. Now that the points are over 100, do you want to exchange for a chance for blood gene fusion? 2 days later, the system suddenly prompted. Hearing this news, Peter's face brightened. He's just short of a proper fantastic beast now. Eri Lake, Rogier did not live up to his expectations, and a few days later another batch of magical animals entered. The animals this time are all large and magical animals, among which there are many dark creatures such as horned camel beasts, poisonous horned beasts, 5-legged monsters, chimera beasts, and human-headed sphinx body manticores. What surprised Peter even more was that there was also a small baby dragon in the iron cage, under the flames. System, if I fuse the dragon's genes, can I break free from the shackles of the handcuffs? Peter asked quickly. Detecting the needs of the host's environment, the system suggests that the host can choose chimera beasts and human-headed manticores. After the fusion of genes, the power obtained will be more than that of young dragons. The system prompted. Chimeras and manticores are the most extremely dangerous animals rated by the Ministry of Magic. Repel almost all known spells and are powerful enough to fight dragons. If you want to catch them, at least it takes hundreds of wizards to work together. So Peter was curious, where did Heyman Rogier find so many dangerous and precious magical creatures? However, he can no longer care about his curiosity, taking advantage of this time, when these animals have been drugged and comatose. He quietly came to the chimera beast and the man-headed manicore. The human-headed sphinx and manicore originated in Greece, and they are all 083 creatures created by wizards. It was originally intended to be used to guard financial fortresses and the like, but because of its untamable characteristics, it was eventually planned as a dark creature. He has a head like a man, a body like a lion, and a tail like a scorpion. It is roughly the size of a lion. He is an emotional creature with superb verbal abilities, but cannot be planned as a human due to his violent nature. His hide blocks all known spell attacks, making it extremely difficult to manipulate him with magic. And the power is very strong. The sharp claws can easily cut through the steel. The chimera beast also originated in ancient Greece. In addition to its great strength, its skin is also very indestructible. Also fires. He has a lion in the front, a goat in the middle, and a boa constrictor in the tail. No matter where it appears, it can easily destroy that place. After considering the advantages of the two, Peter finally chose the human-headed manticore as the sample object for gene fusion. He quietly came to the human-headed manticore, reached out his hand to touch his head, and said to the system, "Choose to fuse the human-headed manticore gene." Gene fusion officially begins. The system prompts. Immediately, a majestic warm current poured into Peter's body, quickly transforming Peter's body. The Sphinx Manticore is one of the most dangerous creatures in the wizarding world. Peter gradually felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger, as if he had innumerable strength. Ding dong, the fusion is complete. The system prompts. I feel full of power in the system now. Can I break free from the alchemy handcuffs? Peter asked excitedly. After the host has fused the genes of the human-headed Manticore, your strength has been matched with that of trolls. The body's magic resistance has reached the highest value, and it has been able to resist the attack of ordinary magic spells. Now the alchemy handcuffs in your hand have been, it doesn't work for you. You can easily take it off, the system explained. Peter was overjoyed when he heard it. He directly grabbed the handcuff chain in his hand and pulled it with all his strength. The handcuffs that used to be constantly pulled, now under Peter's tremendous strength, gradually deformed. The rune engraved on it also lost its original magical effect as it gradually deformed, and the luster of the handcuffs gradually dimmed. Peter looked at the situation with a smile on his face. Then, with all his strength, the handcuffs snapped into two pieces with a snap. As soon as the handcuffs broke, Peter instantly sensed the magic in his body. After losing his magic power once, Peter really felt the importance of magic to himself and couldn't wait to cast a floating spell with wandless magic. Looking at the feather flying in midair, Peter's mind was extremely satisfied. Later, he looked at the handcuffs on the ground. The smile on his face subsided, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Pick up the handcuffs and put them in your arms, so that all alchemy products that can lock the magic power of the wizard are very valuable for research. He picked up a string from the ground and tried to transform it into handcuffs. Casting Transfiguration is really hard without the help of a wand. But after a few concentrated attempts, Peter finally turned it into the exact same handcuffs and put them on his hands. Peter's wand was in Heyman Rogier's hand, so he was going to attack him with wandless magic when he was unprepared. And it must be a hit, or he will be the unlucky one. At 6 p.m., it was time for Heyman Rogier to throw the bread to Peter. Peter pinched the time, quietly hid in the corner of the entrance, then held his breath and waited for the movement above. After a while, Heyman Rogier, who was carrying 2 slices of bread, walked down the stairs slowly and approached Peter's hidden location. Suddenly, Heyman Rogier's vigilance suddenly flared up. He turned his head and found Peter hiding in the corner. A wicked smile appeared in an instant, and he opened his mouth and said, "You little mudblood, you are really disobedient. It seems that you want to taste the cruciatus again." Then he took out his wand. Gouging out the bone, Peter, who was hit by the curse, lay down on the ground in pain again, whimpering. "How do you feel now? Can you be more obedient?" Heyman Rochelle stepped forward, pulled Peter's hair with one hand, and lowered his head to ask. "Tong Tong Petrochemical." Peter, who was lying on the ground and wailing, suddenly struck a petrification spell with his right hand, directly hitting Heyman Rogier, who was only a fist away. Looking at Heyman Rogier, who looked like a stone statue, Peter got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body like nothing. Looking at Heyman Rogier's disbelieving eyes, Peter chuckled and snatched the wand from his hand, then added 2 more spells in a row to prevent him from escaping. "It's not my own wand. It's really not easy to use." Peter looked at the wand in his hand and shook his head regretfully. Then in front of him, with a smile, he slammed the wand in half. After being hit with the petrification charm, people's eyes and brains are very clear, so Heyman Rogier saw his wand and was broken into 2 pieces by Peter himself. For wizards, the wand is equivalent to the existence of a partner. After losing the wand, the petrified Heyman Rogier had a look of pain in his eyes. But for Peter, this still can't let him vent the anger accumulated in his heart. These days, if it wasn't for his firm will, I'm afraid he would have been tortured mad by the Cruciatus curse. After so much humiliation, Peter didn't want to kill him directly at this time. He wants to double the pain he has suffered on Heyman Rogier. He turned on his mind reading, then looked directly at the petrified Heyman Rogier and asked, "Where is my wand?" "Oh, you hid it in your purse. What a great idea. I never thought of this place," Peter said as if to himself. Immediately he ignored it, and Heyman Rogier, who had a look of fear in his eyes, took off the purse from him and then kept falling to the ground. Peter's 2 wands poured out at the same time along with the gold coins. Peter picked up his wand and touched the purple body after a long absence. Then his expression changed. His eyes ruthlessly aimed at Heyman Rogier with his spare wand. Gouging out the bone. Gouging out the bone. Peter continuously released the Cruciatus, tormenting the old wizard in front of him. He was full of hatred, so the Cruciatus he released was powerful, and the eyes of Hymen Rogier, who was casted by the curse, were full of endless pain and pleading. TSK, 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 you have a lot of secrets. Peter used mind-reading skills to probe Hymen Rogier's memory and said full of jokes. He just said how could Rogier get so many rare magical animals? It turns out that his family is specialized in the sales of magical animals. He also has a complete trading channel, selling rare magical animals from various countries to buyers in other countries through channels, thereby obtaining huge benefits. If I tell your Rosier family's industrial chain to the Ministry of Magic of various countries and let them take down this dark channel, what will be the future fate of your family? Peter said gloatingly. After being hit by the petrification charm, Hymen Rogier was as immobile as a statue, and the only moving I looked at Peter with pleading. In the eyes of these pureblood wizards, the prosperity and continuation of the family is the first priority. This complete industrial chain was built by the efforts of the Rogier family for generations, and it is the main basis for them to be able to rank among the high levels of the magical world. Without this industrial chain, the Rogier family will soon decline, and it will no longer be the noble 02 Rogier family. But I still want to play with you now. Didn't you say you wanted to make me your puppet? I'm just curious how that thing did it. Peter's eyes became extremely cold. But looking at the statue that couldn't move or speak, Peter was instantly bored. He directly lifted the petrification spell on Hymen Rochel's body, tied it with an iron chain, and hung it upside down. Peter York, as long as you let me go, you can get a lot of money. You should have seen just now, our Rogiers have a lot of money in vaults all over the world. Hymen Rogier, who can speak air, said to Peter in a transactional tone. Gouging out the bone. Peter directly rewarded him with a Cruciatus. Maybe you should clear your mind, you are just a prisoner now. Besides, I will get these things myself, I don't need you to give them. Peter said with a sneer. Haha, you are so naive. Even if you get the key to the vault from me, no one will open the vault for you without my leadership. And even if you drink the compound decoction and turn into me, those fairies will be able to recognize if they are you. Hymen Rochel smiled complacently. Then now that I am like this, do they think I can take things from the vault? Peter instantly changed into Hymen Rogier and asked him in an old voice. You are disguised magus. Hymen Rochel looked at Peter in shock. Aren't you born a Dementor? Why not have both? Peter asked playfully. What kind of monster are you? Hymen Rogier couldn't believe that there are people in this world who are so favored by magic. You'll know. Peter's face was calm, followed by a weird smile. Let's start the daily Crusader service today. I swore at the beginning that I would pay back double, and now I can pay it back slowly. Gouging out the bone. The old wizard howled in pain as he lay on the ground. After torturing the old wizard to death, Peter gave up, continuing to use the Cruciatus curse on him. Use the floating spell to float the old wizard like a rag into an iron cage and lock it up. Just keep it here with the animals you caught. Peter said coldly. Oh yes. In order to repay you, give me 2 slices of bread every day to live. Next, your food is the feed of these magical animals in front of you. You can eat as much as you want. Am I good enough for you? After confirming that the iron door was locked correctly, Peter turned around and left. He only had 2 slices of bread to fill his stomach every day for the past few days. He was already very hungry, and he had to go out to find something to eat. He is not in a hurry to kill this old wizard. After suffering so many Cruciatus tortures, although he has not gone crazy, his mind is now full of violent thoughts. The only lucid place in his mind reminded him that he must vent all the negative emotions in his heart, otherwise he will become crazy sooner or later. You devil! Hymen Rochel's sad and angry voice came from behind. The devil? It's just the beginning. We've got something to play next, Mr. Rogier. Peter said with a weird smile. Walking out of the tin box along the stairs and breathing the outside air again, Peter felt that the negative emotions in his heart were lessened. He looked at the environment where the box was. It was a luxurious room full of rosettes. From Rochel's memory just now, He knew that this was his safe house in the United States, a manor located in a virgin forest. And the manor is hidden by magic. Only people who know there is a safe house can see and touch the house. From the outside, it is just a deserted, weedy field. Peter knew that it was using the faithful charm to hide the secrets of the manor. After the cleavage loyalty mantra is in effect, the secret will not be revealed unless the secrecy person reveals the secret in person. If the keeper dies, then everyone who knows the secret becomes its keeper. This spell was often used by wizards during the rampant period of Voldemort to hide the house they lived in to avoid being caught by the dark wizards. The most famous of these are Harry Potter's parents, who put the faithful charm on their house and then turned the keepers from Sirius Secret to Peter Pettigrew. As a result, they did not expect to be betrayed by Peter Pettigrew, allowing Voldemort to find their home, and then they became Harry Potter's name. Peter saw from Rogier's memory that he left with Peter directly after he knocked everyone out. It must have been a mess outside 083. After all, Peter, a duel player who just won the championship, was inexplicably captured. For the Magic Congress, which held the duel competition, this was a big deal about the Magic Congress's face. And Peter has a wand license similar to Trace Wire, which can be detected when using magic in the United States. Peter guessed that there should be Aurors from the Magical Congress of the United States now come here. It's just that without the permission of Hyman Rochelle, the secrecy, even if these Auros stick their noses to the window, they won't be able to find the people inside. Following old Rogier's memory, Peter came to the kitchen and saw more than a dozen pieces of food that had been spelled fresh. Rogier didn't have the patience to make food, so he brought it back. Compared to Peter's 2 slices of bread every day to satisfy his hunger, Rogier's food can be regarded as rich. Without thinking so much, Peter, who had been hungry for many days, quickly picked up a piece of food and ate it. After eating 3 meals in a row, the feeling of fullness in his stomach made Peter squinted contentedly and lay on the sofa. The secret of this house is known only to Peter and Rogier. So Peter was not worried that someone would barge in from outside, and his body and mind suddenly relaxed, getting rid of the nerves that had been tense in front of him. Then he took out the pair of alchemy handcuffs in his pocket and carefully looked at the runes on it. The rune inscribed on the handcuffs, Peter was able to determine that he was a Lewin rune, but he hadn't learned this knowledge, so he couldn't recognize the meaning of the rune above. However, he is very sure that this alchemy product is very rare, because he has never heard of any magic that can imprison a wizard. If there was such magic, wizards' prisons would have been widespread long ago. After all, this is a big killer that can deal with wizards. As long as they are handcuffed, no matter how dangerous wizards are, there is no threat. Especially those evil wizards in prisons are the most suitable. However, from Hyman Rochelle's memory, only one of their family's ancestors made such an alchemy tool. As for the descendants of the Rochelle family, there are no members who are proficient in runes. So this alchemy tool became a collectible. Now being used on Peter, it gave him an experience without magic. He thinks that when he goes back later, he can learn runes and then ask the rune professor at Hogwarts if you can make and improve this handcuff if you don't want to give the enemy an Avada kill. Just use this demonic handcuffs against his enemies. After solving the hunger problem, Peter has the energy to think about the next thing. First of all, he will not let Rogier go, but it is too cheap for him to take Avada's life directly, and it cannot relieve the tyranny in his heart. Since Rogier said that he should be turned into a puppet, a servant lower than a house elf, Peter thinks that this kind of thing is the most suitable for Rogier. He had seen in Rogier's memory that the Rogier family had a kind of puppet potion. After someone took it, that person became a servant who was completely loyal to the Rogier family. It can't be changed for a lifetime. The Rogier family is able to sell magic and precious animals unimpeded all over the world because some officials were given the puppet potion by the Rogier family. Peter carefully studied the principle of this puppet potion and found that it was another version of the Imperious Curse. This is also the potion that belongs to the Rogier family. Whether it was the forbidden magic handcuffs or the puppet potion, Peter was surprised by the profound heritage of the Rogier family. No wonder these pureblood families look like they have their noses raised to the top of their heads. With a profound magical background, He can indeed look down on others. Peter walked up the second floor to Rogier's room, opened the cupboard beside his bed, and pressed his wand against the rosette on the cupboard. Honor is Rogier. As soon as the voice fell, the rose pattern flashed a green light, and the cabinet opened by itself. The cautious old guy, Peter sneered, putting away his wand. It turns out that the cabinet by the bedside requires the correct password to open it. If it's wrong, a confinement spell is ejected from the cabinet, tying the thief firmly. The locker was casted. The traceless stretching spell has a large space inside, enough to hold several people. There are many strange magic props and potions in it, as well as some galleons and the currency of the American wizarding world. Puppet potion is flying. Peter chanted the flying charm with his wand, and then a bottle of potion with a green star light flew out of the cabinet and landed in Peter's hands. Looking at this bottle of magical potion with a dreamy color, it makes people believe that he is a puppet potion that can control people. In the end, he found an empty dragon skin bag, put the puppet potion in it, and then, unceremoniously, collected the valuable things in the cabinet. Then back to the tin box again. As soon as he entered, he found Heyman Rogier, who was trying to escape by using staffless magic. "Looks like you're not very obedient," Peter said with a sneer, then pointed his wand at Rogier. Don't do this, no." Rogier looked at Peter with wide eyes in horror. Gouging out the bone. A magical light lit up, accompanied by Peter's grim voice, hitting Rogier's aged body. Heyman Rogier's scream sounded again, and became weaker and weaker, and finally he twitched and groaned, as if he was about to die. But Peter was not deceived by his appearance. He had been tortured by the Cruciatus so many times before. Of course, he knew the general degree of pain. Rochelle was obviously pretending to be weak. But Peter didn't care too much. He took out the puppet potion with a smile, shook it in front of Rogier, and said, "Old guy, do you recognize this thing?" How did you get this thing?" Rogier asked in fear and surprise. He couldn't hold it anymore. "Have you forgotten that I can learn Dementian? It seems that your old man's memory is not very good." Peter looked at Rogier with a terrified expression with great interest. "By the way, your family stuff is really good, especially this puppet potion, which can actually control others like an imperious curse. And it doesn't need to be cast. It looks like a combination of imperious curse and infatuation potion. The person who made this potion is really a genius." 33 Peter looked at the potion and couldn't help but wonder. Grave accent, "Old guy, you said you wanted to make me your puppet. I'm still curious about what kind of magic can do this. Now that I think about it, you want me to drink this puppet potion and become your slave. It's really poisonous." Peter looked at him with cold eyes and said through gritted teeth. Immediately, he showed a strange smile, carefully looked at Rochelle, who was full of fear, and said, "How about we change positions today? How about I be your master?" "No, please." Rochelle stepped back in fear, staring at the potion in Peter's hand, as if seeing a bottle of poison. "Take it easy, Rogier. As long as we drink this bottle of potion, we will be a family from now on." Peter smiled slightly, holding the puppet potion in a gentle voice, and approached him. "No, even if I die, I won't drink this potion." Rogier let out a shrill roar, even louder than when he was tortured by the Cruciatus before. Then Rochelle used all his strength to incite the magic in his body, and his fingers fluttered to make gestures, wanting to fight to the death. "Trust me, you'll drink it." Peter smiled, held out his wand, and said firmly, "Out of the body." The curse light flickered. This is Peter's first use of the imperious curse. As the spell was activated, he only felt that the whole person was hooked by a huge hook, and rushed into Rogier's brain along the direction of the spell's launch. Then he turned to a king who had entered the minds of others and could easily control the thoughts of others. Then he focused his eyes on his own again. He looked at the opposite Rogier, who had fallen into a dazed state, with a cheerful smile on his face. He opened the puppet potion, put some of his hair in, and ordered, "Drink this bottle of potion." After Heyman Rogier heard Peter's order, he nodded obediently, stretched out his hand from the iron dragon to take the puppet potion, and then took the potion in one gulp. Peter immediately lifted the control of the imperious curse and looked at him at this moment with a look of adoration and loyalty in his eyes. "Master, Haemon Rogier sincerely serves you." The old wizard lowered his head respectfully. Peter was very satisfied with his performance, but he still used mind-reading skills to listen to his current thoughts, and after confirming that he really obeyed himself, he opened the iron cage and let him out. Although he has taken the puppet potion, Peter has never believed in any eternal magic. Even the unbreakable spell, which is considered to be the most just, can still be broken through. Even the Sage's Stone, which is called the highest honor in the magic world, the Philosopher's Stone, still can't make Nick LeMay truly achieve immortality. So to be on the safe side, and to prevent Haemon Rogier from betraying himself after regaining his cognition, Peter took this opportunity to ask, "Is there any way for you to let me control your life and death at any time? To prevent you from betraying me?" 35. "Master, I will never betray you. But if the master wants, there is indeed a magic in the Rogier family, called the Rose Falling Mark, so that the person who is branded will always be under the master's control." Haemon 083 Rogier replied respectfully, "Good guy, this pure-blood family has a really deep heritage." Fortunately, this old guy didn't use him. Otherwise, when he thought that he would be enslaved by him respectfully, he felt a chill and a fluke in his heart. "Then teach me the spell," Peter ordered. "Yes, my master." Rogier, who used to be arrogant in the past, is now a loyal servant on call. After half a day of teaching, Peter finally learned this magic. He used magic on Rogier without any courtesy and saw a rose flower pattern appearing on Rogier's body. Peter can clearly feel that Rogier has an invisible connection with himself, and he can control his life through this connection. As long as Peter is willing, once the magic spell is chanted, the mysterious rose flower pattern will quickly drain people's vitality. Having done all this, Peter retracted his wand with great satisfaction. However, when he saw the rose flower pattern on Rogier's arm, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he always felt that his behavior was a bit like an AC/DC mark. But to be on the safe side, he didn't care about that. After packing everything up, Peter looked at the magical animals around him and couldn't help but smile. According to the strength of the Rogier family, when he wants to need the fusion of magical animals in the future, the Rogier family can help him get it. So in the future, he only needs to work hard to accumulate system points, and when the system points in each stage reach 100 points, he can exchange for an opportunity for blood fusion. Instead of having to work as hard as before, but also to find the fusion of magical animals. In this way, he doesn't have to spend more energy looking for magical animals. You can also have more time to accumulate more system points, so that you can quickly increase your strength. After all, in another year or two, Voldemort will appear, and by the time he is in 6th grade, Voldemort will rise again, and the wizarding world will be in turmoil again. It wouldn't be safe if he wanted to return to the Muggle world, and he wouldn't choose to. Therefore, we can only find a way to strengthen our strength in this short period of time to protect ourselves and our friends. Now he has merged the Phoenix, Bird Snake, Bogut, and today's man-headed Manicore. Among them, the Phoenix gave him the ability to be immortal, the Bird Snake gave him the ability to change size, and Bogut gave him the ability to deform his body, and today's human-headed lion-body manicore-tailed beast gave him a giant-like strength, as well as super magic resistance, which further enhanced his strength. But in the use of magic, he is still a novice. The understanding of magic is still unknown. The main function of integrating magical animal genes is to enhance the host's magical talent, and it cannot directly instill knowledge into him, so he still needs to increase his strength through a lot of learning and practicing magic. Now, with the help of the Rogier family, Peter can not only access the intellectual realm of the magical family, but also enjoy the full support of the entire family. According to Haemon Rogier's memory, the Rogier family in France has had fewer and fewer family members in the past century. Especially in the generation of Tim Rogier, he is the only one left in the direct line of Rogier. So after learning that Tim Rogier was killed by Peter, Hyman Rogier was so crazy to get revenge on him, even at the risk of using the Imperious Curse to kidnap him directly on the field of play. He also used the family's precious alchemy props on a mudblood he thought was dirty. It's just that he obviously missed a move, and he didn't expect Peter to be able to fuse the human-headed Sphinx's body Manicore's genes, thus breaking through his strength, breaking free from the shackles of the alchemy handcuffs, and successfully counterattacking him. In the end, he drank the puppet potion and became Peter's loyal servant. After the two walked out of the tin box, Peter sat leisurely on the sofa and received the meticulous service from Hyman Rogier. Seeing Hyman Rogier, who was serving him faithfully, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of revenge in his heart. Although he can torture him with countless cruciatus or kill him directly. But how can these be compared? Making him his own servant is refreshing. Even if he suddenly wakes up one day in the future, I am afraid he will immediately commit suicide in shame. After doing all this, Peter began to think about what happened next, because he was suddenly kidnapped on the playing field again, and there were also Professor Flitwick and Raoul who participated in the celebration together, as well as several players who had been cast the Imperious Curse. Now that a few days have passed, Professor Flitwick and the Magical Congress of the United States must be eager to find him. After all, a little British wizard came to participate in the competition, but after winning the final, he was taken away before he had time to award the prize. This was a disgrace to the Magic Congress. But Peter doesn't want to go back right now, otherwise he won't be able to explain how he escaped and who the culprit is. After all, the person who captured him has become his slave, and of course he can't hand over Rogier, who is still useful to him. As a result, just thinking about this, there was a sound outside the manor. Peter looked through the window and found a group of people wearing auror costumes of the Magical Congress of the United States not far away, looking carefully around. The manor is small, and Peter's window is only a few meters away from the nearest auror, but this auror just didn't see it. Under Peter's nose, he ignored the manor and the people inside, and carefully searched for people around. It's all just because the brave loyalty charm is used here. The detectors in the Congress show that Peter York is nearby, and everyone should look carefully to see what magical fluctuations. The leading wizard said to the people around. The mind-reading technique Peter started at this time could clearly see the thoughts of the aurors. Knowing what happened in the outside world during the time when he was kidnapped, not long after Peter was kidnapped by the old wizard, Professor Flitwick woke up and found out about Peter's kidnapping. Reported to the Magical Congress of the United States. The Magical Congress of the United States attaches great importance to this and hurriedly dispatched professional personnel to come to their tent to conduct a careful inspection, and interrogated several witches who claimed to be Peter's fans. But after these witches woke up, they didn't remember what happened before. He only knew that he had been cast under the Imperious Curse and ordered to put the drug in the mead and drink. After repeated trials to no avail, officials of the Magic Congress could only send aurors everywhere to inquire about the news. The rest focused on the detectors in the Wand Clearance Office. Because of the signed Wand License Agreement, the Magical Congress can detect the magical fluctuations around Peter York at any time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the detector to show Peter York, who just used cruciatus. And he used it several times in a row. When the officials of the Magic Congress saw this information, their faces were horrified. Of course, they wouldn't think an 11 or 12-year-old could cast the cruciatus. And the wand license is the same as the trace wire. As long as someone around uses magic, the detector can't tell who used magic. So the only possibility is that the guy who kidnapped Peter was using the cruciatus curse on him, and using more than one. With such a result, the officials of the Magical Congress were frightened and felt that Peter York might not be able to withstand the torture of the cruciatus, and he might die. Because even an adult, after suffering so many tortures of the cruciatus, I am afraid would go crazy. Not to mention a child. After several days of magical tracking, the aurors came to Peter York's neighborhood. But after a carpet-like search, there was still no trace of Peter. Some Aurors put forward the idea that there is a possibility that there is a house hidden by magic nearby, but they just didn't let them find it. The other Aurors also agreed with him. After all, the detectors have observed that Peter York's magical signs are nearby and have not moved. It's just that even the most experienced Aurors have no way to solve this kind of thing in front of the brave loyalty curse. The officials of the Magic Congress could only signal to the anxiously waiting Professor Flitwick to prepare for what Peter York could not find. Peter York looked at the Aurors outside and asked Rogier behind him, "Are you ready to explain how you kidnapped me?" And the Magic Congress should be able to detect that we used the Cruciatus here. Like the unforgivable curse, someone needs to take the blame. 99. Master, you can rest assured. I can explain to the Aurors that you were rescued by me from the Dark Wizard. Even if they doubt it, they can't do anything. Heyman Rogier replied confidently. Then what if they're going to check your wand? Know that you have more than one Cruciatus in your wand, and if it's found, you're going to be put in jail. Or even sentenced to death. I heard that the Magic Congress of the United States there is a death room, and some people with heinous crimes are sent directly to the death room without a trial at all. Peter didn't believe that the Aurors in the United States would be so easy to fool, and they would definitely find clues and find a way to find the reason for the matter. Master, I have 2 spare wands. No black magic is used on them, and that wand has my name on it. So they don't have any way to trouble me. Heyman Rogier replied. Peter was even more surprised and speechless. He didn't expect this old guy to be so cunning and cautious that he still had 2 spare wands. Fortunately, when Peter attacked, he didn't take it with him, otherwise it would be Peter himself. Then get ready, we'll find a chance to go out later, and then you can explain it to the Aurors. It's better to make it up as it is, or if you are found, you will wait to be taken to the death chamber. Come on, don't expect me to save you then. Peter said indifferently. Peter didn't want to reveal the location of the safe house. Because Rogier has been controlled by him, his future source of magical animals must be handed over to Rogier, and now the interests of the two are related. And the Rogier family's stronghold in the United States is this safe house. If the location here is exposed, I am afraid it will take a lot of time and money to build another safe house, so to damage Rochel's interests is to damage his interests. When everything was ready, Peter and Rogier apparat to another location in the forest. 0. Ask for flowers. Just appeared. The two of them were pointed at by the vigilant Aurors with their wands. Don't do it, I'm a good guy. Peter quickly raised his hand and shouted. Don't do it, he is Peter York, the missing child. The leader of the Auror, seeing Peter's appearance, quickly stopped him loudly. Then the Aurors hurried over and observed Peter carefully. After confirming his identity, they looked to the side of the old wizard Rogier, who had been silent for a while. Peter York, weren't you taken? Why did you suddenly appear here? Who is this? Why did he follow you? The Auror leader asked with a puzzled face. Mr. Auror, I don't know what's going on. After celebrating, I suddenly fell into a coma, and when I woke up, I was locked in the cellar by a dark wizard, constantly torturing me with the Cruciatus. Until I found the opportunity escaped and met this kind old wizard. He helped me repel the pursuit of the dark wizard, and then brought me out. Peter replied with a terrified face, looking very pitiful. 0. Hearing Peter's words, the Auror leader looked very surprised, turned his head and asked Rogier, the old wizard, if the situation was as Peter said. Heyman Rogier deserves to be an old wizard who has lived for so long. He makes up lies without changing his face and is very smooth. In the story he tells, he was originally looking for magic herbs around here, but suddenly he met Peter who escaped in a panic and helped him escape the pursuit of the dark wizard and then apparat to this place. The story is very well described, as if it were true. Heyman Rochel's acting skills are good. Even the leader of the Auror was coaxed into a stunned moment. After a thrilling narration, he completely believed what he said, and then asked who the dark wizard was. Where? Rogier expressed regret that his ability was limited, so he did not catch the dark wizard and let him escape. Moreover, the dark wizard was still wearing a mask, and he did not see the appearance of the dark wizard. Although Heyman Rogier's words seemed to have no loopholes, the extremely vigilant Auror still proposed to check his wand. In this regard, Heyman Rogier readily agreed to the request and handed the wand to the Auror. The result of the inspection was, of course, that there was no trace of black magic on the wand, which made the people present relieved and expressed their gratitude to the old wizard with admiration for saving a little wizard. In this regard, Heyman Rogier said very politely that this is what he should do. Peter watched Heyman Rogier's performance and felt very speechless. After this operation, the dark wizard Rogier who kidnapped people instantly became a hero who saved people. It's really so dramatic. If it weren't for the fact that Rogier was already his servant at this time, Peter would have liked to announce his crimes. Of course, this is just a thought, for he can integrate more magical animal bloodlines in the future. A loss is nothing. Now that Peter has been rescued, except for some of the Aurors to continue looking for the so-called Dark Wizard, the others will escort Peter out of here. When Apparition landed again, it had already appeared in the magical capital. Merlin. Peter, you really showed up, that's great. As soon as Professor Flitwick saw Peter, he screamed in excitement and rushed over to hug Peter tightly, for fear that he would disappear again. Professor, I'm really fine. Don't you think I'm fine? Nothing at all. Peter smiled, comforting Professor Flitwick and hugging him gently. Seeing Zero Giochi with a tired look on the professor's face, it was obvious that he had been worrying about him these past few days. I knew you wouldn't die. Because you are a cockroach, you can't be killed no matter how you fight. Lauren also happily hugged Peter, and then said with a choked voice, Fortunately you are back. Fortunately you are all right. Otherwise, Professor Flitwick and I will feel guilty for a lifetime. When you firmly rejected the witch, we let you in and gave you a drink with a stun drug. As soon as we woke up, we found that you were gone. We searched like crazy, but couldn't find any trace of you, so we could only come to the Magic Congress to ask for help. Fortunately, you're fine. It's really Merlin's blessing. It's all right, you don't have to feel so guilty. I also agreed to the witch's request and let go of my vigilance before I was recruited. After all, no one thought that someone would kidnap people at the duel scene. Peter gently patted his shoulder, comforting the big boy. Son, you have suffered. We are sorry that you have suffered such unfortunate things in our jurisdiction. If you have any needs, you can tell us. A middle-aged man with a bald head came over and said to Peter. Looking at Peter's puzzled eyes, Lauren on the side explained to him that this was Alfred Aaron, the chairman of the Magical Congress of the United States. Zero. Peter rejected the chairman's offer, saying that he had no needs. But the chairman, Alfred Aaron, still firmly stated that he would check Peter's body because through his wand license, he had detected many signs of the use of the Cruciatus near him, thinking that he may have physical sequelae. For this request, Peter did not refuse. In fact, according to the number of times Peter suffered the Cruciatus, it was enough to cause an adult to die in pain or go mad. But Peter fused the blood of the phoenix and his resilience is very strong. Almost the second day after suffering, he was able to recover as before. Moreover, after the fusion of the human-headed lion body manticore, the body's anti-magic properties have been enhanced, and the physique has also been greatly enhanced. So now I can stand here alive and well. The therapist sent by the chairman of the Magic Congress, after examining Peter's body, was very surprised at Peter's troll-like body, and then told the people around him that the Cruciatus did not cause him much harm. Just need to drink a few bottles of potion to heal. Chairman Alfred Aaron told him that the news of his kidnapping was not disclosed this time, and then handed Peter the championship trophy to him, and signaled that he had better not tell the outside world about the kidnapping. As for the sealing fee, it is a branch of the precious magic tree Snakewood taken from the Ilvermorny School of Magic, which can make a powerful wand. Snakewood is a very precious wand material, and Salazar Slytherin's wand is made of snakewood. The founder of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. The founder brought Slytherin's wand to the continental United States and then buried this powerful wand in the ground at the location of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It didn't take long for the unique snakewood to grow out of the soil, which became the most important symbol of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And snakewood has become extinct all over the world, only this tree from Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. So it is very precious, and many master wand makers can't get one of them. For this kind of hush money, Peter readily agreed. After all, it was good for him. So he happily took it, this lifelike snakewood branch, and put it into his purse preciously. Since the Dark Wizard has not been captured, the American Magic Congress arranged for Peter and Professor Flitwick to live in a secret apartment and sent 4 Aurors to take turns on duty. Heyman Rogier did not continue to follow Peter. He continued to run the Rogier family business with Peter's permission and collect those magical creatures with various magical abilities for Peter. Because of Peter's kidnapping, Professor Flitwick didn't want to stay here any longer. He took Peter and Lauren directly to say goodbye to the Magic Congress, saying that he wanted to go back to England. Of course, the Magic Congress also wanted to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible, so for Peter and the 3 who wanted to leave, after some false retention, they quickly processed their departure applications. In order to ensure that they could return to the UK smoothly, they also lent them a long-distance door key so that they could go back to the UK at once, so that even if the Dark Wizard chased after them, it was not them that had an accident. Responsibility. Peter looked at the performance of the Magic Congress, but he didn't have any opinion. The task of his trip has been completed. It is time to go back. The moment Peter held the door key, Peter felt a huge hook hooked on his belly button and then stuffed it into a very thin tube. After a dark turn and toss, the 3 of Peter finally landed. The location where the 3 of them landed was the Magic Hall of the British Ministry of Magic. The 3 of them are familiar with this place, and they are not only relieved. However, the fact that Peter won the duel competition has obviously been spread here. The staff of the Ministry of Magic recognized Peter instantly when they saw Peter, and they even took out a photo of Peter during the duel. Have him sign it. As for Lauren, who was watching the show, he finally lost a game in this competition, so he did not win the championship. Through a simple chat with the staff of the Ministry of Magic, I learned that since no one in the UK has won a championship for more than 10 years, this time Peter's breakthrough has made the British Magic Circle very excited. And the Daily Prophet has been published for 3 consecutive days. Peter won the International Wizarding Duel Championship and unknowingly concealed the name of the youth group. Back in the UK, everyone went home. So Lauren, after hugging and saying goodbye to Peter, left through the fireplace at the Ministry of Magic. And Peter hasn't learned Phantom Walk, and the fireplace in his house doesn't have access to the FLA network. Therefore, Professor Flitwick could only take him to the displacement apparition. At first, Peter wanted to leave by himself, but Professor Flitwick firmly refused. After the kidnapping incident in the United States, Professor Flitwick has a bit of a shadow, and he is afraid of what accident will happen to Peter. Back at York Manor, looking at the long-lost home, Peter's mood suddenly improved. Professor Flitwick rejected Peter's invitation to be a guest, and after comforting Peter, he left York Manor with a replica of Peter's award-winning trophy. 3.2 seemed to feel Peter's arrival, and a flame suddenly appeared in the air, from which it flew out of Phoenix Field. After flying around Peter twice, he landed on Peter's shoulder and rubbed his face affectionately. "You can fly, Field." "That's great." 35 Peter looked at his phoenix in surprise. Since the last Nirvana, Field has become a thin young phoenix again. Because Phoenix was still young, Peter entrusted Field to the housekeeper Wales to take care of him when he left the UK and headed to the United States, but he did not expect to be able to fly now. In fact, if Field didn't have Nirvana, it would be like this kidnapping incident, even if he was handcuffed by the forbidden magic and couldn't use magic power. You can call Field and come to help him fight. It was just fate that made him encounter this incident when Field had not yet grown up. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is 1991. Peter is spending the summer vacation in the manor at this time, and is going to go to Diagon Alley to buy the 3rd grade textbooks that will be used when the school starts. York Manor is still full of history and vitality. Peter is sitting in the study at this time, holding a letter just taken from the Owl, which is his admission list, and the 3rd grade class schedule. At this time, Peter has faded a little and his height has grown to 1.7 meters. The outline of his face has begun to be distinct, his hair has grown a little longer, and his face has become more handsome and charming. Should I be able to get a time changer? He had to look at the timetable in his hand and muttered to himself. I saw that in the 3rd grade course. Peter took all 12 courses, and many courses on the course schedule he got had time conflicts. If he hadn't known that there was a time converter, he would have thought this course the table is wrong. Compared with the various accidents of the 1st grade, Peter's 2nd grade was much smoother. The 2nd-year professor of defense against the dark arts was a young wizard who was fooled by someone to be the professor. After he found out that Peter was the champion of the 1990 International Wizarding Duel Competition, youth category, he excitedly dragged Peter to perform a duel for the students, and Peter was troubled by him. Towards the end of the term, this leng-talking professor approached Peter again and pestered him to perform a duel competition for the students. I don't know if it was the cause of the curse or an accidental factor. In the end, during the duel performance between Peter and him, an accident occurred. Every pore of my body is growing furiously. No matter whether it is using a spell to stop the spell or a more advanced spell to end the 10,000 spells, it cannot be stopped. Even Madame Pomfrey in the school infirmary can't solve it. So in the end, this stunned professor was sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries. However, compared to the endings of the previous defense against the dark arts professors, this Professor Ling Tuching was the luckiest person. Peter sent defense against the dark arts Professor Green to Azkaban in his 1st year, and now he's sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries. For a while, the students dubbed Peter the Defense Professor Killer. When Peter heard the joke, he almost crooked his nose, firmly rejected the title, and strongly stated that it was just a coincidence. This semester, Harry Potter is about to enter school, and I'm afraid it won't be peaceful again every year. Peter sat at the window and looked at the scenery outside quietly, a little lost. Immediately, he came back to his senses, with a curious look on his face, and said to himself, "Let me see how the future will develop in the near future." As he spoke, his eyes emitted a strange faint blue light, and he stood there blankly, but some pictures kept flashing in his eyes. He saw Harry Potter and Professor Quirrell in Diagon Alley, and finally the troll incident on Halloween, and for some reason, he had foreseen the scene where he was fighting trolls, not by Gryffindor according to the original script. The trio solves? After a while, the blue light in Peter's eyes gradually subsided, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. According to his personality, he should not be involved in Harry Potter's incident. Did you get involved? Peter, who couldn't figure it out, shook his head and pushed the matter to the back of his mind. He originally planned to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy school books. But now it seemed that if he went tomorrow, he would run into Harry Potter and Professor Quirrell. This made him hesitant to go tomorrow. When Peter was in 2nd grade, because Hogwarts was too bland, it took him a whole year to accumulate 100 points, which were exchanged for a chance to merge blood. The magical animal he chose this time was an invisible beast provided by Heyman Rogier. The invisible beast can be invisible and has the ability to foresee, so it is very difficult to catch. The hair of the invisible beast is the material used to make the invisibility cloak, so due to the rarity and difficulty of capturing the invisible beast, each invisibility cloak is very expensive and not durable. However, with the strength of the Rogier family, he managed to catch an invisible beast for him. Let Peter successfully integrate the genes of the invisible beast. Peter took this opportunity to gain stealth and foresight. Among them, the invisibility technique is more advanced than his phantom spell in the past, and it is almost difficult for people to find it, and because it is a natural ability, it does not need to chant a spell, and it is very easy to send and receive. And the ability to foresee makes Peter very satisfied. This ability is not as full of certainty as prophecy, but only based on your current plan to make a corresponding future picture. For example, he just saw that he would meet Harry Potter tomorrow, but if he chooses not to go, this foreseen picture will not come true. With this ability, his ability to avoid danger has improved a lot. If someone wants to be unfavorable to him in the future, He can predict it in advance and make corresponding preparations. Peter prefers his own more flexible foresight to Professor Trelawney's uncontrolled foresight. In Peter's view, Professor Trelawney is very unfortunate because the results he predicts are qualitative. It means that no matter how much you struggle, the future results will not change. Especially when the results of the prophecy are not good, the kind of you trying to change everything, but in vain. It will drive people crazy. No wonder Professor Trelawney has been insane. Sybil Trelawney is said to have the blood and talent of a prophet, but many people think that he just inherited the blood of his ancestors, and he does not have the powerful 097 talent as his ancestors. Therefore, his usual predictions are just nonsense. But in fact, Professor Trelawney succeeded in making 2.5 predictions. The 2 prophecies, Birth of the Savior, Fall of the Dark Lord, and The Servant's Escape, The Rise of the Dark Lord, run through the entire Harry Potter timeline. There is also the half-prophecy, Lightning Strikes the Tower, which predicted Dumbledore's death in advance. But every time he made a prophecy, no one but Dumbledore believed it, until it happened as the prophecy did, and the prophecy was found to be true. Professor Trelawney is like Cassandra's curse. His prediction is true, but no one believes. Of course, there is no way to change the direction of fate, and at the same time, it ensures that the prophecy cannot be transferred, which can be said to be very sad. Therefore, he is always rambling, trying to gain attention from others, but he always chokes people when he opens his mouth. After all, no one likes others to predict that they will have bad results. Since it was predicted that he would not see Harry Potter and Professor Quirrell tomorrow, Peter decided to go to Diagon Alley as originally planned. After all, it was because he saw Harry Potter at the zoo that he knew he had come to the wizarding world in the first place. As for Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, Peter, who now has a certain ability to protect himself, is not worried that Voldemort, who is still weak at this time, will trouble him. Peter got up early in the morning, got into the car driven by Butler Wales, and stopped in front of the leaky cauldron. Seriously, young master, watching you disappear from here is a magical experience every time, Wales said emotionally after opening the car door for Peter. Then go in with me this time and take a good look at the world of wizards, so you should be able to feel more at ease with me, Peter said with a smile. Butler Welsh shook his head and said, "It's not my world. It's not good to break in rashly, and I need to find a place to park here." Peter gave up the idea of letting him enter Diagon Alley. Aunt Christine and Butler Welsh were very calm people. Although they were curious, even if the closest Peter was a wizard, they still kept a distance from the wizard group, and they never did think about exploring the wizarding world of Diagon Alley. "Wales, you don't have to park here and wait for me. You can go back first. I may need to spend more than half a day here. When I want to go back, I will call Field directly," Peter said to the housekeeper, now that Phoenix Field has grown up again, can teleport with him at any time, so it is easy to go back to him. Walking into the Leaky Cauldron bar, it was still very dirty and messy as before. The slate on the ground was covered with a layer of greasy stuff, and the original color could no longer be seen. The whole bar was dark and gloomy, with a few old wizards sitting in the corner smoking cigarettes, and there was a dirty glass of beer on the table. Peter has been in school for 2 years and often passes by the Leaky Cauldron, but has never eaten anything here. It's so dirty. As Peter walked in, his handsome appearance and elegant temperament instantly attracted the attention of the bar, including Professor Quirrell, who was hiding in the darkest corner. "It's Mr. York. It's been a long time. You've become even more handsome," the boss Tom greeted with a smile. "School is about to start. Are you going to buy something in Diagon Alley?" 35. "Yes, Mr. Ibwa. I haven't had time to come, so I have to buy school materials," Peter said mildly. "Do you need a glass of butterbeer?" "I'll invite you," Tom Abbott asked with a closeness to the glass. Peter looked at the obvious stains on the mouth of the cup, but still shook his head firmly and refused. "No, Mr. Ibwa. I have to buy a lot of things. Time is running out. Next time." "What a pity. This is the latest flavor of butterbeer that I just got from Ms. Rosamerta." Tom Abbey looked regretful. "Don't feel sorry for me, Tom. I'm a third-year student this year and can go to Hogsmeade Village. Then I can go to the Three Broomsticks and taste Ms. Smirta's butterbeer for myself." Peter said with a smile. Yeah, time flies so fast. I remember when I first saw you, you were only as tall as my chest, but now you're almost as tall as me. Tom was full of emotion, and his face was full of emotion. He happily said to Peter, my niece Hannah Abbott is also enrolled this year. If you meet me at that time, please take care of me. Hard-hitting Hannah, of course Peter knew. He had seen many Harry Potter colleagues, one of the names the Sorting Hat called Hannah Abbott, and he married Neville Longbottom in the future and inherited Tom Abbey's pub. So he smiled and assured Tom that he would take good care of her when he met her. Suddenly, there was movement at the entrance of the bar. A giant 2 or 3 meters tall walked in with a thin child. Oh, Hagrid, is it still the same? Need a butterbeer? Tom greeted the giant happily and recommended his beer to him. No, Tom, I'm busy working for Hogwarts, and I'm taking Harry Potter to buy school materials. Hagrid's loud voice echoed throughout the bar. The bar suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at the little boy beside Hagrid with incredible eyes. Oh my God, this is Harry Potter? Tom the boss said in shock. Mr. Potter, welcome back, welcome back. A middle-aged wizard, reaching out to hold Harry Potter's hand, said excitedly. I remember you. You were the one who bowed to me in the mall. Harry Potter also said in surprise. He remembers me, do you hear? Harry Potter remembers me bowing to him. The wizard showed off excitedly to the people around him. Mr. Potter, it's nice to meet you. I'm Doris Crockford. An old witch stretched out her wrinkled hand and held Harry Potter's hand kindly. Peter looked at this familiar scene and couldn't help being a little ecstatic, but at this moment he felt like he was in a movie. Then he saw a familiar figure walking out of the dark corner, with a thick turban wrapped around his head. He came to Harry Potter timidly and stammered, Harry Potter, it's nice to meet you. 9. Professor Quirrell, so it's you. Hagrid looked at Quirinus Quirrell in surprise, then turned to introduce Harry Potter. Professor Quirrell is also a professor at Hogwarts, and he specializes in teaching you defense against the dark arts. Nice to meet you, Professor Quirrell. Harry Potter held out his hand obediently. I think you don't need to learn this, do you? Professor Quirrell stammered, then gave a nervous smile. Professor Quirrell, how did you choose to be a defense against the dark arts professor? Aren't you teaching Muggle studies in front of you? Peter's voice came from behind. Facing the crowd's gaze, Peter came to Professor Quirrell and asked, pretending to be puzzled, the last time I discussed Muggle studies with you, you were not what you are now. Stuttering? With a weird hood. 95. It's you, Peter Nuajao. I haven't seen you for a summer vacation and you've become handsome again, haha. Hagrid's loud voice rang out. For this Slytherin student who was already familiar with him, Hagrid was very happy to see him. Hagrid pulled Harry Potter and introduced to Peter enthusiastically. This is Harry Potter. Peter, you should know his name. He is also enrolled this year. You have to take good care of him. Then he introduced Harry Potter. This is Peter York. He's a third-year student, and he's a nice guy. If you're in trouble, you can ask him for help. Looking at this elegant and handsome senior in front of him, Harry Potter felt a little ashamed and nervously wiped his sweaty palms, hesitating whether he should extend his hand or not. But Peter York took the initiative to hold his hand, then smiled at him gently and said, Hello, Harry Potter, we meet again. Welcome to the Hogwarts family. Have we met before? Harry Potter asked suspiciously. Senior York, have we met before? Harry Potter asked in surprise. Peter looked at the thin Harry Potter at this time, with messy hair, wearing old glasses, a very fat coat, and a thin body as if he had not eaten enough. Harry, can I call you like that? You asked with a smile, and then explained to him, I met you in the reptile house, when you let out a big boa constrictor, and it took me shocked, very impressed. Senior York, aren't you from a wizarding family? Harry Potter was very surprised. He thought that this elegant and handsome senior, who looked like an aristocrat, was a son of a noble family in the wizarding world. Just call me Peter, don't be too nervous, Harry. You're a celebrity in the wizarding world. Others may get it wrong, but you definitely won't. Enjoy your magical journey. Peter is bright-eyed and smiling. Comforted. How did you know Peter? Harry Potter looked at Peter in surprise. Since I received the acceptance letter from Owl, I was brought here by Hagrid. He was always uneasy, wondering if Hagrid might have made a mistake. He was looking for another Harry Potter. Maybe after a while, he'll be told that he's got the wrong person, and he'll be sent back to the Dursleys where he lives in a closet and doesn't have enough to eat every day. Why do you know what you're thinking? Peter looked at him with a smile and tapped his head with his fingers. This is my talent. An interesting ability. 097, of course, I turn it off most of the time. 99. You're reading minds, right? That's cool. Harry Potter exclaimed in surprise. Accurately speaking, it's Demention. You can learn this magic later. Peter smiled and said he didn't need to care. Peter York, you're a natural Dementor. Professor Quirrell was so excited that he forgot to stutter, looking at Peter with panic and vigilance. Peter looked at Professor Quirrell's reaction and asked with a smile, Professor, you don't have to worry about me seeing your brain. By the way, have you learned occlumency? Why can't I read your mind from the beginning? As soon as he heard Peter's words, and then saw that Peter really didn't seem to be lying, especially when he suddenly received a voice from the back of his head, he was relieved. Then he returned to his timid state and stammered, my turban was given by a prince in the Middle East, and he used his magic on their side. It should be. That's it. It turns out that, then Professor Quirrell, you are so lucky. There are very few props that can block Legionnaire. Peter looked envious, as if he really believed his nonsense. Ha ha ha, this is a gift, so that's why it's been straight on your head. Professor Quirrell said hesitantly, and then laughed nervously to himself. Okay, it's time for us to go to Diagon Alley. Peter, you should go too, come with us. Hagrid interrupted their exchange, then urged. That's right. I'm just going to buy something. I haven't even bought my third-grade books. I have to go to Mrs. Mokin's shop to buy robes again. The robes before are shortened. Peter agreed. Goodbye, Professor Quirrell. Harry Potter, the silly boy, waved politely to the professor behind him. The three came to the small patio at the back of the bar, and Peter stood quietly, watching Hagrid proudly demonstrate to Harry Potter how to enter Diagon Alley. Wow! Harry, a newbie in magic, saw such a miraculous sight for the first time. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry, Hagrid said with a naive smile. The first step in Diagon Alley, Hagrid is going to take Harry Potter to Gringotts to withdraw money. Hagrid, take Harry to get the money. I have enough money, no need to go there. 35 Peter said he wanted to separate from them. Okay, then we meet at Hogwarts. Hagrid nodded. Speaking of money, Peter now also has a large source of funds in the wizarding world, all contributed by the Rogier family. Hayman Rogier gave Peter the keys to the Rogier family in Gringotts, England. He once went to the vault, and there was a full of golden galleons in it, as well as many isolated copies of magic books, as well as some potions and magic props, all neatly placed on the shelves of countless magic supplies. Peter couldn't help but sigh that the Rogier family is indeed an ancient and rich pureblood family. But now the family is in his own hands. As for the Rogier family on the British side, Hayman told Peter not to worry. After the family split hundreds of years ago, the two families have no connection except for the same surname, AC/DC. Peter's first stop was at Mrs. Malkin's store, where he was growing so fast that he didn't fit for the student run last year. Walking into Mrs. Mokin's robe shop, I saw a pale blonde hair, a pale face, and an impatient little boy who was standing on a pedal, being molested by an automatic measuring ruler. The little boy became restrained as soon as he saw Peter coming in, an 11-year-old who was always a little nervous in the face of seniors who looked older than him. Mrs. Morkin was not in front at this time. She should have been busy at the back of the store, so Peter leisurely came to the seat and sat down. As for the boy, it was easy to guess by looking at his hair that it belonged to the Malfoys, the one named Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter's nemesis at school. Neither of them said a word, and the store was silent. Then Draco Malfoy seemed to gather up his courage and greeted Peter nervously. "Are you a Hogwarts senior?" Peter was a little surprised. The Draco Malfoy in his impression was an arrogant and domineering guy, and he didn't expect to take the initiative to say hello. So he nodded and said, "I'm a third year at Slytherin House. You're a freshman. welcome to the Hogwarts family. Really, senior. My father graduated from Slytherin College, and I want to go to Slytherin too. The boy showed a somewhat excited smile, as if he had found an organization, and eagerly introduced himself. Senior, my name is Draco Malfoy of the Malfoy family. Hello, Draco Malfoy. My name is Peter York, and I should be your immediate senior in the future. Peter nodded at him. York? Does the pureblood family have the surname? Are you from a foreign family, senior? Draco Malfoy knew very well about the pureblood family's surname in the British wizarding world, and said he had never heard of this surname. You're not mistaken. I'm from the Muggle world, and my parents are ordinary people. Peter said, shaking his head. Impossible. Slytherin never recruits mudbloods. Draco Malfoy shook his head excitedly, expressing his disbelief. In his opinion, Slytherin at worst only recruits half-bloods and has never heard of recruiting pure Muggle-born people. Student. Peter shook his head. He knew that would be the reaction. These pureblood family members have instilled the noble concept of pureblood in their children since childhood. Make them hate and despise Muggles and Muggle-born wizards and call them mudbloods. As if reflecting that he was too emotional, Draco Malfoy's pale cheeks showed a faint blush. Trying to prove that Peter was lying, he asked again, You're kidding me, Senpai. Slytherin never admits Muggle-born wizards. You are wrong, Mr. Malfoy. Slytherin has not admitted Muggle-born students in the past 100 years. According to the school history, Slytherin has more than one pure Muggle-born student. Peter looked at this slightly. Excited boy, besides, I am indeed a Muggle-born, I don't have to lie to you. The robe shop fell into silence again. Draco Malfoy was there resisting and hesitating, while Peter, with a leisurely expression, took out a magic book from his purse and read it seriously. The book Peter was reading at this time had the words Book of Merlin written on the cover. After he got the book from the Queen, he spent the first 2 months researching whether it was dangerous. Later, I asked a number of teachers to inquire about the correctness of the knowledge in the book. In particular, he also specially asked Dumbledore for the rune taught to him by the Book of Merlin. Dumbledore was indeed a learned and wise man. He recognized at a glance that the rune was an ancient rune and explained the meaning of the rune. He only thought that Peter was interested in ancient rune, so he specially recommended to him Professor Bathstabelin from the Ancient Rune Study course. After confirming that the Book of Merlin is not dangerous, in order to learn elemental magic, Peter began to study the knowledge of magic literature diligently by himself in the 2nd grade, and kept going to Professor Bubelin's class. Professor Bubbelin also admired Peter, who was so eager to learn, so he turned a blind eye to his behavior and gave him some guidance from time to time. Perhaps because of the fusion of the genes of the human-headed Manticore, which has superb language skills, Peter showed a superb talent in ancient magic literature. In just 1 semester, he has completed all the content that each grade in the school needs to learn, such as easy introduction to ancient runes, rune dictionary, magic symbols, and magic phonics table. Now already working on advanced rune translation. This made Professor Bubbelin very shocked and delighted, and even offered his research on rune script to Peter without reservation, hoping to train Peter in ancient magic literature. Especially at the end of the 2nd grade, when filling in the elective courses of the 3rd grade. Professor Bubbelin even ran directly to Peter's side, staring at him and choosing Ancient Rune as an elective course before giving up. It made Peter laugh at that time. With his understanding of the rune, he successfully followed the advice of Merlin's book, spent half a semester, and successfully engraved that symbol in his mind with magic power, thus officially becoming an advanced element magician. After becoming an element magician, he can sense the magic power of the outside world while meditating and gradually incorporate the magic elements from the outside world into his body to enhance his magic power. When Peter succeeded, he was very happy because the elemental magic cultivation method in Merlin's book was similar to those immortal cultivation theories he remembered in his previous life. They all improved themselves step by absorbing the power of the outside world. And according to this theory, the cultivation of elemental magic has no end. Peter once curiously asked Merlin's book, whether Merlin finally succeeded in his cultivation and became the god of magic. But the Book of Merlin himself said he didn't know, because not long after it was created by Merlin, it accidentally fell into the hands of others, and after many years, it fell into the hands of the royal family and was finally captured by Peter. In addition to being unable to speak, this book has the same ability to think as the Sorting Hat. In addition to the knowledge of elemental magic recorded above, you can also record the knowledge you have learned to increase the amount of knowledge in the Book of Merlin. The Book of Merlin has the same memory-carrying capacity as the pensive. Therefore, the memory of knowledge can be extracted and put into the book. The Book of Merlin can absorb memory, thereby increasing the knowledge reserve. It can be said that it is equivalent to the magic version of the handheld computer, and it is also a learning computer that can think by itself. Back to the point. After Peter had read the book for a while, Mrs. Malkin finally came out from behind, very happy to see Peter. "Mr. York, you're very welcome. I thought you went a ye fun clothing store. I mostly wear student robes in school, and I don't think anyone can do this better than you, Mrs. Malkin." Peter smiled and complimented. "The little handsome guy's mouth is really sweet. If you promise me to be a model in my store, I will pack all your clothes in the future. How about it?" Mrs. Malkin said with a smile. "I'm sorry, but I have to reject you again, Mrs. Malkin." Peter shook his head in rejection. Mrs. Malkin is a shrewd businessman and now has 2 honors, the Peter Merlin Second Class, the International Wizarding Duel Championship, and a handsome face. If you become the spokesperson of Mrs. Malkin's robe shop, I am afraid there will be a lot of benefits. 0. Ask for flowers. So I invited Peter again and again, but all of them were rejected by Peter. "Mrs. Malkin, please give me 3 sets of plain work gowns and a winter cape, all made of the finest materials." 99, Peter said. Mrs. Malkin nodded, and with a wave of the wand in her hand, the tape measure flew directly to Peter, quickly measuring his size, and the work was done in the blink of an eye. After paying the money, Peter left Mrs. Malkin's robe shop, leaving Draco Malfoy alone. Along the narrow street, Peter came to the dilapidated Ollivander's wand shop and walked in. It was the beginning of the school season, and freshmen would come here to buy their first wands, so at this time he saw a girl with brown hair, very bushy and disheveled, with front teeth, picking out a wand. 0. Ollivander was about to hand the girl a wand when he saw Peter walk in, and his eyes lit up. "What a rare visitor, Peter York. Is there something wrong with your wand when you come to me?" Ollivander asked suspiciously. "No, Mr. Ollivander. I just want you to make a custom wand," Peter replied. When Ollivander heard this, he looked a little serious and said disapprovingly, "Mr. York, unless there are special reasons, Ollivander never accepts custom wands, because we follow the wand selection wizard. And you should also know that the speciality of the wand core, that is not replaceable." "Of course, Mr. Ollivander. I'm here because I have a very precious wandwood in my collection. I want you to combine it with my phoenix feathers to make a powerful wand," Peter explained. Upon hearing this reason, Ollivander was instantly intrigued and asked, "What kind of wandwood?" 0. "Mr. Ollivander, I think you should choose a wand for this freshman first," Peter reminded him, looking at the customers in the shop. "Oh, I almost forgot." Ollivander returned to his senses, only to find the freshman and his muggle parents who had been left aside, and quickly said apologetically, "I'm sorry, you have to be considerate of an old man with dim eyes. Let's go ahead and give this Hermione Granger right, pick a wand, down." Then, there was a burst of magic fire. Either a hole was broken in the counter, a vase was smashed, and even a large hole was punched in the ceiling. Seeing the worried expressions of the 2 apparently muggle parents, Peter stepped forward and comforted them. "Don't worry, this is just a normal process. These little wizards have just touched wands, so the magic is a little out of control. Wait until they enter school. It will be fine later." P. "Are you also a student of Hogwarts School? Are you from ordinary society?" the man asked cautiously, looking at Peter's exquisite muggle costume. "Yes, my name is Peter York, a third-year student at Hogwarts, also from the ordinary world." You have to smile and nod. As soon as they heard that Peter was also from the ordinary world, both of them felt a touch of intimacy towards him, and their tense nerves suddenly loosened. The man smiled at Peter and said, "This is Wendell Granger. This is my wife Monica Granger, and that is our daughter Hermione Granger. When we first received the admission letter, we thought it was a 097 prank. As a result, a professor from your school came to visit and turned into a cat, which shocked us. It was said later that there would be serious consequences if Hermione was not allowed to go to school. So we brought her here. It's just that the people here are talking weird, which makes us a little uncomfortable, and I don't know if it's a good thing to let Hermione go there." Mr. Granger babbled a lot of words, obviously still a little nervous. After all, two ordinary people who are powerless to come to the legendary land of wizards are always a little uneasy. "You don't have to worry too much, Mr. Granger. I've been studying there for 2 years, and Hogwarts has always been known as the safest place. The school principal Dumbledore is the most famous and powerful old wizard in the magic world, and the deans of the 4 academies and all the teachers are very capable and will not let us have anything to do," Peter said with a gentle face. "And if the little wizards are not allowed to enter Hogwarts and practice magic, the magic power in their bodies will not be released, and when a certain critical point is reached, it will burst out, endangering the lives of those around them, including their own. In more serious cases, an uncontrolled magical parasite called Silent is born, so at a certain age, young wizards are sent to school to learn to control magic. It's so serious. That Professor McGonagall said a few words back then, so we thought he was just trying to scare us," the Grangers said with a look of horror. "I think Professor McGonagall is reluctant to go into details just for fear of scaring you guys. After all, many ordinary people are very shy about wizards, and even shy away from them," Peter explained. "Very good. The perfect wand, the grapevine wood dragon heartstring wand. I think you will make a very powerful wizard." Ollivander's voice came from the side. Hearing the last sentence, Peter rolled his eyes. He has fooled many innocent little wizards. "Come here, Hermione, I'll introduce you to a senior." Mr. Granger called Hermione over and introduced her. "This is Peter York, also from the ordinary world. He's already in 3rd grade. Let's get to know you." Hermione Granger looked at Peter carefully after listening and was amazed at this handsome student. Then he blushed and asked, "Senior York, which house are you from? Do you know how to divide the house? I heard Professor McGonagall say that Hogwarts has 4 houses, but I don't know about them." Peter looked at the girl in front of him and found that she did not look like in the movie, but really looked like a lady beaver, with big teeth, thick curly hair, and freckles on her face, which made him feel the cute image in his fantasy, totally disappointed. But even so, Peter, who considers himself a scholar, still has a good impression of a scholar like Hermione. He smiled and said, "Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Among them, Professor McGonagall, who visited you earlier, is the Dean of Gryffindor, and I am a student of Slytherin. As for the others, you went to the school. Just know. Then I want to be in Slytherin too," Hermione Granger said firmly. "I think you may have entered Gryffindor or Ravenclaw College. Slytherin is not suitable for you. You will know when you are familiar with it later." 35 Peter shook his head and said in disapproval, "Okay, Hermione, it's time for us to go. We need to buy something else," Mr. Granger reminded. "Senior York, do you need us to wait for you?" Hermione asked expectantly. "No, you go first. I still need to discuss with Mr. Ollivander for a while." Peter shook his head and refused. Hermione followed her parents, with a face full of disappointment. "Okay, the guests are gone. Peter, where is the wand material you mentioned? Show me," Ollivander said curiously. Peter opened the dragon skin purse, took out a 3-finger-thick, 30-centimeter-long piece of wood, and handed it to Ollivander. Ollivander looked at the branch covered with snake scales in his hand, and said very excitedly, "Snakewood. It's actually a snakewood." 35. Then he looked at Peter and said in surprise, "As far as I know, only Ilvermorny's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has a snakewood tree in the world. Would you mind telling me where it came from?" This is a gift given to me by the President of the Magical Congress of the United States when I participated in the International Wizarding Duel competition. It's been a year, Peter said without mind. You're so lucky. I once went to Ilvermorny to ask for a branch and wanted to make a snakewood wand belonging to Ollivander, but they refused. I didn't expect you to get it so easily, Ollivander said enviously. How about it, Mr. Ollivander? Can you make a snakewood wand for me? Peter asked. Ollivander shook his head, with a disapproving expression on his face. I still stand by my point of view. Although the wand made of snakewood is very powerful, if it doesn't match you, it won't do you any good. 0. Peter didn't say a word, just used magic to summon a snake, and then made a slight noise in his mouth, and the little snake obediently placed himself in a circle. Then he raised his head and said to the shocked Ollivander, Does this mean that I can also use a snakewood wand? Your Parseltongue. Ollivander couldn't believe it. He looked at Peter carefully, as if he had known Peter again. Aren't you a Muggle-born? In addition to being able to turn into a phoenix, you can actually, or Parseltongue. What kind of monster are you? Peter rolled his eyes at him and complained, Mr. Ollivander, if you say that, I just have more abilities. If I have other abilities, you must be scared to death. What other abilities do you have? What are they? Tell me. Ollivander became interested in an instant. For Ollivander, except for the most important secret, Peter had nothing to hide, so he directly changed into Ollivander's appearance and asked with a smile, Did this ability scare you? Merlin. It's Disguise Margus. Ollivander was stunned. Now, Mr. Ollivander, will you be able to customize my wand for me? Peter asked again. Ollivander was a little stunned, but he quickly restrained his expression, then nodded 3.2, looked at Peter as if he was looking at God, and said excitedly, If you can speak snake language, it is very likely that you will be compatible with snakewood. I think I'll be able to make a mighty wand. Of course, I still need your phoenix-shaped feather. Ollivander said with a cunning smile on his face, You become a phoenix first, and I need to pick out the most magical feather on your body. That's the best way to get the most out of it. Seeing the old man's shrewd smile, Peter said with a wary face, It's agreed to only pull one. Don't be like last time, I almost bald my feathers. I'll pay for the production cost this time with gold galleons. Don't think of any other ideas. 35. I don't need to pay the production fee this time, and being able to make the snakewood wand by myself is the greatest comfort to me. I still keep the feathers you left last time, so I don't need it in a hurry, don't worry. Ollivander said with a smile. Does that mean you don't need it now, then you need it in the future? Peter snorted. It was afternoon when Peter York came out of Ollivander's wand shop, clutching his A** cursingly. This old guy. Peter cursed inwardly. He agreed to pluck only one feather, but when he was not paying attention, he plucked off 2 tail feathers from his tail, and he even called it an extra one for insurance. You must know that even if you become a phoenix, there will still be pain, not to mention the most concentrated area of the tail nerve. After leaving the wand shop, Peter first went to Lycan bookstore to buy books. Please help me prepare a copy of all the 3rd grade textbooks and mail them to York Manor. Peter said to the store manager. It's Mr. York, long time no see. The store manager was very happy when he saw Peter. The last time Peter bought all the books in his store. It was the most profitable day in the history of Lycan bookstore. You want to buy all the textbooks for the 3rd grade. Did you sign up for all the courses? The bookstore owner asked in surprise. Peter handed the list of textbooks he received to the bookstore owner. The owner of the bookstore took the list, looked at the 12 courses and the dense list of books, and couldn't help sighing. Mr. York, I think you should go to Ravenclaw College. There are not many people who can take 12 courses. 02 Peter smiled and did not speak. In fact, the reason why he checked all the courses was mainly for the time converter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the Muggle Studies class at all. When he took the class last term, he deliberately went to the senior year to audition for a while, and then was completely disappointed with the course. Muggle Studies Professor Karati Bubaji, although a wizard who is close to Muggles, he obviously does not know Muggles well. His description of Muggles made Peter, a person from the Muggle world, feel like she was talking about another world. And in the professor's perception, Muggles are vulnerable and need our protection. When Professor Bubagi made this argument, Peter almost died of laughter. However, in order to be able to apply for the Time Transformer, he could only hold his nose and check the Muggle Studies course. But Mr. York, don't you already have third-grade textbooks in the books you bought earlier? The bookstore owner asked curiously. Take one as a collection, and of course you have to buy a new one for use in class, Peter said as a matter of course. Well, rich man. The bookstore owner was a little speechless, but he was very happy to prepare all the books for him. Then he recommended, Mr. York, we have found the Invisibility Book of Invisibility that was not given to you earlier. Do you need a copy? Found it? Peter was surprised. You must know that the books in Lehan Bookstore are all kinds of strange, including leather-bound books as huge as paving stones, small silver-covered books as pocket-sized as postage stamps, books with countless strange symbols printed on them, and books with nothing written in them. Word heaven. Some books are even more bizarre, like the Monster Book of Monsters will scream and bite each other. Before, when Peter ordered a batch of magic books from Lehan Bookstore, none of the Invisibility Books of Invisibility could be found because they were all invisible. Then add this book. Peter nodded in agreement. He was interested in collecting these strange books. Hearing this, the bookstore manager happily took a piece of air from the bookshelf beside him, held it in front of Peter, and reminded him, this book likes to be invisible and likes to run around, so I put it on the bookshelf. At the time, be sure to limit his mobility, otherwise you will not find it in the future. 0. Can't I use the manifestation charm to activate it? Peter asked in confusion. The invisible ability of these books is given by the mysterious runes on the books, not the effect of the magic spell, so the manifestation curse can't work on it. The bookstore owner shook his head and complained, I don't know how it was made. What do people think? Of the dozen or so invisible books I bought, I haven't found any of them except the one in front of you. Under the compliment of the bookstore owner, Peter left the bookstore and bought other things one after another. After buying everything, Peter's feet were a little sore. Fortunately, he also had a dragon skin purse with a traceless stretching spell, which could put everything he bought in it, otherwise he would be exhausted. After buying all, Peter immediately summoned Phoenix and left Diagon Alley in a crowd of exclamations. The time will soon come to September 1st. Peter was escorted by Steward Wales to King's Cross, then walked straight across the wall to platform 9 3/4. Peter came early, and there were still few people on the platform at this time. He directly found a car in the front, then sat in, took out the book, Poke the Fog, and See the Future from the dragon skin bag, and looked at it with great interest. Until the sound outside became louder and louder, waking him up from the book. He looked at the mechanical watch in his hand. It was 10:30 now, and the train was only half an hour away. George, Fred, come and see my new wolf poisonous spider. Lee Jordan from Gryffindor outside shouted loudly. Peter followed the sound and saw the Weasley twins, whom he hadn't seen in the summer vacation, surrounded Lee Jordan with great interest, teasing the big brightly colored spider on his hand. Peter's mouth twitched. These bold Gryffindor students, looking at the color of the spider, it must be a poisonous spider. If they got bitten, they wouldn't even think about attending the school opening dinner tonight. He opened the window directly and shouted to the friends outside, Fred, George, here I am. All three noticed Peter, so they waved to him happily, and then quickly came to Peter's carriage. Peter, we have big news for you. George Weasley looked like he was hiding a big secret. Very big news. I'm sure you will be very interested when you hear it. Fred Weiss said in response. His face was full of you ask me quickly expression. 0970? What big news, tell me? Peter asked with a look of interest. It's Harry Potter, he came to Hogwarts this year. The twins said in unison as if they had met a big star. Just now we helped him load the box onto the train and found the scar on his forehead, a lightning-shaped scar. 35 George described with an exaggerated expression. He also thanked us. Savior, what an interesting experience. Fred said with a dreamy look on his face. Maybe he will enter Gryffindor. When we were punished by Filch for cleaning the Wall of Honor, we found out that Harry Potter's father is our academy seeker. George looked expectantly. It will be as you wish. Harry Potter is destined to be a student of Gryffindor. Peter said affirmatively. Peter, do you want to see my spider? I got it from an old wizard. The color is beautiful. The dark-skinned Lee Jordan excitedly showed Peter the spider in his hand. It's pretty. If he bites you, then you should go to the infirmary tonight and lie down. Peter said speechlessly. Poisonous. Lee Jordan almost threw the spider out of his hand. He looked at the spider crawling on his hand with tears in his eyes, and said tremblingly, The old wizard said it was not poisonous. I only paid 10 galleons to buy his. How could he lie to me? Poor silly boy. All three of Peter looked sympathetic to him. 10 galleons. You're so willing, Jordan, the twins exclaimed. Anyone help me take it away. I'm afraid. Lee Jordan looked nervously at the spider in his hand, for fear that he would suddenly bite himself. Don't worry, I'll help you. Peter took out his wand and transformed a candy paper on the table into a small cage. Then float the spider up with a floating spell, put it in a cage, and lock it up. Thank you, Lee Jordan said gratefully to Peter with a resigned and happy expression. Peter, have you changed your wand? Fred noticed Peter's wand, which was different from his previous purple wand. Today the wand is a turquoise wand with snake scales and an ornate spiral. I didn't change it, I just found Ollivander to customize a new wand, and the two wands will be used alternately in the future. Peter cherished the snakewood wand. Maybe it's because he once fused the bird-snake genes, and the core of the wand is the phoenix feather on his own body. Peter fits this wand very well. The magic power consumption of the displayed magic has been reduced by half, and the power has been increased by 30%. Even Ollivander, after making this wand, said excitedly that it was the best wand he had ever made. There is no other wand than the legendary Elder Wand. Peter is very happy. He snatched his wand from Ollivander's hand and asked for a set of wand care tools before he left the wand shop under Ollivander's reluctant gaze. Is there still such an operation? Isn't everyone only one wand? The three Gryffindors asked in surprise. I'm in a special situation, and both of my wands fit me so well that I can have both, explains Peter. So you're here. Suddenly, Alan White's head stuck out of the window, startling the four of them. Before they could say anything, Alan shrank his head back and shouted to the side, Cedric, Peter, and the others are here. 35. Then Alan and Cedric were added to the carriage. At this time, there were 6 people in the carriage, which seemed a bit crowded. Otherwise, I'd better leave first, Lee Jordan said with some embarrassment. Among this group of people, he was brought in by the twins and belonged to an outsider. No, you sit down, Jordan, first. Peter got up and held Lee Jordan down, then said, I have a way to make this place more spacious. But you have to keep it a secret for me. The Ministry of Magic doesn't allow private use of this spell. As he spoke, Peter picked up the snakewood wand and muttered to the surroundings. I saw that the surrounding space was getting bigger and bigger under Peter's magic. The small box that could only barely accommodate 6 people suddenly turned into a large space of several hundred square meters. Wow! Several people looked at the change in space and were very shocked. Now they can all run in the carriage. Peter, you can actually master the unmarked stretching charm. That's amazing, Cedric said in amazement and admiration. Then Peter made a few gorgeous and comfortable sofas, sat down lazily, and smiled and said to the crowd, Now there will be dozens of people and it will not be crowded. 0. This is a very advanced magic. I didn't expect you to be able to cast it so easily. It is indeed the Magic Prince of Hogwarts, Alan said in amazement. The Magic Prince? What the hell? Peter was speechless for a moment. In the past 2 years, he has been given a lot of nicknames, such as Professor Flitwick's Darling, Slytherin's Rebel, Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Killer, and so on. Almost every other day, a bunch of titles will appear on his head. Everyone in the car is rumored that Harry Potter is on the train. Have you heard? Alan said with a gossip. This news is out of date, Ellen, the twins said with pouting before showing off proudly. We've already met Harry Potter and helped him carry his luggage. 0. Have you seen it? What does he look like? Alan asked curiously. You said that he can defeat the Dark Lord at 1 year old. Does he have some unique magic power? 35. Peter shook his head secretly. These people in the magic world didn't know what they were thinking. They put all the credit for Lily Potter on a 1-year-old child, and then placed their hopes on him to protect everyone. When these people find out that Harry Potter is just an ordinary child, they will feel deceived again. At present, there is nothing special about it. It looks very thin. The twins shook their heads and said. After a while, they lost interest in the topic. Then we started to discuss the elective courses after school started. As an elective, I chose divination and the protection of magical animals. How about you? What did you choose? Lauren asked. We also chose these 2 courses. What a coincidence. The twins said happily. I took those 2 too, plus Muggle studies. Cedric said with a smile. And me, I also took these 2 courses. Lee Jordan also said. It seems that everyone has chosen these 2 courses. It's really interesting. Alan laughed happily. I heard the introduction of the seniors above. These 2 courses are the easiest to pass, so I chose them. Got them. In particular, Professor Trelawney of the divination class. I heard that as long as he predicts that he will die very badly in the final exam, he can get a high score. The group was talking and laughing. It took a while for them to react, and there was someone on the side who didn't speak. So they all turned to Peter and asked, "What class did you take?" Peter handed them his timetable without saying anything. Alan, who was closest to him, was the first to see Peter's class schedule, and then said with surprise, "Peter, you have chosen all the classes." 0. How is this possible? Some courses are conflicting. How can you take 2 courses at the same time? Lee Jordan said with an incredible look. It's possible. The twins were not too surprised, they explained, looking at everyone's puzzled expressions. Our brother Bill and Percy, who is now in 5th grade, are both in 3rd grade just like Peter. All courses taken. And Bill got 12 OWL, ordinary wizarding ranking, excellent grades. 0. The problem is that with so many conflicting courses, how did they finish all the courses? There is no way a professor would allow students not to come to class. Cedric also said with doubts. I don't know. We asked Bill before, but he wouldn't say anything. George shook his head. Then everyone's attention was focused on Peter again, seeing his calm expression on his face. Fred said directly, Peter, you must know it, right? Since you have chosen all the courses, you must have known the inside of the course. Tell us about it. I know, but I've promised the professor to keep it a secret, so I can't tell you. Peter refused Daoju with a smile on his face. No, Peter, you can't do this. The twins stuck together and pestered Peter. We are good friends, right? There can be no secrets between good friends. Thinking beautifully, telling you is like telling all the students in the school. The professors will come to trouble me. Maybe I won't be able to finish 12 courses. Peter slapped the 2 heads that came together with a look on his face, said with disgust. How is this possible? As we all know, we Weasley brothers are the most tight-lipped people. The twins retorted with a serious face. Ask them to believe it or not? Peter pointed to a few people around. When the twins looked at the people around them, they found their expressions of contempt and suddenly slumped, with a look of grievances that were slandered. There was a burst of laughter in the carriage, and everyone was amused by the twins. With the roar of the train moving forward, everything outside the window disappeared rapidly. In the compartment where Peter and the others were, Peter was playing wizard chess with Cedric, and the others sat around behind them, interrupting from time to time to give some advice. Peter, your king should go forward and eat one of Cedric's soldiers. Don't back away, just do it. Peter, your knight should move to the upper left between the soldiers and knights. Don't hesitate. Peter, suck your bishop between the knights and queens, or you'll lose. Fred and Alan, who were watching behind Peter, could not help but say, Are you stupid? Move me to the opponent's knight, or I will be captured. The chess on the chessboard also shouted at Peter. Little wizard, quickly move me to the 1-7 position. That position is the most correct. Another paladin also suggested to Peter. Listening to the chattering voices around, Peter couldn't bear it any longer, and he simply said, Close the earplugs and listen, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The people around looked at each other and said dumb language. Okay, Cedric, let's continue. Peter smiled at Cedric Diggory, motioning to continue playing. Cedric was stunned, looking at the people around him. With an expression of suffocation that he wanted to speak but couldn't, his mouth moved. But looking at Peter's smiling face, he suddenly shut up again. In the end, the absent-minded Cedric lost the game. His chess was broken into pieces by the opponent, and the recovered chess complained, "We should have won because of your stupid head." 99. It seems that my wizard chess level has improved again. Peter, who won this game, said confidently. When Cedric heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. At Peter's level, he was able to say this brazenly. Peter was in a good mood, only to realize that his friends around him couldn't speak yet, so he quickly dispelled the magic and apologized insincerely. "I'm sorry. I was so addicted to playing chess that I forgot about you." The dumb old people rolled their eyes at him collectively. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the door of the carriage and then walked in a slightly chubby boy. "Excuse me, have you ever seen a toad?" "Wow." The boy walked in and asked, hesitantly, before he was surprised by the very wide space inside. "Toad? Does anyone still keep this thing?" Alan looked at the new student and asked, AC/DC, in surprise. "You are Neville Longbottom, right? My name is Peter York. I know your grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom. Did he tell you about me?" 39 Peter heard the boy was looking for Toad, and he guessed his identity. "You are the Peter York who captured the Dark Wizard Green? The one who won the duel championship?" Neville asked in surprise, and his voice couldn't help but get louder. Then, as if he had reacted, he closed his mouth with a flushed face. "You're right, little brother. This is the famous Hogwarts Prince of Magic, Peter York." The twins came to Peter's side with great interest and solemnly introduced to Neville Longbottom with a funny face. Peter ignored the two treasures. He looked at Neville mildly and asked, "Your pet is a toad? Did he get lost?" Looking at this handsome and gentle senior, Neville couldn't help but put him in the mouth of his grandmother, the perfect student, with admiration in his eyes, and the nervousness in his heart also dissipated a lot. "My toad is called Ralph, and it's a school gift from my uncle Algie. But it doesn't want to stay by my side, and it often gets lost," Neville explained to Peter, looking a little dejected. "Don't worry too much, Neville. The familiar won't abandon its master. It might just want to play hide-and-seek with you. It'll be by your side after a while." Peter comforted, "If you really don't." "Don't worry, we can help too." "Yes, freshman, you can ask Peter York to help you. He knows a lot of magic. Make sure your baby toad will appear in front of you right away," the twins said to Neville with a smile. Just as Peter was about to speak, the door slammed open again. He frowned slightly and looked out the door. "Have any of you ever seen a toad?" A classmate named Neville lost one. The little girl with 33 front teeth asked imposingly. "Neville, so you are here." "I asked in the second half of the car and no one saw the toad." Just after asking, Miss Beaver saw Neville Longbottom, who was standing at the door, and said with a crackling. Then he crossed his line of sight and saw Peter behind Neville, and shouted in surprise, "Senior Peter. Meet again, Miss Granger. Are you helping Neville find a pet?" Peter greeted with a smile. "Yes, Neville's toad was lost. I helped him find the second half of the carriage, but there was no result, so I wanted to come and ask." "Senior Peter, I've been reading some books these days and found the wizarding world so much fun. I tried a few spells according to the textbook and it was amazing. By the way," Hermione Granger gushed, "speak up." "Okay, Hermione, let's find Neville's toad first. We'll talk about other things when we have time, and you'll have more interesting discoveries in Hogwarts." Peter interrupted her. The little witch found that she was talking a little too much. Her face was red, and then she turned her attention to the surrounding space, and suddenly she was shocked and said, "How is this done? This compartment is too big." 0. It's a spell called the Untraceable Stretching Charm, which you'll come across later. Keep it a secret though, because the Ministry doesn't allow private spells like this. Peter explained to Hermione and Neville with a smile. "It's amazing. I'm going to learn this spell later." Hermione looked at the space hundreds of meters around in surprise, and then said with a determined look, "Little sister, this spell is a high-level spell, but it's not so easy to learn. Many adult wizards can't use this spell, let alone students." Fred said with a smile, "So far, only the one in front of you has. This guy broke the norm." Hearing his words, Hermione looked at the calm Peter in surprise. She didn't expect the senior from the Muggle world to be so powerful. Okay, let's help Neville find his toad first. Peter interrupted. Do you need us to help Neville find it? The twins rolled up their sleeves and said with a smile on their faces, maybe we'll meet Harry Potter. You're looking for Harry Potter? Hermione asked in surprise. Then he said, he was in the last car, sitting with a boy with red hair. Redhead? That must be our brother Ronald. The twins were taken aback, then looked at the crowd and suggested, how about we go see Harry Potter? We just did him a favor and didn't remember him too much. Face. He's not a gorilla in the zoo. It's not good for you to see one after another like this. He's a Hogwarts student after that. I want to see a lot of time. Peter shook his head and rejected their ideas. Then he took out his wand, looked at a few people of the same grade with contempt, and said, have your brains been eaten by trolls? Don't you know there is a summoning spell? That's you, we haven't learned the spell yet, the twins murmured. Peter rolled them a glance, waved his wand, and said, flying toads. After a while, there was no movement. Peter, you must have failed. Alan said in surprise. Peter didn't have time to pay attention to him. At this time, he could vaguely feel the other end of the spell through his wand, and there was a struggling little animal flying towards this side. After a while, a slap-sized toad struggling in the air quickly flew into the carriage, and suddenly stopped in midair as it approached Peter. With a flick of his wand, Peter floated the toad into Neville's hands and asked, it's your toad, right? Neville caught Toad and nodded excitedly. Okay, now that the mission has been completed, it's time for you to go back to your own box and change your robes. Hogwarts is about to arrive, and when your new students take a different path than us, I won't leave you here, Peter said. After sending off the two freshmen, Peter and the others chatted while changing clothes. Which college do you think these two will enter? Alan asked. Let me say that girl should go to Ravenclaw, and that little fat guy should go to Hufflepuff, George said, and Fred agreed. I think so too. That girl named Hermione looks like a schoolboy. She must be a student of Ravenclaw. And that Neville looks cowardly and should be elected to Hufflepuff Academy. Lee Jordan agreed said. Not necessarily, you can see that Peter is a scholar. He is not in Slytherin, so I can't guess. And what is a cowardly person who will enter the Hufflepuff Academy? The badge of our academy is a badger, which is animals that can fight snakes. Cedric said he couldn't guess and expressed dissatisfaction with what Lee Jordan said. Let me tell you, both of them will go to Gryffindor Academy, Peter said with a smile. How could it be that neither of them would be compatible with Gryffindor? The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan both disagreed. Then let's make a bet that if the two of them don't get into Gryffindor, I lose, Peter said with a smile. What bets? Lee Jordan was suddenly interested. You can bet whatever you want. Peter looked at Lee Jordan with a weird smile. We're not gambling anymore. The twins looked at Peter's expression and said in unison. I've been friends with Peter for 2 years, and they know him very well. There is no absolute certainty, and you will never make random bets. Why? George and Fred. Peter said that only if they both entered the Gryffindor, he would win. We have a great chance of winning. 35, Lee Jordan asked in confusion. Jordan, you don't know Peter. This guy never makes a losing deal. He must be willing to bet with us knowing the result, Fred said with an I see through you expression. When we were in first grade, we made a bet on who the next Minister of Magic would be, and Peter went straight to Cornelius Fudge, who had the lowest chance of winning. And now that's the one who's sitting in the position of Minister of Magic, George said with a dreamy face. Of course, we followed Peter to Cornelius Fudge on that occasion for 25 galleons, and it didn't take long for it to be 100 galleons. That was the most money we've ever made, Fred said with a smile. Seriously, since then, I've suspected that Peter is a prophet. But he didn't admit it, he just said he was blind. Alan interjected, with a look of disbelief on his face. Really, Peter? Can you really see the future? 35, Lee Jordan looked at Peter very curiously. Who knows? Peter said with a vague smile. Look, this guy just likes to pretend to be mysterious and never answers our questions directly. It's so abominable. The twins pretended to be angry and then looked regretful. If he can really predict, you can cooperate. You can open a gambling game at that time and ask Peter to make a prediction before each gamble, and you will make a lot of money by then. Peter rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Even if I could predict, I wouldn't predict it for these two guys who want something for nothing. What? We're not your best friends anymore." It's inevitable to dedicate one's abilities to your friend's cause. The twins stuck to Peter cheekily, with a natural expression on their faces. 0. Ask for flowers. "Sorry, I don't have such a cheeky friend," Peter said grimly. My heart is broken." The two looked heartbroken. What should Fred do? We were abandoned by our friends. From now on, I'll be the only one left, George said exaggeratedly, clutching his chest. George, let's live by each other. After all, we're just poor little people who no one wants. Fred sighed, wiping away his tears. Woo, our lives are so bitter. The twins hugged each other and howled exaggeratedly. Ha ha. Fred, George, you guys are so funny. Lee Jordan couldn't help at first and laughed directly while covering his stomach. Others laughed along with them, and these two live treasures felt uncomfortable without adding a little joke every day. 0. You're about to arrive in Hogsmeade. Please change your robes and leave your luggage where you are. We will send someone to help you deliver your luggage to the dormitory. The horn on the train rang. After the train stopped, a few people got off the train and boarded Thestral's carriage to Hogwarts Castle. By the way, congratulations to you, Jordan. I heard that you successfully applied for a Quidditch instructor. Peter congratulated Lee Jordan, who was on the opposite side of the carriage. Thank you, I didn't think I would be successful. Originally, I wanted to follow George and the others and join the Quidditch team, but I was not talented enough and unfortunately I lost. Lee Jordan said happily. When it comes to Quidditch matches, several people are interested. The Weasley twins officially became hitters for the Gryffindor team during their sophomore year. Cedric also successfully joined the Hufflepuff team as a seeker. Even Alan White became a Slytherin reserve pursuer. So, for Quidditch matches, have the same interest. If you want me to say, the most unfortunate thing is Peter. His flying talent is very superb. Even Mrs. Hodge, the flying class professor, thinks he has the qualifications to enter the national team. Alan said with a pity. Then he looked at Peter with a "you don't know the goods" expression and complained, but he has no interest in Quidditch. It's so annoying. Quidditch is so fun. He actually said I was boring. That is, if we have talent like him, we will definitely join the Quidditch team happily. Maybe we can join the national team to participate in international competitions in the future. The 35 twins said with envy on their faces. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since Peter doesn't like Quidditch, we don't have to force him. Cedric gently persuaded him. It's still Cedric sensible, but good flying talent doesn't mean that you have to join Quidditch. Peter didn't understand the thinking of these people. Could it be that he had good driving skills, so he had to participate in racing competitions? A group of people followed the crowd and entered the castle auditorium mightily. The professor's seat is almost full of professors, and there are no new professors to join this semester, so the faces of those professors are still the same. As for Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, he's not really a new professor. It's just that he was transferred from the original Muggle professor to the professor of defense against the dark arts. However, Professor Quirrell still caused discussions among the students, especially his thick turban, which really attracted attention. And his personality has also changed greatly. When he taught Muggle studies, he was gentle and calm, and his wording was consistent with 097. But now he has become timid and stammered, unable to utter a word for a long time. You said what happened to Professor Quirrell last semester in the Albanian forest to become like this? Some students asked curiously. It is said that he encountered a vampire during his adventure and almost died, and then it became like this, said a well-informed student with a look of contempt on his face. He was frightened and thought that the vampire would suddenly appear, biting him, so as soon as someone approached him, he immediately avoided him, looking like he was scared. And his weird turban, which, according to Professor Quirrell, he helped a Middle Eastern prince deal with revived zombies, and the prince gave it to him. But he couldn't deal with a vampire, and he could deal with revival zombies. Listening to the discussions of the classmates, Peter secretly laughed. He also didn't understand. What the hell was this Professor Quirrell or Voldemort thinking? He chose to start with this image. This kind of act of pretending to be crazy and selling stupid may be able to deceive simple students. But for those professors who are old fritters, it means that there is no silver 300 tails here. A person who was fine last semester suddenly became abnormal because of a vampire attack. Everyone knows there are ghosts. And still want to steal the Philosopher's Stone from under Dumbledore's nose? Or is it that if a person has two souls on his head, does he become stupid? Peter secretly guessed. But none of this was his business. He just had to sit there quietly, watching Dumbledore and Voldemort fight. Soon Professor McGonagall got down from his chair and walked out of the auditorium along the aisle. It should be the freshmen. Before long, the auditorium door opened automatically. Professor McGonagall led the line of freshmen to the front of the auditorium, then transformed into a high stool, holding the student list in one hand and the sorting hat in the other. Looking at the scene in front of him, Peter recalled the scene when he first entered the school. Especially when I saw the familiar people in the new group, I couldn't help but have a feeling of witnessing history with my own eyes. When reading the first name, Hannah Abbott, Peter silently complained, the protagonist of Running Water, the Iron Hannah Abbott. When Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom were both sorted into Gryffindor. The Weasley twins, along with Jordan and Cedric, all turned their attention to Peter, a look that had been expected but still shocked. Peter, you really have the ability to predict, right? You have said that these two students who looked impossible. Alan beside him stared straight at Peter, as if he wanted to study him see through. Then, do you want me to put a crystal now, like Professor Trelawney, to predict your future for you? Of course Peter didn't admit that he had the ability to predict. In fact, what he inherited from the invisible beast is only the ability of prophecy, not the prophecy of a predetermined destiny. Forget it, I don't want to hear the prophecy that I'm going to die. As soon as Alan heard his words, he quickly shook his head and refused. Everyone is going to die, sooner or later they will die. What's there to be afraid of? Peter said with a smile. Alan gave him a blank look. Harry Potter. 39. When Professor Mike called out his name, the surroundings fell into silence. Many people's eyes were fixed on the new student, the anxious little boy wearing glasses, full of curiosity and anticipation. Harry Potter, who was sitting on the bench, wore the sorting hat and didn't announce the result for a while, as if he was in a dispute. Peter knew that Harry Potter was destined to enter Gryffindor. As for the so-called idea of befriending him and then leading to Slytherin, that's not realistic. Not to mention that the Potter family has been from Gryffindor for generations. Even Dumbledore would not allow his golden boy to enter another academy. So from the beginning, Peter didn't intend to have too much association with Harry Potter. Of course, he wouldn't choose to be his enemy, as long as he nodded and made a good impression on each other. And he doesn't want to be involved in the training process of the Savior. He has his own goal zero. Although Voldemort is indeed a big hidden danger right now. But compared to the goal of fusing all the genes of magical creatures and achieving the highest achievement of magic, these are just obstacles in the way. And he will have an endless life course in the future. Time is not too precious for him. However, it does not mean that he is a submissive person. Peter has relatives, friends, and maybe a lover in the future, and he will not allow others to hurt those he cherishes. So he was destined to not get along with Voldemort, and of course it was impossible to say that he would join Dumbledore. What he wants most is to become a person who cannot be ignored in the middle. But with his current strength, he can't realize such an idea, so he can only stick to it. Gryffindor. Harry Potter on the ottoman finally had a home. Suddenly, deafening cheers broke out on the long table of Gryffindor. The Weasley twins also shouted excitedly, "We have Harry Potter. We have Harry Potter." There's nothing to be proud of, it's just a Potter. A voice came from the Slytherin long table, full of resentment. Peter turned his head and saw that it was Draco Malfoy, looking jealously at the long table opposite. "Malfoy, it sounds like you're at odds with Potter," Peter asked amusingly. Of course he knew that this arrogant little brat originally wanted to make friends with others, but his bad habits coddled by his parents successfully made Harry Potter disgust him for the first time. Later on the train, I took the initiative to find Harry Potter and wanted to make 3.2 friends, but he looked condescending and mocked Ronald's poor family. It directly made Harry Potter's disgust towards him rise to the stage of disgust. It can only be said that the two are a natural couple. Draco Malfoy looked at Peter, the corners of his mouth moved, but he didn't speak. He turned around and went to talk to his classmates. Peter shook his head hilariously. This little brat who was spoiled by the family, sooner or later, will suffer. Before dinner, Dumbledore announced that the corridor on the right side of the third floor was off limits. Immediately aroused the curiosity of the students. Are you wondering what's dangerous inside? Peter looked at Dumbledore's smiling face and was speechless for a moment. Facing these curious students, making such a big announcement was like putting a plate of meat and bones in the kennel and then announcing that the puppies were not allowed to go. Touch that bone. After the dinner, accompanied by the Weasley twins, singing the Hogwarts anthem to the tune of the funeral march, the students went back to their dormitories. Slytherin students, the first thing they do when they return to the dorm common room is to fight for the chief. First came the rookie first-year freshman, most notably Draco Malfoy, who was the first to take the stage when Professor Snape announced the start, waiting like a proud cockerel. The challenger. In the end, he defeated his opponent with a tarantella dance and became the first-grade chief. To be honest, these first-year freshmen are like rookies pecking at each other. Compared with you when you first entered the school, they're far worse. Back then, you picked everyone, and then I got a bargain. Alan White complained beside Peter. Am I a group pick? I remember that when you all dealt with me together, I reluctantly shot. Otherwise, look at me when I was in second grade, and I didn't shoot. Peter rolled his eyes and asked. Lewin smiled awkwardly at him. At first, they all rejected Peter because of his Muggle ancestry. They wanted to kick him out first, but they didn't expect to hit a hard pillar. 02. Seriously, Peter, you really don't participate in the third-year Academy Chief competition? Your strength surpassed me early on. You should be the first-year chief, not me for 2 years in this position. Alan asked again. Peter shook his head, looked at the second-year students on the court, and said confidently, what is there to fight for the head of the grade? If you want to fight for the position of the head of the Academy, are you going to participate in the competition for the Academy Chief? Alan asked in surprise, but then nodded in agreement. Your strength can indeed compete for the position of the Academy Chief. You are the champion of the International Wizarding Duel Competition, and your opponents are the best around the world. 99. It's the youth group. Peter reluctantly emphasized. That's much better than those in our academy. I read your report seriously at the beginning. Your opponents are all from the strongest students of the major magic colleges, but they were all defeated by you. Alan looked on his face. Said adoringly. Soon it was the third grade's turn, and the battle for the head of the grade was going on. When Professor Snape announced the start, everyone didn't move, but looked at Peter as if waiting for his response. Peter looked at his classmates in the same grade, sat lazily on the sofa, shook his head gently, and said to everyone, this time I also give up. You don't have to worry about me. 39. Hearing this, Peter's classmates breathed a sigh of relief, and then successively boarded the duel stage to compete for the top of the grade. Only Peter sat on the side with an indifferent face, watching the game on the field, as if it had nothing to do with him. The first-year chief Draco Malfoy found the strange atmosphere just now. He was very surprised that Peter York, a Muggle wizard, was not excluded in the pure-blood Slytherin at all, but seemed to play a pivotal role. He asked the second-year chief beside him in a puzzled way. Peter York's position in Slytherin is very special. His strength is very strong. He once captured 2 dark wizards with his own hands, and he is also the champion of the International Wizard Duel Competition. He also has a phoenix pet. So compared to him, he is more like a pure-blood wizard. The great chief looked at the boy sitting on the sofa with admiration. So powerful. Is he really a Muggle-born wizard? Draco Malfoy asked in disbelief. In his impression, all Muggle-born wizards should be like his stupid Muggle parents, unworthy of cultivation. It was a perception his father had instilled in him, but now Peter York has shattered that perception. The battle for the third grade was soon over, and the head of the grade was still Alan White. Congratulations, Chief White. Come, have a cup of tea and take a break. Peter smiled and said to Alan, who had returned from victory. Come on, you guy, if you didn't participate, which round would you get me to be the chief? Alan sat down beside Peter and said angrily. The battle continued, and the senior students were fighting more and more fiercely, and the magic they used was also varied. Even Professor Snape, who presided over the competition, had to always pay attention to avoid accidents. After all the students of the 7th grade have finished the competition, the grade chief of each grade has been decided. Professor Snape walked onto the stage with empty eyes and announced indifferently, "The competition for the head of the academy begins now. Those who want to participate, please come to the stage." Then, last year's Academy Chief Anthony Clyde stood on the duel stage and accepted the challenge of all challengers. The victor will be the head of the academy for the new year. Anthony Clyde stood on the stage confidently and asked the crowd, "Who else wants to challenge me?" The students in the audience silently did not answer. Anthony Clyde's strength should not be underestimated. Some people who were more confident in their own strength were also silently measuring the strength gap between the two sides. Finally, a 7th grade student stood on the duel stage, facing Anthony Clyde far away. But obviously the student was overconfident in his own strength. He was defeated by Anthony Clyde in 3 or 2 strokes and stepped down in despair. "Is there anyone else?" Anthony Clyde said confidently, "If no one came to challenge me, I would still be the head of the academy this year." The people in the audience who were eager to try also died at this time and no longer raised their heads. 097. Senior Clyde, can I try it? A clear voice came over. Peter walked out of the crowd and stood on the duel stage. "Peter York, are you going to challenge me?" Anthony Clyde asked in surprise when he saw Peter on the stage. "I'm more interested in the prefect's bathroom, but only the prefect and the head of the academy can enter there, so I can only try it out," Peter said mildly. When Anthony Clyde heard this, he was speechless for a moment. They fought hard for the position of the head of the academy for the sake of status and to strengthen their personal connections. It turned out that when it came to Peter, it was not as important as a prefect's bathroom. "If that's the case, then I accept your challenge," Anthony Clyde replied seriously, and then he put on a battle vigilantly. Although he had a vague understanding of Peter York's strength, he knew that Peter was strong. Professor Snape didn't speak the whole time, just announced the start when the two were ready, and just stood aside and fell into his own world. Peter has always liked to strike first. He took the snakewood wand and shook it lightly, and a silent magic was shot from the wand in an instant. Anthony Clyde is worthy of being the chief of the academy. He is experienced in dueling and strong. Faced with Peter's silent magic, he reacted instantly after being surprised and chanted the iron armor spell aloud to block the attack. Silent magic is actually not very mysterious. In 6th and 7th grades, school professors will ask students not to chant spells. But for students who are accustomed to speaking mantras, this is a difficult requirement. Many students blushed and couldn't make their wands have any effect. Even if they succeeded, they were only able to cast spells silently on a few basic magics. Therefore, compared to Anthony Clyde's chanting aloud, Peter's silent casting of various curses shocked the people present even more. Peter showed his strength in the 1st grade. In the 2nd grade, he was always indifferent, spending most of his time silently studying the ancient rune. The rest of the time is either in the library or in the dormitory, so everyone is vague about his strength. But now, as soon as he showed his strength, everyone fell into shock again. Peter waved various spells to attack the opponent. He was very satisfied with the snakewood wand in his hand. The wand was like an arm, the casting speed was fast, and the consumption of magic power was low. This made him curious about the Elder Wand. After all, his snakewood wand was already so powerful. How could the legendary Elder Wand made by the God of Death be so powerful? Draco Malfoy and the audience looked at Peter in shock and threw out silent magic one after another, suppressing the 7th-year Academy chief so much that he couldn't fight back. He felt a little annoyed. His father asked him to make more contacts in the academy, but Peter, who was so powerful, missed 2 opportunities for communication. Don't know if there is still a chance to catch up? Although Anthony Clyde was suppressed and could not counterattack, he blocked Peter's attack with his efficient defense. Seeing this, Peter didn't want to waste time, so he started to try the magic he learned from Merlin's book during a summer vacation. "O wind blowing in the world, please listen to my call and give me a pair of wings that can fly." Peter waved his wand, as if dancing, spitting out mysterious words from his mouth. His voice seemed to have magic power, and everyone present felt the magic power within his body agitated, and then a breeze blew in the closed common room and quickly gathered behind Peter's back, forming a pair of invisible wings. "Take him away." Peter felt the pair of wings behind him and smiled with great satisfaction. This is an elemental magic taught to him by the Book of Merlin after he advanced to the elemental magician, which can summon the wind element to help him. The disadvantage of this elemental magic is that it takes a long time to recite the incantation, but the advantage is that it does not need to consume magic power except when it starts to summon, and the rest does not need to consume magic power. Moreover, the maintenance time of magic is very long, almost comparable to the magic on alchemy items. Peter spread his invisible wings, like a bird, quickly flying around Anthony Clyde, attacking 365 degrees in all directions. Anthony Clyde was obviously stunned by this style of play and was soon disarmed by Peter's wand. What magic? How come I've never seen? Professor Snape also looked at Peter in surprise at this time and asked in a low voice, "Use ancient magic?" Peter was not surprised that Snape could recognize his own magic, knowing that when Snape was a student, he could invent mischievous spells such as Toenail Growth Charm, Fuchsia Charm, Admiralty Falling Charm, etc. Wait, he also invented the black magic, Shadowless spell. This is not something that can be easily invented. Rather, it requires sufficient knowledge of magic spell theory. Yes, Professor, this is a wind elemental magic that can help me fly. 35 Peter nodded and replied, "Elemental magic. Isn't this magic that has disappeared in the legend?" Anthony Clyde, who was still standing on the stage, said in shock. Apparently he had heard of this kind of magic too. "I just got this magic by chance, and I managed to cast it by luck," Peter said modestly. "This is not just a fluke, Mr. York. There have been many famous magic masters who tried to crack and release elemental magic, but they were unsuccessful. But you did it," Professor Snape said with rare praise. As for many students in the audience, they just listened to their conversations with a confused look, but still looked at Peter on the stage with admiration. Because the 13-year-old third-year student successfully defeated the previous academy chief and became a historian youngest academy chief ever. Winner, Peter York. Professor Snape's deep voice echoed in the room, then looked at the people in the audience and asked, "Anyone else coming up to challenge Peter York?" Everyone was amazed by the cool magic that Peter used just now, and no one took the stage to challenge. Seeing this, Professor Snape directly announced, "The head of the academy this year is Peter York, and he is mainly responsible for the affairs of the students in the academy. Everyone must disobey without reason." As soon as he heard that he was in charge of things in the college, Peter's lazy cancer broke out, and he hurriedly said to Professor Snape, "Professor, can I find someone to take charge of me? You also know that I am not very good at dealing with these things, and I still have 12 courses this semester, so I really don't have much time to manage my students." Professor Snape listened to his words, was speechless for a moment, stared at him and asked, "The chief of the academy was established to help the dean and manage the affairs of the academy. You tell me now that you don't have time, you need to find someone else is in charge for you? Are you kidding me, Peter York?" Seeing the dean's aura erupting, Peter replied weakly, "Or, at another deputy chief position? I think Senior Anthony Clyde is very good. He was already in charge of these things last semester, and he must be able to handle it." "It is good. You are the head of the academy now, you can do it yourself. As long as nothing happens, I don't care about you, but if you find a problem, you will know the result," Professor Snape said fiercely. With Professor Snape's permission, Peter showed a happy look on his face. He turned to Anthony Clyde and said sincerely, "Senior, I would like to invite you to be the deputy chief of the academy and help me handle things in the academy. You know, I'm only in 3rd grade now, and I'm not very convincing at my age, and I'm not very good at managing these things. Please. Anthony Clyde originally thought that he would go down like this. Unexpectedly, after turning a corner, he could be invited by Peter to become the deputy chief management school, and he immediately nodded happily. As for whether he would think it was an insult, 17-year-old Anthony Clyde scoffed at it. You must know that the pureblood family members of them are trying to become the chief of the academy in order to gain personal connections and exercise the ability to manage. Let them manage the family business in the future, or enter the Ministry of Magic as officials. They can be like a duck to water. Of Nua Zhaoju. As long as you get the management rights of the chief of the college, it doesn't matter if you are deputy or not. Seeing the scene and seeing the two hit it off, Professor Snape snorted coldly and said to Peter, "After the chief meeting is over, come to my office." Then he strode forward, blowing his robe, left like a bat. The battle for the chief was over, and the students all returned to their dormitories. Only Peter and the head of the grades, as well as the new addition, Anthony Clyde, stayed for a meeting. Peter, who was sitting in the first place, looked at the heads of the grades on both sides, and then introduced Anthony Clyde next to him. "Since I'm only in the 3rd grade now, I'm not keen or good at managing college affairs, so in the future, the matter is still managed by Senior Anthony Clyde. If anything serious happens, you can let me know through my roommate, 3rd year Chief Alan White. 0. It's up to Anthony now. I'll go first. The dean is still waiting for me." Peter got up and left, leaving only a group of chiefs looking at each other. Knocking on the door of the potions office, Peter walked in and asked, "Professor Snape, do you have anything to do with me?" Snape was a little surprised to see Peter coming so quickly. Immediately, he took out a piece of parchment and what looked like an hourglass hanging on a gold necklace and placed it on the table in front of Peter. "You applied for all 12 courses last term, which means that some of your courses are conflicting. To ensure that you can complete all courses, the school has specially applied to the Ministry of Magic for a time shifter," Snape said slowly, then stared straight at Peter, who looked delighted, and said, "In view of your excellent grades over the past 2 years and your reputation at the Ministry of Magic, the Ministry of Magic would be happy to lend you the time converter. But the time turner is a dangerous thing, and in order to assure the Ministry of Magic that you can use it properly, I signed a pledge with the Ministry of Magic. So I want you to assure me that it will be used for anything other than study." Professor Snape looked at Peter sternly, leaned over to press Peter across the desk, and asked him for reassurance. "Professor, don't worry, I have never been deducted a credit in the past 2 years, but I am very obedient. Except for studying, I will not use the time converter anywhere else. I promise," Peter said sincerely, and then his eyes staring straight at the time changer on the table. Don't think I don't know. Every stupid thing the Gryffindor twins do, 097 has your shadow behind it. It's just that you'll be a little clever and take off yourself completely." Professor Snape smirked, looking through his face. Peter's expression. However, he did not delve into these, but handed the parchment paper to him and said, "This is a guarantee. After you sign it, you can take the time changer." Upon hearing this, Peter quickly took the quill and scanned the contents above, and found that there were a lot of guarantee requirements, and immediately signed his name neatly. Then he reached for the time turner, only to be blocked by Professor Snape's large hand. Peter looked up at him suspiciously. "Peter York, I know you are extremely gifted and have mastered a lot of advanced magic. But you must remember one thing, that time-related magic is unstable, and severe violations of the time rules can have catastrophic consequences. So even if you use the time changer during class time, you must remember that you can't let another you find you. Otherwise, a time paradox will occur, and you will be stuck in a time loop and never get out. More seriously, you will be killed by your past or future self. It is very likely that you will not exist." Professor Snape looked at Peter with a tone of counsel. He didn't want a gifted student from his college who had finally come out of his college and just gave up his life. "Professor, don't worry, but you cherish your own life," Peter replied seriously. When Professor Snape heard the words, he finally handed the time converter to Peter and then told him how to use it. The longest rewind time of the time converter per day is 5 hours, and every time it rotates, the time will rewind by 1 hour. Do not live for more than 5 hours, otherwise serious time accidents may occur. 99. Peter got the time turner, looked at it, and hung it around his neck, which looked like a delicate hourglass necklace. Professor, I will pay attention to it. 5 hours a day is enough to learn a lot of things, Peter said happily. Hearing this, Professor Snape frowned and reminded him, time never comes out, it's just overdrafting your future time. Every hour you use, you lose an hour in the future. You shouldn't want to shorten your lifespan. Peter smiled secretly. What he lacked was never time. After saying goodbye to Professor Snape, Peter returned to the dormitory and met his roommate who was giving out the class schedule. Alan handed Peter's class timetable to him, AC/DC, and said with a puzzled face, your divination class and Muggle studies, as well as arithmetic and divination class, are all at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. How can you take this at the same time? 3 classes? And in the afternoon, your magical conservation biology class and the ancient rune class are also in conflict. Did you make a mistake? There is nothing wrong with the timetable. Since the school allows all classes to be filled, there will always be a way, Peter said with a smile and put away his timetable. The next day, Peter and Alan went to a fortune-telling class together. On the way, they met the Weasley twins who happened to be going to class together. They climbed up the tower happily and finally came to a classroom on the top of the tower. The classroom was sultry and crowded, and there were some mysterious things hanging around. There were a bunch of small round tables and armchairs in the middle of the classroom, and the students did it one by one. Welcome to my class, I'm Professor Trelawney, Professor Trelawney said in a soft, fuzzy voice. Since you don't have a sight, I don't expect you to broaden your horizons, detect the traces of fate. So I can teach you very little. Professor Trelawney was thin, with a pair of large glasses and countless necklaces and beads around his neck, and he acted a little crazy. So what exactly is the vision she's talking about? Alan White asked Peter, frowning. Sight should refer to the innate ability of prophecy. The most important thing in divination class is talent. If you don't have talent, you can't see anything even if you stare at the crystal ball for a long time, Peter explained. This student is right, Professor Trelawney asked with a smile, walking up to Peter's side at some point. Can you tell me your name? As soon as you came in, I found out what was special about you, so full of spirituality. I think you can definitely achieve something in this class. My name is Peter York, Professor. Peter smiled at Professor Trelawney. He looked at this crazy teacher and felt unreliable. Okay, everyone, please be quiet first, Trelawney said to the students who were whispering around. This semester, we mainly learn to predict some future events through the most basic divination methods. Next semester, we will also learn hand skills, physiognomy, and some tower cards. If you have sight, you can see some future pictures from the crystal ball. Of course, I don't expect you to have such a rare ability, so most people can only see the crystal ball. A cloud of smoke. Today's first lesson, I will teach you how to see the future through the tea residues. Please turn to the first page of the book, Professor Trelawney said in a daze, then drink the tea leaves on the table. When you're done, compare the book to see what the residue looks like. Then you can deduce the corresponding prediction. 5. I think this class is the right one. You don't have to do anything, just drink tea here. Alan drank the tea on the table leisurely, and then looked at the tea residue in his cup with great interest. Let me see what this residue means. It means you're going to be out of luck. The twins turned their heads and laughed while Professor Trelawney was talking to the other students. You don't pay much attention to Professor Trelawney's words. We heard from senior students that the divination class is a joke, and no one will take it seriously. George shook his head and said, she likes to give people predictions of death, and people are killed every year. She predicted death, but none of them have come true so far. Cough. George, I think Professor Trelawney, maybe he just likes to make a joke with everyone. Alan coughed suddenly and motioned George to look back. When George saw Alan's eyes, he immediately felt bad, and when he turned his head, he found the angry Professor Trelawney. Professor Trelawney's eyes widened, and under the large pair of magnifying glasses, it almost took up half of his face. I know what you said about me. Say I'm a liar. A crazy old woman. Trelawney shouted, suddenly collapsed. I'm a descendant of the famous fortune-teller Cassandra Trelawney. With the blood of a prophet. Not a liar. The students who were originally whispering were frightened by Professor Trelawney's sudden emotion, especially George, who was talking just now, with a look of bewilderment and anxiety. Peter looked at the scene and sighed helplessly. He smelled the alcohol on Professor Trelawney's body. Speaking of which, Professor Trelawney is also a little pitiful. She has the bloodline of a prophet, but perhaps because of her thin bloodline, although she can make real predictions, she doesn't actually know when she predicts. Therefore, on the one hand, she is proud of having the bloodline of the Cassandra prophet, and on the other hand, she is suspicious of her own ability. And no one believed the prediction she made, and she could only hide in the small attic of Hogwarts and drink to quell her sorrows. Now that he drank and was stimulated by George's words, he suddenly broke out. Peter got up, reached out and patted George, who was upset and said the wrong thing, and then used a gentle tone to reassure Professor Trelawney, saying, Professor, they just said the wrong thing because they didn't understand you, and I believe you are true prophets. It's just that true prophets are so rare that most people suspect something they don't understand, and you don't have to be sad about that. Really? Do you really believe I'm not a liar? Professor Trelawney asked in a dazed, uncertain tone. I can really predict. I have predicted for some unfortunate people, but they don't believe me. Really, Professor, I believe in you. Peter nodded earnestly, then turned to point at the other students. They believe in you too. The represented students, seeing the tearful professor, nodded quickly, expressing that they also believed in Professor Trelawney. Peter, you are a good boy. Professor Trelawney choked with emotion. I believe your field of vision is very broad, and you will be able to make great achievements in divination in the future. 35. Peter smiled and accepted Professor Trelawney's blessing. Professor, Peter once successfully predicted that Cornelius Fudge would be elected as minister, and we also made a lot of money. He may become a prophet under your guidance. Fred said immediately, wanting to divert Professor Trelawney's attention. Upon hearing this, Professor Trelawney looked at Peter in surprise, wanting to confirm Fred's words. Peter gave Fred a stern look and said to Professor Trelawney, I just picked by feeling, and I can't take it seriously. 35. On the contrary, Professor Trelawney became interested. He staggered to the shelf next to him, took down a crystal ball, put it on the table in front of Peter, and said expectantly, Try to concentrate and look at it. What's in a crystal ball? Try to predict. The students present also gathered around curiously, wanting to see if Peter had the ability to predict. Peter looked at the people around him and Professor Trelawney's expectant eyes, nodded helplessly, then leaned over and stared at the crystal ball. What Peter inherited from the invisible beast is the ability to predict the future, which can change at any time, which is not the same as the immutability of the predicted fate, so Peter does not think that he can see things from the crystal ball. But obviously he guessed wrong, and when he tried to focus on the crystal ball, he saw that the fog in the crystal ball gradually turned into a scene of centaur tribes in the Forbidden Forest. I saw the centaurs holding long bows and fighting a wizard in a cloak on the opposite side. And behind the centaurs, there were a few shivering unicorns. Peter was very surprised. He didn't expect that he really had the gift of prophecy, so he couldn't help asking the system in his mind. The predictive ability of the invisible beast is also the category of divination. When the host fuses genes, the system has been strengthened and acquired the talent for divination. So the host can also predict. The system replied. 0. Ask for flowers. Peter didn't expect such a benefit, so he could be a prophet in the future. Child, what did you see inside? Professor Trelawney asked curiously when he noticed the change in Peter's expression. Peter came back to his senses and said the truth. I saw the Forbidden Forest. There was a dark wizard fighting the centaurs, and his target was the unicorns. The fighting was so intense that the centaurs were injured. Looking at the picture in the crystal ball, Peter was a little worried about the safety of the horse people, and he had a good relationship with the horse people. When he was in the second grade, he would visit the centaur tribe whenever he had time, and the centaurs were very warm to him and often served him with sumptuous food. The dark wizard Peter recognized Professor Quirrell at a glance, and his target was obviously the unicorn, and the stubborn character of the centaurs would not allow them to give up protecting the unicorn. So the conflict between the two sides was inevitable. 0. Just the bows and arrows of the Emma people. How can they resist the black magic of Professor Quirrell, who is possessed by Voldemort? Hearing Peter's prophecy, Professor Trelawney looked at him suspiciously. She wasn't sure whether Peter was just making it up or if he really saw a vision of the future. The students around also had different expressions. Some believed that Peter really saw it, but some thought he was lying and was just attracting the attention of Professor Trelawney. "Peter, did you really see it?" Fred asked in surprise. "I'm just joking. Do you really have the talent of a prophet?" "I don't know. I just watched the fog on the crystal ball gradually dissipate, and then the picture appeared," Peter explained, pretending to be puzzled. "I thought that I should find an opportunity to talk to the horse people, let them be vigilant and prepare in advance." "Professor, if the prophecies you see on the crystal ball can only be seen by yourself, how can you convince others?" Peter asked curiously. "Prophecy is not a one-time thing. It is like the magic of wizards, through continuous training and growth, and finally achieve arbitrary predictions. That is the highest goal of prophets." 35. Professor Trelawney explained Road. If you want others to see your own prophecy, you can buy a prophecy ball that stores prophecy. The Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic has a prophecy hall, where the prophecy balls of countless prophets are stored. Down. "Okay, I think Peter has a vision, and he made a successful prediction." Professor Trelawney was less drunk, looked at Peter with a complicated look, and a look of envy flashed in his eyes, and then said, 10 points for Peter York. For his prophetic talent. 0. Peter's successful prediction made all the students instantly interested in the divination class. Holding the thick book, Poke the Fog, and See the Future, following the instructions in the book, I looked for patterns similar to the residue in my teacup, hoping to see if I had the gift of prophecy. "Peter, you're so amazing. You have the gift of prophecy. No wonder you can guess that Cornelius Fudge was elected Minister of Magic. If you have any predictions about making money, please tell us both. How about the profit of 50 or 5 cents? You think too much. The prophecies are accidental, and 097, who would make the prophecy about making a fortune? The brain is broken." Peter looked at them with contempt. The next divination class was boring, and everyone was racking their brains to guess the meaning of the image of the residue in the teacup. And Professor Trelawney returned to his madness, watching the student's teacup, always shaking his head, sighing, and staring at the uneasy student with sympathy, as if he was going to die tomorrow. After finally waiting for this class to end, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and ran away in a hurry. Down the stairs, everyone was discussing divination and Professor Trelawney. Peter looked at the time, then said to his companions, "You go first, I'll follow right away." Then he went to the bathroom, took out the time changer in his clothes, and turned around. Immediately, Peter felt himself flying backwards quickly. All kinds of blurry cloud shapes passed in front of him. Something was pounding in his ears, and he couldn't hear his own voice. When the movement stopped, Peter walked out of the bathroom. He looked at the time. It was already an hour ago. Then he quickly ran to the classroom of the arithmetic and divination class, and finally found a good seat and sat down before Professor Vector arrived. "Peter, didn't you follow George and the others to the fortune-telling class? Why did you come to the arithmetic and fortune-telling class?" Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor asked in surprise. "No, my class is arithmetic and divination," Peter said, concealed. "It is different from the means of predicting with crystal balls, tea leaves, or hands in divination classes. Digital divination is a method of using numbers to explain fate or predict the future. It is based on a series of rules and rigorous mathematical operations." So Peter listened to Professor Vector's explanation of arithmetic and divination, and suddenly felt like he was in a Muggle math class. Fortunately, Peter's math level is good. Compared with the confused look of other students, he listened with great interest. When the class was over, Peter hurriedly turned the time turner around again, back to an hour ago, and then went to the Muggle Studies classroom. Professor Bubaji of Muggle Studies obviously did not know much about Muggle society and knew nothing about Muggle culture, history, technology, etc. What he told made Peter very speechless, and he immediately put out the idea of continuing to listen to the lecture. He lowered his head and took out a magic book and read it. The Bubaji professor has been preaching support for intermarriage between wizards and muggles and against discrimination against werewolves. Even after Voldemort came back strong and took control of the Ministry of Magic, he defended the mudblood in the Daily Prophet and was caught and killed, and his body was eaten by Voldemort's snake Nagini. Peter respected her actions, but would disagree with her description of the Muggle world. In her cognition, Muggles are weak, so they need to be protected. When the Muggle Studies class was over, Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried in a hurry, keeping up with a few partners who had just come out of the fortune-telling classroom. "Peter, didn't you just walk to that side just now? Why did you suddenly appear from this side?" Alan asked in surprise. "How could you be wrong? You just walked this way." Peter shook his head in denial. "Am I wrong?" Alan said with self-doubt. In the next time, Peter used the time converter to shuttle through 12 courses. Aside from being a little busy at first, when Peter got used to it completely and had an extra 5 hours a day, he was more relaxed. There are more and more difficult homework in the 3rd grade, and professors have higher and higher requirements for students. The heavy homework made the students breathless and complained all day long. In view of the situation that Hermione almost drove himself crazy when he was in the 3rd grade, Peter specially arranged a reasonable study time arrangement so that he would not stay up late, and even used the time converter to supplement sleep time so that he would not be exhausted. The only problem is that, as Professor Snape said, his lifespan may be shortened a lot over the course of the year. But for Peter, who has a long life, time just happens to be a cheap thing to him. He also wished he could spend more time to grow up faster. But the time converter can go back up to 5 hours a day, which makes him a little pity. As for the idea of breaking through the 5-hour limit, Peter didn't want to try it at all. He was afraid that he would be trapped in the time loop forever by unfortunate circumstances. But Peter really wanted to get a time turner. The method of making this thing has been lost. Moreover, in the future 1996 Department of Mystery War, the cabinet containing the time converter was hit and cracked in the fierce battle, and all the converters are now unusable. In order to save such a precious time prop, Peter decided to keep at least one time converter in his hands. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the night, after Peter was kicked out of the library by Mrs. Pants, when he returned to the common room, he saw Draco Malfoy and his 2 little servants discussing something with a smile. "Senior York." Draco greeted Peter as soon as he saw Peter coming in. Peter was the head of the house, and all Slytherin students had to respect him, so Draco Malfoy didn't dare to be presumptuous in his presence. "What are you talking about? Having such a good time?" Peter asked with a smile. "We set a trap for Harry Potter and said we were going to duel him at midnight tonight, but I actually told Filch to catch them. Maybe get fired," Draco Malfoy said proudly. "Mr. Marfo, I won't comment on your whistleblowing to Filch, but you offered to fight them, and you should keep your promise. The duel is sacred, you should know that." "You're smearing Slytherin." Peter looked at him seriously. "You'll either be invited to a duel tonight, or apologize in person tomorrow. Otherwise people will think we Slytherin are a bunch of untrustworthy cowards." Draco Malfoy blushed after being reprimanded by Peter, and then said obediently, "I'm going to duel with Harry Potter tonight, and I won't lose face to Slytherin." "That's what a real Slytherin is supposed to do," Peter said with satisfaction. The next day, Peter saw an excited Draco. He excitedly ran over to Peter and said, "Chief, I know there's something hidden in that room on the right side of the corridor on the 3rd floor. It's a terrifying 3-headed dog." "3-headed dog?" Peter said, pretending to be surprised. "No wonder Headmaster Dumbledore won't let us go there. The 3-headed dog of hell is very scary. Dumbledore, this old madman, put a 3-headed dog in the school. I almost got bitten to death by it last night. I'm going to tell my dad." Draco Malfoy looked angrily sad. What about the duel between you and Harry Potter? Who wins and who loses? Peter asked with interest. What else? When I first got there, Filch came over and almost caught us. We had no way out, so we had to hide in the house in the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. I didn't expect that there was a 3-headed dog inside. That guy's fangs were only 1 hand away from me. Draco had a look of horror and excitement, and a blush appeared on his pale face. Peter shook it, feeling like the guy was a timid horror lover who loved ghost movies. The 3rd-year course is still going on, and the most criticized one is Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts. This guy has sprayed a lot of strong garlic smell on himself since I don't know when. The smell filled the whole body defense against the dark arts classroom. When the students are in class, they have to pinch their noses and bite the bullet to drill in, and the seats that go further back are more sought after. The first few people excluded Peter, and it was empty. Roommates Alan and the Weasley twins abandoned him and squeezed into the back. Peter sat alone in the front, staring at Professor Quirrell. Then Peter nodded his wand to his head in full view, and instantly a bubble like a bubble popped up, wrapping his head. Block the garlic smell coming from the outside. Professor, you shouldn't mind. I'm really allergic to garlic. Peter said blindly. When, of course, your bubble spell cast, well, Slytherin adds 10 points. Professor Quirrell stammered. Peter looked at Professor Quirrell's pale face, coupled with the faint smell of rancidity in his garlic smell, and immediately guessed that Professor Quirrell's body should not be able to withstand the 2 souls, and began to collapse. This also means that if he can't get the Philosopher's Stone, he will definitely transfer his target to the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, because the blood of the unicorn will delay his life. Although Peter doesn't care much about unicorns, he doesn't want the centaurs who are close to him to suffer because of it, so he must take the time to warn the centaurs. Professor Quirrell's class, because of his stammering, many students did not have the patience to listen to it, so they did their own things. But Peter still listened to his class patiently, because although this guy deliberately pretended to be stupid, Professor Quirrell was once an outstanding student of Ravenclaw College and became a professor at Hogwarts at a young age. And behind him is a hidden Voldemort, a dark lord who once wanted to be a defense against the dark arts professor. Peter even guessed that Professor Quirrell, the reason he chose to be a professor of defense against the dark arts, was Voldemort's master. Otherwise he, someone who has been at Hogwarts for many years, has no reason not to know that this class is cursed. Professor Quirrell, who was stuffing Voldemort in the back of his head, although he stuttered and looked very funny, but after listening to his class carefully, Peter was able to find Professor Quirrell's extremely solid theoretical knowledge. Professor Quirrell spoke intermittently about a magic called the wishing charm that he had learned in the Middle East. According to him, the purpose of this spell was to make fun of muggles, because the old wizard who created this spell likes to turn himself into a wishing elf, waiting for passing muggles to pick up the oil lamp he was hiding in. When the muggle wiped the oil lamp, the old wizard would burst out of the lamp, thank the muggle for letting him out, and promise him a wish. After the muggle makes a wish with joy, the old wizard will conjure him whatever he wants, but after 3 seconds, it will be nothing. Emotional changes to hell. The students who attended the class lost interest in an instant when they heard that it was a spell to trick muggles, not to mention that the wishing spell could only last for 3 seconds. It was a rubbish spell to them. But Peter's eyes lit up. Although this wishing spell only lasts for 3 seconds, it can change anything that exists. According to Professor Quirrell, this old wizard used the wishing charm to conjure gold and silver treasures, beautiful women, mansions, etc. for muggles, and it was conjured out of thin air. This is much more amazing than transfiguration. The students were reluctant to listen and whispered from below. The stammered Professor Quirrell was even more intimidated. He nervously picked up the Defense Against the Dark Arts book and read it according to the contents above. The students below saw that Professor Quirrell was bullying and snickered. Professor Quirrell looked even more nervous, stammering even what was in the textbook. Peter really admires Professor Quirrell's acting skills, and it's not easy to pretend to be like this. But he didn't want to just mess around with this class, especially since he was very interested in the wishing charm. Professor, can you explain to me in detail how that wishing spell works? I'm very interested in this spell. Peter raised his hand and asked Professor Quirrell aloud. His voice suppressed the surrounding whispers, and the classroom suddenly became silent, and everyone looked at Peter. Professor Quirrell didn't expect that someone would ask him a question. He was stunned for a moment, and then he asked in surprise about, "York, do you want to learn the wishing charm?" "Yes, Professor, I am very interested in him. Because according to the laws of transfiguration, we can't conjure things out of thin air. But the wishing charm does not obey this rule. Although it exists only for 3 seconds, it has been achieved the power of void creation." "It's amazing," Peter replied. Hearing this, Professor Quirrell showed a happy expression on his face, as if he had been approved by someone, and said a little faster, "I'm very glad that someone can discover the uniqueness of this spell. I will focus on this spell, because it breaks through the limitations of magic rules. With a strong desire, you can conjure things out of thin air. Although, even though it is only for 3 seconds, if you can, enough to continue research go on, or maybe there will be new great discoveries in the future, maybe." But suddenly Professor Quirrell's expression changed, as if he was possessed in an instant, no longer flinched, looked at Peter with interest, and then said flatly, "I heard that you are the best student in Slytherin's history. Look, it's true. If you want the principle of the wishing spell, you can come to my office and ask me. I have a lot of unknown magic there if you are interested." "Damn," Peter scolded in an instant. He didn't expect that he just asked a question and let Voldemort come out directly. Especially when his eyes that seemed to be able to read people's hearts, staring straight at Peter, made Peter instantly horrified. Peter knew it was the effect of legilimency, but he wasn't worried that his memory would be detected, since he was immune to most spells, including Dementorism. "I'll be there when I have time, Professor," Peter replied politely with a forced smile on his face. Professor Quirrell looked a little disappointed. Obviously his legilimency had failed. But he looked at Peter's interest a little more and said, "Then I look forward to seeing you at any time." 35. Then his expression changed again, and the timid Professor Quirrell came back, looked at Peter with a suspicious expression, and then stammered. Peter asked, "Yeah, please sit down. We continue to class. Other questions you can ask me at my office. Peter sat down helplessly, and then continued to listen to the lecture. After class, before Peter could react, he was carried by the twins and escaped from the classroom, leaving Professor Quirrell with a hesitant expression on his face. "Peter, you can do bubble spells. You didn't say it sooner." "We smoked the garlic smell of a whole class there," the twins complained. "It's time for you to have a taste. You guys who abandoned me, you won't leave me the next position." Peter rolled his eyes at them and replied, "Hey, isn't there no vacancy? Besides, we think you are a good student, so you should choose to sit at the front." The twins and Alan sneered and said, "It's so mad at me. It's so unfair. Why does Potter have such an exception?" Peter was sitting in the Slytherin common room, comfortably on the fire, when he saw Draco come in angrily. Behind him the two little followers were still foolishly persuading him. "What's wrong, Malfoy? Harry Potter messed with you again?" Peter asked with a funny face. The most lively part of this time was the conflict between Draco and Harry Potter. These two guys would pinch each other when they met, especially Draco, who was like a Harry Potter radar. As soon as Harry Potter appeared, he would definitely be the first to find out, and then he would turn on the taunting mode. Harry Potter wasn't one to be submissive either. Every time Draco found fault, he would sternly retort. Peter and his party, who are melon eaters, watched happily. One of the times when the two were pinching each other, Alan passing by also teased that the two were in love with each other and killed each other, which instantly disgusted the two people who were pinching each other. Successfully let both sides strike for a week, and neither is willing to be in the same space with the other side. Harry Potter received a broomstick because he became a seeker for Gryffindor. The school had a rule that first-year students were not allowed to play Quidditch. But they broke that rule. Draco Malfoy was indignant, said, "Oh, how did you know? Becoming a seeker is such an important secret that no one else should know it." Peter asked in surprise, "Hey, Can you expect a group of Gryffindors to keep a secret? I'm afraid the news has spread throughout the school now. Draco said sarcastically, and then changed his words and said with a positive tone, but I think it was Harry Potter who did it. Yes, he'd love to be more famous. To make people say he's the Saint Potter. Peter was speechless for a moment, and the Weasley twins had an "I only told you" expression yesterday afternoon, saying that Harry Potter had become their seeker and Peter had promised not to pass it on. It has spread throughout the school today, and this level of secrecy is good enough. You've wronged Harry Potter, Malfoy, Peter said amusingly, looking at the little boy who was called a drag brother in front of him. As far as I know, you were discovered because you went to provoke people in the flying class. With the talent of flying, I heard that people swooped down from a height of 20 feet and grabbed a memory ball unscathed. This is a rare talent. Shout, what kind of talent is he? Malfoy looked disdainful, then turned to look at Peter expectantly. I heard Marcus Flint say, Chief, your flying talent is beyond peerless. It's just that you compete against Quidditch. I'm not interested. That's why I let these nameless people be arrogant and domineering. Arrogant and domineering? Harry Potter? Peter is speechless. I'm afraid it's not you. As far as he knew, this guy Malfoy, almost like a gangster, led the first-year freshmen on an arrogant rampage, making other academies dare not speak out. The little Slytherin image that Peter finally regained turned into a negative score in an instant. Otherwise, Peter's class of students has the best external image among almost all grades in Slytherin. Because of Peter's leadership, every student has more or less friends from other colleges. This kind of good sign also made the professors in the school have a very good impression of Peter. Now that he's the head of the academy, he doesn't care about other things, but he can't let Slytherin's reputation be ruined, especially since he doesn't want to see his own academy isolated by other academies. The smartest people have always united most of the people who can be united, instead of putting themselves on the opposite side of the vast majority. So he looked at Draco seriously and said, Malfoy, I don't care about you and Harry Potter, but you mustn't take your valet to bully the students of other colleges. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are our best friends. Subject, I will never allow you to break this connection. Remember? Ravenclaw's group of nerds, and the cowardly Hufflepuff. What's there to associate with? I don't understand, Chief. Draco Malfoy said stubbornly, obviously not interested. I'm the head of the academy. You have to listen to me when I say it. Do you understand? Peter burst out with aura, looking at him coldly. Yes, I get it. Draco had never encountered such pressure before. His back and palms were frightened with cold sweat, and he nodded quickly. Very good. Peter's expression warmed, looking at the unwillingness in Draco's eyes, and said lightly, You can ask your father. He is a smart man. He should understand. 95. His father, Lucius Malfoy, is a member of the school board. Aren't you afraid that he will come to trouble you when you do this? Alan White, who came out of the dormitory, just heard the words just now and worried for Peter. Good luck. If Lucius Malfoy is a smart guy, he should know what I mean. Of course, if he's an idiot and wants to trouble me, I'm not afraid of him. Besides, there's a Dumbledore block in front. Peter said calmly. Seriously, I still don't understand. Why did you hand over the management rights of the chief of the academy to Anthony Clyde? Alan asked suspiciously. I don't want to manage some trivial matters within Slytherin, and I haven't given all the power to Clyde. Isn't it still you? Peter said with a smile, I heard other grade leaders say you are my eyeliner in the chief regiment. Honored Assistant White? 35. F***KU. Alan laughed and scolded Peter and pushed him. No wonder those grade chiefs always looked at me weirdly during every meeting. And the deputy chief Anthony Drake, who asked me every time after he finished speaking, made me stunned. I didn't expect the problem to arise with you. After a few days of thinking, Peter finally chose to ask Professor Quirrell about the wishing charm. He couldn't avoid Professor Quirrell forever. And to be honest, he wasn't too scared. Voldemort behind Professor Quirrell. At this time, Voldemort didn't have much power. He was just a ghost attached to Professor Quirrell. Slowly devoured Professor Quirrell's life and magic until his body completely collapsed, and he could only survive on the blood of unicorns. And this was Hogwarts School, the home of Dumbledore, and no one could hide under his nose. So he looked indifferent and walked down the stairs to Professor Quirrell's office. "Hello, Peter," a classmate he knew greeted him when he passed by. Peter smiled politely at him. To say Peter's popularity at school, after a year of catching the Dark Wizard, he won a Merlin's second class and won the duel competition during the holiday, plus his handsome face, almost no one in the whole school does not know him. There's even a support group of his fans. And Alan White, a gossip lover, was almost in unison with Flora Shack, the head of the fan support group. I don't know how many of his private affairs were told to 113 Flora by Alan. As soon as he walked near the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Peter saw the Gryffindor trio, walking this way. "Senior York, long time no see. Where have you been all this time? Why haven't I seen you?" Hermione first noticed Peter and ran over to greet him happily. "Hello, Peter York." Harry Potter also politely asked Peter a favor, but seemed a little polite. Obviously, Peter Slytherin's identity made him more resistant. "Hey, Peter." Instead, Ronald greeted him familiarly and said, "I heard George and the others looking for you just now. I heard that they found a new secret passage and want to explore with you." "Hello." Peter nodded with a smile, then turned to Ronald. "Don't tell them they've seen me. These two guys have been messing with Peeves lately. It's not good for me." "I'm afraid it's too late. I saw the two of them just now, walking towards your dormitory," Ronald said with a smile. "Ronald, how did you meet Peter?" Harry Potter asked in surprise. "Peter and George Fred are friends, and he was a guest at our house last Christmas, and my mother liked AC/DC him very much." Ronald explained. Then he asked Peter, "Why are you here, Peter?" "I've come to ask Professor Quirrell some questions," Peter explained. "Professor Quirrell? How can you ask this stammering guy? He can't spit out a few words for a long time." Ronald groaned. "Don't be rude, Ronald. Show some respect to the professor." Hermione on the side couldn't help but scold. Ronald rolled his eyes at Hermione, pursed his lips, and said nothing. "Congratulations to you, Harry Potter. I heard that you became a seeker for the Gryffindor team." Peter smiled and said to Harry Potter, "You are the only first-year seeker who has made an exception in 100 years. Obviously, Slytherin has encountered a challenge." "No." Harry Potter smiled shyly and said nothing. "Okay, I think you guys should also have something to do. We'll see you next time." Peter nodded with a smile, then turned around and left. Sanshao only looked at the figure of Peter leaving. "Senior Peter York, he is so handsome. And he is the first place in his grade every year. I heard that he captured 2 Dark Wizards in the first grade and a Merlin's second class medal. He is also the champion of the duel competition. It's so perfect." Hermione Granger said, looking at Peter's figure with admiration on her face. "Hermione, how do you know so much about Peter York?" Harry Potter looked at Hermione, who looked like a nympho, in surprise. "I know that she joined the Peter York fan support group not long ago, and the girls there are as crazy as he is infatuated with Peter," Ronald said positively, with an expression of no surprise on his face. "Fan support? Is Peter York still a star?" Harry Potter looked curious. "No, it was someone who was obsessed with or admired Peter, who spontaneously established a secret society, and they also called the society the Magic Princess Club, and now there are dozens of members." Ronald is full of exaggeration said. "Then how did you know that, Ronald?" Harry Potter looked at his roommate strangely. "Hey, those members knew that I knew Peter, and my 2 brothers were Peter's best friends, so they wanted to ask me about Peter, a message for a bag of BB to flavor beans, so." "Ronald," he explained with a smile. "Bought you with a bag of BB Duo flavored beans? Ronald, you are really good." Hermione looked at him with contempt. "Seriously, I think Senior Peter York is really good. Why was he selected to Slytherin Academy? Malfoy there and 2 of his sidekicks are so bad. If only he was in the other students." Harry Potter exclaimed. "Harry, you can't deny Slytherin Academy completely because of what Malfoy and the others have done. I've seen other Slytherin students be friends with Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even Gryffindor," Hermione said to Harry Potter sternly. "Hermione is right, Harry. My mom said if we were as good as Peter, she wouldn't mind us at Slytherin. Ronald agreed. Peter came to Professor Quirrell's door, took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Come in. Professor Quirrell's voice came from the door. His tone was low and elegant, not the cowardly look he used to be. Peter's hand tightened on the doorknob, and his heart lifted again. Apparently the one who received him was not the usual Professor Quirrell. Wary of the unknown, Peter had the urge to turn around and leave. However, he still managed to hold back his uneasy mood, twisted the door handle and walked in. However, out of precaution, he did not close the door, but left it open, and he could see students passing by outside at any time. Professor Quirrell, hello, Peter greeted respectfully and then said, I'm here to ask you about the principle of the wishing charm. I wonder if you have time. At this time, Professor Quirrell didn't seem to be timid at all. Instead, he sat gracefully behind his desk with a tall and straight posture, looking at Peter with a sharp eye and motioning him to close the door with a smirk. Professor, I'm allergic to garlic, and if I don't open the door, I'll probably faint here. 33 Peter refused to explain. But at this time, Professor Quirrell was obviously a domineering person. With a wave of his hand, the door of the office closed instantly. Looking at Peter, who was alert for a moment, he chuckled and said, Aren't you good at using bubble spells? I don't mind if you use this spell in the office. Peter was taken aback by his sudden movement and thought he was going to do something to himself. His wand was ready to go. As a result, he was embarrassed by his words and quietly hid his wand behind him. Professor Quirrell didn't seem to notice his movements, and with a flick of his hand, 2 teacups flew in front of the two of them, and then the teapot jumped to the table and poured water into the teacups. Peter's eyes were stunned for a while by this set of fluent staffless magic. Although he also has a few magic wands, all of them are rampant spellcasting methods, and they are used very crudely. It is a world of difference from such a sophisticated means of operation. Professor Quirrell was obviously very satisfied with Peter's response. He raised his hand and said, Please sit down. Then an armchair in the corner walked over and came behind Peter. Peter was relieved, sat down, and then looked at Professor Quirrell in front of him with some restraint. Peter York, I've been following you for a while. Very good, confident, intellectually curious, caught 2 grown-up wizards in 1st grade, and won a duel, something no one has ever done before. Professor Quirrell looked at Peter admiringly. I heard the description of you from others, and I once sneered, thinking that it was a genius image that was created. But after this period of observation, I found that those evaluations of you are still a little low. Professor, you are so complimented. Peter said humbly when he saw his eyes. Excessive modesty is excessive conceit, Peter York. You are a genius. You should not be restrained by modesty. It will wear away your talent. Professor Quirrell shook his head disapprovingly and looked at him with a smile. This world is divided into different people, and a small number of people are gifted. They were born to stand in high positions, and they were given important responsibilities by fate, and you, Peter, are the best among them. I have always felt that outstanding students should always be treated differently. Just like your classmates in the classroom, they were born to be mediocre, and what they have learned is a petty profit in front of them. But you're different. You can't be fooled by some stupid, bad knowledge that wastes your precious time and talent. The knowledge taught in this school is only to satisfy those who are destined to have no future. They cannot make you famous, and they cannot make you strong. If you want to go further on the path of magic, there must be a guide. Professor Quirrell's tone was natural, his speech was smooth, with a hint of seduction, and he looked at Peter quietly. Peter regrets coming here. Listening to his words is because he has been paying attention to himself for a long time. Does this mean that he is recruiting himself? Peter pretended to be stupid and changed the subject, pretending to be puzzled and asked, Professor, why don't you stutter? Professor Quirrell looked at Peter with a deep face and said with a smile, You are very smart. In fact, you found something wrong with me early on, so you haven't come to me to ask questions these days. Professor, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Peter continued to play dumb. I don't understand? Sly little guy, if you could put your wand down, I might still believe a thing or two, Professor Quirrell said with a smirk, gesturing at the movement of his hand with a playful look in his eyes. Don't you want to know, why am I pretending to be like this? Professor Quirrell continued, as if wishing he would ask. It's none of my business, Professor. I'm not too curious, Peter said with a look of rejection. What else? Isn't it just for the Philosopher's Stone? And you're not really Professor Quirrell, Lord Voldemort. Peter muttered silently. Haha, you deserve to be a Slytherin person, indifferent and cunning. Professor Quirrell was very satisfied with Peter's performance, applauding lightly, and said in agreement, only people who are very self-centered can achieve success without distractions. Otherwise, they will be punished. Those messy things affect and become weak. Lord Voldemort, you misunderstood. Peter said silently, only someone like you who lacks love would feel that emotions are dross. Tell me, what kind of magic do you want to learn? Professor Quirrell said with a playful look, I have a lot of magic spells here that can't be learned in school. Even black magic can be learned. Anything can be learned. Peter was surprised, then seemed to understand, straightened up and asked, magic knowledge is very precious. What do you want me to do? I'll just say you're a smart person, Professor Quirrell said with admiration, then shook his head, but I don't need you right now, so as a sincerity, you can come to me every weekend to ask for advice and see your performance. Teach you something. 5. 0. Ask for flowers. Shouldn't you want me to help you in the Philosopher's Stone? Peter looked at Professor Quirrell with a confident face at this time and thought silently. But Peter didn't care whether it was or not, he went whoring first, so he said bluntly, I want to learn the wishing spell you said in class. Wishing charm? What's there to learn? Professor Quirrell didn't care and persuaded, although this magic is magical, it only lasts for 3 seconds, so it doesn't have much effect. You should probably learn a powerful spell. How about the Thunderbolt spell, which can even blow up an entire street if you have enough magic power? Professor, I'm very curious about the mechanism of the void creation ability of the wishing charm, so I want to study it, Peter insisted. Okay, since you want to learn, I'll teach you. Professor Quirrell nodded. He drew a symbol on the wand in the air, and golden sand poured out of the wand, flowing like fine water, much like the sand of time in the time converter, but it was not silver sand. The wishing charm is actually an accidental magic created by the old wizard, based on the magic lamp spirit in the Muggle fairy tale. It requires a very strong emotion from the caster to release what the old wizards call magic dust. Magic dust can turn into anything at the wizard's will, even a living human being, but it persists. The time is only 3 seconds, so it is very tasteless. 99. When I first saw this magic, I was very surprised, because this kind of magic dust can turn into everything in the world, which is more amazing than transfiguration. Professor Quirrell waved his wand, the golden dust. It quickly condensed into a living 3-headed rune snake, and in just a blink of an eye, the rune snake disappeared again. But after researching it for a while, I gave up completely, because I found that this kind of magic dust is the materialization of magic power, and the things that are changed are actually simulating all things with magic power. Although to a certain extent, the creation of the void has been achieved, but the magic of the wizard is sacrificed. No one will choose such magic. Even Nickleen, who has accumulated magic power for hundreds of years, can't use the wishing spell to permanently deform. Unless you have infinite magic, down. Professor, do you mean that if the magic dust can continue to provide magic power, the magical transformation of the wishing charm can continue forever? Peter asked. Yes, but no one has infinite magic power, so there is no such possibility. Professor Quirrell replied. Not necessarily, Peter said to himself. Professor Quirrell uses the wishing spell, considering the limited magic power in the wizard's body. But the elemental magic that Peter learned from Merlin's book advocates the communication of magic elements from the outside world, so as to use the endless magic elements of the outside world to perform earth-shattering magic. The wishing spell can change all things, but the disadvantage is that the limited magic power in the body cannot supply the deformation needs of the wishing spell. But if elemental magic is used to supplement the mana, the power of this spell will be very promising. Afterwards, Professor Quirrell explained the casting skills and precautions of the wishing spell, and even explained in detail the difference and connection between the pronunciation of the wishing spell in the Middle East language and the pronunciation of the Latin language. Peter was thirsty like 113, quickly received the knowledge taught by Professor Quirrell, and kept thinking about how to combine this spell with elemental magic to create his own wishing magic. The two taught one and the other learned, and the atmosphere was completely harmonious. Professor, if you want to transform this spell and change its magic input method to absorb it from the outside, how should it be changed? Peter looked at the spell runes in the air and asked Professor Quirrell, who was beside him. Do you want to rely on the magic of the outside world to realize the wishing spell? Professor Quirrell flashed surprise in his eyes, then shook his head and said, "It's easy to change the magic input method. You only need to change the gesture, but unless you find a magic stone that can make you continuously provide magic power. Otherwise, your wishing spell is still just a tasteless magic with a 3-second effect." Peter was overjoyed when he heard that the magic input method could be changed, and he couldn't wait to ask Professor Quirrell for this method. And Professor Quirrell was not impatient, and still explained the knowledge to him in great detail. Gradually, Peter had a complete understanding of the spell. A flash of light suddenly appeared in his mind, and he didn't care that Professor Quirrell was still by his side at this time. He took out his wand and tried to carefully add the rune, which communicates the elements of magic from the outside world, in the Book of Merlin to the rune of the wishing spell. Want to form a brand new elemental wishing spell? This is not right. If you add this rune, it will cause an explosion. Professor Quirrell suddenly stopped. Professor Quirrell looked at the runes in the air with a surprised expression. He didn't expect Peter to know the ancient runes. Although he didn't know Peter's rune, but with experience, he still felt something was wrong and hurriedly stopped it. Otherwise, it is possible that both of them will be blown to ashes. Know that spell creation is a very dangerous thing. Most of the time at St. Mungo's Hospital, the patients received were the result of experimental spells, just like Luna Lovegood's mother, who was directly killed by an explosion while experimenting with a spell. Peter was also taken aback when he heard Professor Quirrell's reminder, and then he looked at the runes in midair, thinking about where to add the runes. However, he still has a cheating device to know the results later. So under Professor Quirrell's puzzled eyes, he closed his eyes and activated his ability to predict. Predict the result of adding runes to various positions of the wishing spell rune. After a while, Peter opened his eyes with a face full of disaster. Damn, Peter scolded directly. He just saw himself dead 6 times in total in predicting the future. The wishing spell is composed of 7 rune characters. If Peter wants to add the elemental magic rune into it, he needs to find the right position. As a result, Peter added runes to different positions every time in the foreseeable future, and the result was one after another explosion. He even saw that Professor Quirrell was also tragically implicated and died inexplicably, and in the end there was only Voldemort in a black fog, and he fled Hogwarts cursed. But fortunately, he finally found the most suitable location for the rune to be added. This time, without hesitation, he directly added the rune to the correct position. Professor Quirrell, who was originally calm and elegant, changed his face and immediately put a super armor on himself. Avoid yourself, be bombed. However, there was no explosion as Professor Quirrell had guessed. At this time, the wishing spell floating in the air has changed. The original 7 characters have increased to 8, and the golden light has become more dazzling. This reconstituted spell is full of vitality and keeps beating. Twisted. You created a new spell? Professor Quirrell was a little surprised. The student created a new spell right under his nose. No, Professor, I just reworked the spell to make it work for me. Peter shook his head, denying that he had created the spell, but then a sincere smile appeared on his face. Looking at the new spell in midair, Peter remembered its structure and then erased it. Then, with an eager expression, holding the wand, he recited the wishing spell, but this time the spell he recited was slightly longer than the original, and the gestures also changed part of it. Wish come true. As Peter waved his wand, golden dust came out from the top of the wand. This time, The magic dust that poured out was several times more than that of Professor Quirrell. With a thought, the magic dust directly turned into a smart phoenix and sent out an exciting phoenix sound. It was not until about 10 seconds later that the phoenix finally dissipated. Your wishing charms effect has exceeded 3 seconds. How did you do it? Professor Quirrell can't maintain his elegant demeanor now. He was shocked to see the wishing spell cast by Peter. The wishing spell that he had spent a long time without breaking through was improved by a student in just a few hours. Peter is also very happy at this time. The current wishing spell, when casting the spell, no longer relies on the limited magic power delivery in the body, but through the rune added in the spell. It automatically communicates with the magic elements in the outside world to achieve the effect of replenishment at any time. Peter's half-minute was just a means to hide his clumsiness, and now Professor Quirrell was very surprised. If he knew that the wishing charm could last for a few hours now, I'm afraid it would be not shock, but greed. After all, both of them knew that if there were no restrictions on the wishing spell, it would be a magical magic that could create things in the void, and it was much more subtle than transfiguration. Moreover, the magical creatures transformed are alive. They also have the ability of magical creatures, which is incomparable to polymorphism. Because the dragons transformed by polymorphism are only similar in appearance, but they cannot spit out dragon flames, let alone life. Professor, I just changed the magic input method so that it can absorb the magic power in the surrounding air for a short period of time, thus extending it for 10 seconds, but it can only be like this. It is still very tasteless. Peter is full of pity, said with a dissatisfied look. When Professor Quirrell heard Peter's words, he immediately lost interest in the wishing charm, thinking that this tasteless magic consumes a lot of magic power, and even if it is extended for 10 seconds, it is still very tasteless. But still praised, you can improve the spell at this age of 3.2, which is already very good. This shows that your spell talent is excellent. You can continue to study this aspect in the future. Then he looked at Peter with a serious face and said, but you shouldn't try to improve spells like this. Many wizards lost their lives in spell experiments. You were lucky just now, and you chose the right one at once. Location. Otherwise my office will be blown up. Peter nodded obediently, but complained in his heart, I am afraid it is not just as simple as blowing up. I also saw the tragic appearance of Professor Quirrell's body. After learning this spell, Peter's purpose of this trip has been achieved. Look at the dark sky outside. Peter bids Professor Quirrell farewell. Professor Quirrell didn't stay any longer and let him go back first. Peter York. Peter just touched the doorknob when Professor Quirrell's faint voice came from behind him. Peter's body tensed up a little, and it was only now that he remembered Professor Quirrell behind this, but the real Voldemort. And he actually forgot about it just now. With a smile on his face, Peter turned around and asked, Professor, do you have anything else to do? Professor Quirrell sat lazily in the chair, like a cold king, with a gentle smile on his face, but no warmth in his eyes. He said slowly, in the future, my office welcomes you at any time. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Got it? Okay, Professor. And thank you for your teaching today, which has benefited me a lot. Peter said respectfully. Professor Quirrell stared straight at Peter for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, you can go and close the door. Goodbye, Professor. Peter quickly opened the door, walked out and slowly closed the door, only to see the deep eye in the last crack of the door, still staring at himself. Peter took a deep breath, only to realize that his back was soaking wet. Although he said he was not afraid when he was with such a powerful Dark Lord, it still made him very stressed. Although he was very speechless about some of the mysterious operations of the Dark Lord, he couldn't hide that he was a figure who stood at the top of the magic world. He was able to make the entire magic world fear him so much that he didn't even dare to say his name. However, Peter 02 looked at the wand in his hand with an excited look in his eyes. Today, he not only learned some magic skills from Professor Quirrell that the professors can't teach, but also transformed the wishing spell and turned it into his own magic, and he can't wait to use this spell. He quickly came to the room of responsiveness, meditated for a magic spell practice room, and then walked in. According to Professor Quirrell's explanation and Peter's own understanding of the wishing spell, it actually belongs to the category of transfiguration. Different from the general shapeshifting charm, what the wishing charm conjures is real within a limited time. This has touched the rules of alchemy. Wish come true. Peter used the wishing charm again. This time he didn't hide it, and suddenly a large cloud of golden sand came out under Peter's control. It turned directly into a phoenix. Peter looked at this phoenix. Its eyes were smart, and it also had a hazy feeling of being born, and when he saw Peter, he let out an intimate cry. Peter can feel that this is a real phoenix. The magic is amazing. Peter can't help but sigh. I didn't expect that a magic spell created to trick muggles would have such a miraculous ability. One of the laws of transformation in the magic world is that no magical creatures can be created. But now this law has been broken. After Peter combined the wishing spell with the elemental rune, this newly generated wishing spell can continuously absorb the surrounding magic elements, no longer the 3-second tasteless spell. According to the explanation of the Book of Merlin, the magic element is the source and foundation of the substance that constitutes magic, which is endless, so there is no need to worry. The huge consumption speed of the wishing spell can exhaust the magic element. Peter was overjoyed. He just cast the wishing charm, which consumed about the same amount of mana as an iron armor charm. This meant that he didn't have the burden to use this spell. Dreams come true. Dreams come true. Peter kept using the wishing spell, and it didn't take long before he tried to transform all the magical creatures he knew. Transformed into an owl, a giant spider, a unicorn, and even successfully transformed a black Hexidian dragon, constantly blowing flames. If he is in danger, he can transform into magical animals to help out. Wish come true. This time Peter turned directly into a human, and the magic dust quickly condensed into another Peter York. The two looked at each other, then smiled at each other. Peter's state at this time is very strange. His thinking seems to be duplicated into two parts. The main consciousness remains in the original body, and the other part directly enters into Peter's body number 2. The two Peters come together, completely like identical twins. Well, it's the first time I look at myself from this angle. I really have a natural beauty. I'm afraid I'm going to fall in love with myself after watching it for a long time. Peter raised Peter number 2's chin with a smile and measured it carefully. Peter number 2 rolled his eyes, knocked off Peter's teasing hand, and said speechlessly, "Don't you want to let yourself go? This is too perverted. Did you fall under the curse of Narcissus?" The conversation between the two, if seen by others, would probably be considered insane. Peter looked at number 2, handed him another wand in his hand, and said expectantly, "Try it. If you can really cast magic, then we'll have another whole card in the future." Peter too took the wand without hesitation, and fired a fragmenting charm at the training target. I saw a ray of light fly out from the wand, smashing the distant target instantly. "That's great." Peter cheered excitedly. He didn't expect the ability of the wishing charm to be so powerful that it could even make a conjured wizard perform magic. Then when he fights the enemy, he can have a 2-on-1 fight. If you don't believe it, you can't kill the enemy. "Come on, let's fight. Let's see if the strength between us has changed," Peter said excitedly to Peter number 2. Number 2 did not refuse either. After nodding, he took his wand and stood opposite Peter. The two were ready to go. Both of them are Peters, and they think the same way, so they fight evenly, even casting the same magic. After a flurry of anxiety, the two finally tied. But this makes Peter very happy, which shows that the strength of number 2 Peter 113 is not limited, which means that he will have an extra helper who can be summoned anytime and anywhere in the future. The two sat on the ground to rest. Peter looked at number 2 with a smile and said, "The replicas in the movie are all trying to replace the main body. Do you have this idea?" Number 2 Peter rolled his eyes and said, "Are you out of your mind? We're both alone, and the reason I exist is because of you. Ugh, why does it feel like a confession? I said I was because of your wish. Curse magic, it only appeared I am your clone. Have you heard that the clone will betray the main body?" Peter smiled embarrassingly and was scolded by himself. This was the first experience. He smiled and said, if we go out like this, will people be considered twins? Maybe we can play a guessing game like the Weasley twins. 55. No, they'll just think it's someone who drank the compound decoction and turned into you, and the professors will take us to get to the bottom of it, and then maybe face Dumbledore's personal questioning. Peter number 2 seemed to be watching, looking at him like an idiot. He said, Ontology, I think it's better to dissipate me. I think your brain has become a little stupid after you gave me your memory. I've never noticed myself being so vicious. Did I make a mistake in a certain step? Peter muttered to himself in surprise. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's time for the New Year's Quidditch match. This time the draw, unsurprisingly, Slytherin and Gryffindor collided again, holding the first Quidditch match. This Quidditch has attracted a lot of attention because of the addition of Harry Potter. Sitting in the stands of Slytherin, Peter took the initiative to come to watch the game today. Peter, cast me an Eagle Eye spell. I want to see the performance of Gryffindor's Harry Potter. They say he is a secret weapon. I don't know if it's true. Alan said emotionally, waving the flag. Peter nodded at him with an unhappy face and said, Can't you learn this spell well? It's been 2 years, and you're really good. Hey, isn't this with you? Alan smirked, then continued to cheer for Slytherin. Shout, you gotta be lazy. If you can't learn it before the next game, just use the binoculars like everyone else. Peter said, Welcome to the Quidditch game in the new term. I'm your good friendly Jordan. The two teams playing today are Gryffindor and Slytherin. The current game between the two sides. The commentator Lee Jordan seemed to be talking. The language usually mobilizes the atmosphere, but every time it always goes halfway and is corrected in time by Professor McGonagall. After Gryffindor used various methods in Slytherin, he gradually lost the advantage. Especially in the biased commentary of Jordan, who is full of talent, Slytherin and Gryffindor are full of gunpowder. If there is a Ravenclaw between the two auditoriums, I am afraid they will fight. Then Peter saw the famous scene in his memory and saw Harry Potter's broom suddenly vibrate wildly, and then he threw Harry Potter off the broom, holding it tightly in midair with only one hand, attracting the people below. Exclamation. What's wrong with his broom? Alan asked in surprise. No problem. Someone is casting a curse on the broom, trying to throw him from the sky. Peter said calmly, then glanced at Professor Quirrell in the professor chair and saw that he was staring at him. Harry Potter on the field. Interestingly, Professor Snape in front of him was also staring at Harry Potter closely. Peter's eagle eye spell made him clearly see the worry flashing in Snape's eyes. Hey, love! Peter exclaimed solemnly. Then Peter found that Hermione was sneaking behind the professor's chair, came to the back of Snape, and directly set Snape's robe on fire with a burning spell. Then there was a commotion. The unlucky Professor Quirrell was crushed to the ground by the panicked crowd on the side, and then the back of his head was slammed into the hardwood corner again. Hiss! Peter felt a little sympathy for Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head, which was really bad luck. Then he looked at Professor Snape with a gloomy face. Hey, obviously the Gryffindor trio still suspected him. Snape's villain-playing project is a success. In the end, Harry Potter still managed to catch the golden snitch by swallowing the ball and won the game, allowing Gryffindor to win the first victory against Slytherin after 2 consecutive losses. The people in Gryffindor Academy cheered and cheered, and the Slytherin side fell silent. Everyone looked discouraged, especially Malfoy, who often opposed Harry Potter and threw his hat to the ground. Okay, there are winners and losers. Besides, we don't necessarily lose. Peter said with a louder voice, looking at the Slytherin students around him. The Quidditch Cup is ultimately decided by the total score. Yes, as long as we split the score in the next 2 games and finally catch the golden snitch to end the game, as long as our total score exceeds Gryffindor, we can still win. That's right, as long as we play well, the final victory belongs to us. A senior student, he said, his eyes full of fighting intent. The chief is right, it's still early to see who wins and who loses. The other students also regained their confidence and said with their heads held high. Watching the students finish with high spirits, Alan on the side gave a thumbs up and said to Peter, You are really amazing. You brought them back to life so quickly. After all, I'm still the head of Slytherin's academy. In these occasions, I still have to take the lead in inspiring people. I can't let them down, Peter said with a faint smile. Time has gone by again. In these days, apart from using the time converter every day and busy studying, Peter goes to Professor Quirrell's office to ask him for advice. Every time he receives Professor Quirrell, he speaks fluently and has an elegant demeanor. The one facing Peter's questions, Professor Quirrell also gave answers readily, and his attitude toward Peter became more and more gentle, so that Peter thought he was a good professor with extensive wisdom. Until the day before Halloween, when Peter wanted to leave after consulting Professor Quirrell as usual. Professor Quirrell stopped him. Professor Quirrell sat elegantly in the armchair, crossed his legs, looked at Peter admiringly, and said, "I am very surprised by your performance during this period. If possible, I would like to accept you as mine apprentice." "Professor, am I not your student first?" Peter asked, puzzled. "Apprentices are different from students, Peter," Professor Quirrell said, looking at Peter and shaking his head. "Students are here to teach you only the most basic knowledge of magic. If you're happy, the professor may teach you a thing or two. It is more advanced magic, but there is not much responsibility between the two, and it has little to do with the professor whether you learn it well or not. But the apprentice is different. He and the teacher are in the same blood. The teacher will pass on the knowledge he has learned to the apprentice. The two are the father-son relationship in another sense. The real father and son are the inheritance of blood, while apprentices and teachers are the inheritance of magical knowledge." Hearing Professor Quirrell's words, Peter was stunned. He didn't expect Voldemort to be so optimistic about him, but he didn't want to accept him as an apprentice now, or did he want to accept him as an apprentice in the future? But Peter didn't want to have too much to do with him. It's okay to PR**SD******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** apprentice. He pretended to be disappointed and said, "The professor doesn't accept me as an apprentice now, because where do I do it? Is it bad?" 95. No, you make me very satisfied, but now I still need to do other things, and there are still my enemies here. If you become my apprentice, it will attract a lot of things. Professor Quirrell looked at him gently. With a mysterious tone, he said, "You don't need to wait long. As long as I'm done, you can see the new me again, and then I'll personally tell you who I am." "Isn't it Voldemort? I already knew that," Peter murmured. "But now I need you to help me with one thing." Professor Quirrell turned his tone, stared straight at Peter, and said, "I think you should know the situation of that secret room in the corridor on the 3rd floor, right?" Noon. "Yes, I've heard Malfoy say it before. There's a 3-headed dog in there." Peter replied. "Draco? Shit. Sly Malfoy was born to be a fool," Professor Quirrell said incredulously, then looked at Peter. "I know you're a smart guy, and I need to get in, well, but the 3-headed dog stood in the way. As far as I know, the 3-headed dog was raised by the half-giant, and you seem to know him very well. I need you to find a way to get the 3-headed dog from the half-giant mouth. The head dog's way." "Professor, I need a while. Since I'm a student of Slytherin, he doesn't trust me completely." Peter didn't refuse. "Very good, but you need to get the news out as soon as possible. I don't have that much time, you know?" Professor Quirrell looked at Peter with satisfaction. "Since your performance is very satisfactory to me, I will teach you another magic now." Professor Quirrell waved his wand, and a beating rune appeared in the air. "This is the Fiery Fire spell, and it is the Fiery Fire after my transformation. He can transform into a huge fire python and devour everything in front of him." Peter looked at the rune in front of him excitedly and couldn't help swallowing. This Voldemort is really a good man. Just asking about the weakness of a 3-headed dog, there is such a reward. Well, in order to thank him for his generosity, Peter decided to tell him about the weakness of the 3-headed dog after a month, but now it's a day earlier. It's hard to find such a good teacher. When he came out of Professor Quirrell's office, Peter had a happy expression on his face. Today, he was able to earn a Fierce Fire spell for free or a spell transformed by Voldemort. Such a gain is very rare. It's just that when he came to the auditorium happily, he realized that today is Halloween and there will be a troll incident. It's just that he has already promised that he will get the news of the three-headed dog. I wonder if this will happen again? Today is the beginning of the friendship of the Gryffindor trio. If they are caught in the troll incident, I wonder if the Savior trio will appear? You must know that in this trio, Hermione has always been in charge of wisdom. Without his help, with Harry Potter's reckless character, and without the blessing of the protagonist's halo, it would be difficult to save his life, let alone defeat Voldemort. Although Voldemort had benefited a lot during this time, Peter didn't want Voldemort to win. Peter came to the magic world through time travel, has a system, and knows the plot, but he doesn't want to be too involved in the plot, especially after knowing that this is the ending of a savior defeating the Dark Lord. He doesn't think about how crazy and cool crazy, robbing the savior Harry Potter of his life, but thinking about how to maintain the original plot, so as to finish the plot smoothly, and then lie down and win. There is only one butterfly, 113, to watch the show on the side. If you have any benefits, you can get some points and leave the rest to the Savior Potter and his friends to complete. On Halloween night, the auditorium is full of jack-o'-lanterns and bats flying everywhere. But this year's Halloween dinner is not as scary as Peter's first grade. Most of today's staple food is pumpkin, the air is filled with sweet pumpkin scent, and the table is full of roasted pumpkin, pumpkin pie, honey pumpkin tang, stewed pumpkin with beef. Peter's appetite increased greatly. He was at Professor Quirrell's place today, at least several hours, and was already starving. I hope nothing will happen this year's Halloween. Last year's Halloween Peeves riot is still fresh in my memory. Alan sat down beside Peter and said worriedly. Alan said that when they were in the second grade, because Peeves was not invited for Halloween, the Wicked put a bottle of ecstasy, which he did not know where to find, into a food prepared by the house elves for the students. Inside. As a result, the students who ate this food that night confessed to Filch frantically. Just because Peeves put Filch's hair in the love potion. This incident caused serious psychological shadows to those students who drank the drug by mistake. For this reason, Peeves was kicked out of the auditorium by the furious Professor McGonagall, and he was not allowed to enter the auditorium and the back kitchen when the students were eating. For a long time, the students' catchphrase was, "Be careful, Peeves gives you Filch's love potion," which was used to ridicule those unlucky people. This made Filch a well-known figure at school, and Peeves managed to surpass the Weasley twins as Filch's most hated object. Then eat something first to fill your stomach, so as not to go back to the bedroom hungry later, Peter said to Alan while eating. Then slowly wait and see if the troll event will happen again. He swept the Gryffindor's table and found that Hermione Granger wasn't there, probably because Ronald was crying and should be hiding in the toilet now. When Peter finished eating, just when he thought the troll incident had been dropped by himself, the door slammed open. Professor Quirrell looked flustered, the turban wrapped around his head was tilted to one side, and said to Dumbledore above in horror, "There is a giant boy in the underground, Professor. I thought you should know." As he spoke, he fell down exaggeratedly, looking like he fainted from fright. Hearing that there was a giant boy in the castle, the students were stunned. The giant boy was a dangerous XXXX existence. They screamed and jumped up one by one, especially the students in the lower grades, who were more scared and cried. Peter sat calmly in his seat, looked at Professor Quirrell, who was left unattended on the ground, AC/DC, and guessed whether Professor Quirrell did this alone, or did he have Voldemort's guidance. After all, I just asked Peter to find out about the three-headed dog, so I couldn't wait to play myself. It didn't feel like the calm Voldemort in the office did. The trolls are all in school. Why do you look like you're not worried at all? Alan, who was originally nervous, said speechlessly when he looked at Peter sitting in the seat with a calm expression on his face. Peter took a leisurely sip of the pumpkin juice and then said calmly, "The professors in the school are all here, and everyone can deal with trolls, not to mention Headmaster Dumbledore, so what's there to worry about?" That's right, I forgot about this when I was nervous. Alan was suddenly taken aback when he heard it, and then he calmed down. Looking at the panicked students on Slytherin's long table, Peter frowned. As the head of the academy, he took responsibility and stood up immediately. Suddenly, There was a thunderous noise from the professor's seat, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was Dumbledore's movement, and he saw that everyone was quiet. Prefects, take the students of your academy back to their common rooms, and the professors go to the basement with me, Dumbledore said solemnly, but he rolled his eyes from the one lying on the floor and said nothing. Gryffindor students, follow me. I'm the prefect. Listen to me. Percy Weasley shouted from the Gryffindor long table, the prefect badge on his chest gleaming. The prefects of the other two colleges were also greeting their students. But Slytherin is a little different. Although there are prefects here, the chief system is mainly implemented in the academy, so the prefect's power is not large. I saw the 5th grade prefect, Aldrich, hurried over and asked Peter, Chief, how should we arrange for the students to leave? Now the people from the other 3 colleges are crowded at the door. Let's wait here first. When the people from the other colleges are almost gone, we will leave. Peter looked at the crowded gate and ordered. Then he clapped his palms, attracted all the Slytherin people, and said loudly, Attention, all Slytherin students. Students of all grades are following your grade chief. Don't run around. 35. The 6th grade students are at the front, and the 7th grade students are at the back. Protect the lower grade students in the middle. The chiefs should also take care of the students in your respective grades, and don't leave anyone behind. Did you hear? Peter's expression was serious at this time, and his aura burst out, which made the students in the academy feel the strength of this academy chief once again. Slytherin students are very obedient. When they heard Peter's order, they all nodded immediately to show that they listened to him. Anthony Clyde, you will be in charge of the back later. I will be in the front. Pay attention to be vigilant at all times. Peter turned to look at his promoted deputy chief and arranged for him. Chief, leave it to me to take charge of the front. After all, the front is most likely to hit the troll. Anthony Clyde said actively. No, Anthony, you should have confidence in my strength. It's just a troll. Peter refused, with a smile. At the same time, this scene of Slytherin was also seen by other colleges and professors, and they immediately focused their surprised eyes on Peter. They were very curious. How could a Slytherin student, who usually looks like a tug-of-war, listen to what a 3rd grader said today? Snape heard Peter's arrangement, and there was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Dumbledore looked at Peter, who was surrounded by Slytherin, with a complicated expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Oh, Merlin's beard, it seems that Peter has become the head of their college. That's really good. Congratulations, Severus, your college has a talented student. Professor Flitwick looked at Peter's movements in surprise, and then cheered said. Since he took Peter to participate in the International Wizarding Duel competition and won the championship, his relationship with Peter has gotten better and better. Among all the professors in the school, he is the one who admires Peter the most. According to the complaints of Ravenclaw students, Professor Flitwick regards Peter as a disciple, completely forgetting that he still has a group of Ravenclaw eagles waiting to be fed. Severus, hasn't the chief system of your college been abolished? Professor McGonagall asked in surprise. The snake house, which likes to huddle in a group and huddle in the cellar, has never been known to outsiders, so Professor McGonagall, as the vice principal, only roughly knew that Slytherin had such a system, but she thought it had been abolished. But she did not expect that it still exists today. Implemented, and made Peter the chief. It surprised her. Professor McGonagall looked at the students of Slytherin Academy and stood there obediently waiting for instructions. He couldn't help frowning and turned to Dumbledore to persuade him. Dumbledore, this system should have been abolished long ago, using brutal force to select the chief. I think it will have a bad effect on these kids. Minerva, this is not something I can decide. I have no right to do so. Dumbledore said, looking in Slytherin's direction. You're the principal. Why don't you have this ability? Professor McGonagall was puzzled. Because this is a 1,000-year-old tradition of Slytherin. No one will agree to abolish this system. Not even the headmaster. This is the collective will of all Slytherin members. Snape replied indifferently. There's nothing wrong with sticking to tradition, but it's the 20th century now, Severus. Children should go to school without worries, not stand on the duel ring, brute force to choose who is the strongest, and let the others people obey. This is very unwise. Professor McGonagall argues. Obviously, we don't have the same wise point of view. Snape said coldly, giving Professor McGonagall no face at all. Okay, you two. Let's not discuss this kind of thing first. Our priority now is to find the troll running in quickly. Dumbledore interrupted quickly. Then he looked at Snape and said, "It seems, Peter York, now that you have been able to deal with the affairs of Slytherin Academy, you can rest assured, Severus, and follow us to deal with the problem." Then a group of professors followed Dumbledore to the basement classroom. Only Snape found that Professor Quirrell, who was lying unconscious on the ground, was gone, and his expression tightened, and he got into a small door behind him. At this time, Harry Potter and Ronald, who were eager to inform Hermione, also saw Slytherin's movement. "Senior Ronald, isn't Peter York in the 3rd grade? Why are the senior students listening to him, even that Malfoy? And what is the chief?" Harry Potter, squeezed out desperately, asked curiously. "I'm not very clear. I only know that within Slytherin, it's not like our college, where prefects are responsible for managing students. Instead, they choose their own chiefs to manage the college," Ronald explained, but in his eyes with an envious look. "Depending on the situation, Peter is the chief of Slytherin. 0, ask for flowers." "This is so cool. That nasty Malfoy, be obedient. If only I could be the chief," Ronald said in anticipation. "Don't think about it, unless you transfer to Slytherin College," Harry Potter said with a blank look at him. "Besides, even if you enter Slytherin, you can't become the chief." "Harry, you really hit people," Ronald said resentfully. "Stop talking about that. We've got to tell Hermione there's a troll and you're making her cry at noon," Harry complained, looking a little anxious. Lavender said of Hermione crying in the toilet all afternoon, the dinner party. "She didn't come over when she was there. She didn't know anything about the troll. It would be bad if she bumped into it." 99. The two finally broke through the crowded door and hurried to the girls' toilet. Peter noticed the movements of the two of Potter, but he didn't pay attention to it. He saw that the other colleges in the auditorium were almost finished, and turned to the Slytherin students and shouted, "7th grade students go first. Pay attention to that good wand. Fire a spell at the first sight of danger. The 6th graders are in the rear. Avoid the danger behind. Students in other grades, follow their grade leaders and follow in the middle in grade order." 35. After speaking, Peter went directly to the 7th grade students and led them out of the auditorium. The next graders followed Peter's instructions and followed closely. Different from the nervous expressions of the other students, Peter, who was walking in the front, looked relaxed and calm. He remembered that in the original plot, the troll appeared near the girls' toilet where Hermione was, so the probability of Slytherin encountering it was very small, so she was not very worried. But this attitude made Slytherin students admire Peter even more, thinking that the chief can still have such a mentality under such circumstances. He is indeed the youngest college chief in history. Leading the students, Peter used his wand to probe ahead every time he came to a corner, and then kept going. As he got closer to the cellar, when Peter thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, his sensitive nose was the first to catch a foul smell. After a while, heavy footsteps came from the corner, accompanied by a thick stench. The students covered their noses and reacted, their faces full of horror. The 7th grade students and Peter stood at the front, and their faces were a little flustered. They had never encountered such a thing before, and they were at a loss. The 7th grade students are ready to fight. The 6th grade students protect the other students from retreating. "Don't panic," Peter commanded directly and quickly. The troll is very sensitive to smells, especially the smell of people, so he quickly came out of the corner and stared greedily at the little snacks in front of him. Looking at the giant monster more than 5 meters high in front of him, and the giant stick in his hand, everyone could not help but back away in horror. Peter also took a few steps back while covering his nose, and then quickly cast a bubble spell on himself before he was relieved. 3. Break to pieces. A 7th grade student couldn't help but take the lead in firing a spell at the troll. However, the giant monster's magic resistance is strong. The smashing spell that could easily smash a 2 or 3 meter thick wooden stake just exploded a small hole in the giant boy, and some green blood flowed out. Ow! The troll screamed, then his eyes were bloodshot. He held up the giant stick in rage and rushed towards Peter and the others. Break apart. Break to pieces. Remove your weapons. The 7th grade students panicked and cast every spell they could think of on the troll. The senior students have learned a lot of magic spells, and the magic power is also abundant. The magic released at will, blasting the trolls and the surrounding area with a rumble, accompanied by the screams of the trolls. When this round of attacks stopped, the skin of the troll was ripped open and blood was dripping, but it was obvious that the monster's magic resistance caused it to only suffer from skin trauma. The giant monster fell into a state of rage at this time, with bloodshot eyes, madly waving a giant stick and rushing towards the crowd. This time Peter didn't watch. He stood directly in front of the terrified students, waved his wand fiercely at the troll, an invisible wall of air, and slammed the rushing troll directly back. Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts should have taught you that trolls are very resistant to magic, and ordinary magic spell attacks cannot seriously injure trolls. Peter turned his head and said to the 7th grade students, "So the best thing to do is to disarm it first and then hit it with a sharp or blunt weapon like this. Accept your weapon." Peter's spell hit the troll's wrist precisely, and the giant stick fell instantly. Then he floated the stick with a floating spell. The troll's magic resistance is very strong, but its small head, especially the position of the back of the head, is its weak point. As long as you hit the back of his head hard, it is possible to stun it, said floating the wooden stick from the midair smashed into the giant's head. The troll suffered a blow and became swaying, as if it was about to fall at any moment, but in the end it survived, covering its head with its big hands and looking vigilantly at the giant stick in midair. Peter was not disappointed when he saw this. With a wave of his wand, the giant stick turned into a sharp giant sword, and then fell quickly from midair, piercing through the giant monster's body with a scream of trolls. Nailed it to the ground. The troll twitched a few times, then died completely. Like I said, this kind of animal with strong magic resistance, it is best not to attack it directly with a magic spell, but a simple floating spell. You can stun it, or even use a simple transformation spell. You can kill trolls as easily as I do. Peter taught directly on the spot, explaining to the students who looked at him in amazement and admiration. Clap, clap. A burst of applause came, and I saw Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick walking in the distance, and the two applauded Peter with admiration. "I don't think there is a professor who can explain it better than you," Dumbledore said with a smile. He looked at the monster on the ground, then looked at Peter and said, "Maybe you can become a very good one in the future." "Teacher." "Good job, Peter." Professor Flitwick gave Peter a thumbs up. It took just a few simple spells to kill the troll. Very neat and effective, and a huge improvement. Of course, the students of Slytherin did a good job tonight. When faced with danger, they were able to respond calmly and orderly. Especially the students in the 6th and 7th grades. Being able to protect the lower grades behind you is very important. Admirable courage. Dumbledore looked at the Slytherin students softly. "For this, you will be rewarded with 50 points. Reward you for being brave enough to face danger in order to protect your classmates." When the Slytherin students heard this, the original fear dissipated, and they happily accepted the 50-point reward 0. "Professor, why are you here? Where is McGonagall teaching them? And isn't this troll in the basement? How could it be on Slytherin's road?" Peter asked a series of questions. 3 trolls appeared tonight. One was caught by us in the basement, and the other appeared in the girls' toilet just now and was knocked unconscious by Harry Potter and his buddies, using a levitating spell. "Knock out the troll. All that's left is the troll you killed," Professor Flitwick explained. "Good guy." 3 came at once. Peter was speechless for a moment. The appearance of his own butterfly actually made the troll incident more difficult. It was really hard for Professor Quirrell to gather 3 trolls. Then Peter returned to the dormitory safely with the Slytherin students. The students who survived the disaster began to bring snacks from their dormitories and gathered in the common room to celebrate together. Especially Peter, as the leader of this time and the hero who finally eliminated the troll, was sought after by everyone. Malfoy also deliberately wanted to add the title of Troll Killer to him, but Peter firmly refused. He has enough nicknames, let alone such a strange title. The next day, word spread in the school that the Harry Potter trio had defeated the troll, which was popular among 3.2 to Gryffindor. Not to be outdone, Slytherin kept promoting the news that Peter York had killed the troll. Gryffindor said that Peter York was arrogant and killed trolls. Slytherin said that the 3 Harry Potters were lucky and defeated trolls, and they were nothing. All of a sudden, the 2 academies fought each other again, and the rhetoric on both sides continued. Let Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who eat melons, watch with relish. After the troll incident, time passed again. Except for the Gryffindor Salvation Trio, limping Snape suspected of being bitten by a 3-headed dog. Peter relies on the time converter and is busy studying almost every day. Apart from Professor Quirrell, occasionally asking Peter if he had any information on the 3-headed dog from Hagrid, when he went to ask him, everything seemed flat. On this day, Peter was reading in the library as usual. He found Hagrid with a furtive expression on his face, standing by the bookshelf, rummaging through books. It's just that he obviously didn't realize that his huge body of about 3 meters was very conspicuous in the library. Hagrid, what are you looking for? Need my help. Peter's voice came from behind Hagrid. Oh, Merlin's beard. Hagrid was taken aback, and the book in his hand was almost unsteady, and when he saw it was Peter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and complained, Peter, you popped up like this all of a sudden. Come on, very scary. Hagrid, I see you've been staring here for a long time. Are you looking for a book? I've read most of the books here. If you want to find it, I can help. Peter said enthusiastically. Oh, no need, Peter. I'm just looking for a book to entertain. Hagrid's guilty eyes flicked to and fro. Pleasure? I've known you for 2 years, but I never knew you still loved to read. Peter looked at him suspiciously, then glanced at the bookshelf behind him, Handbook of Fire Dragon Breeding, How to Hatch Dragon Eggs. Hagrid, are you here? Read the dragon book? Yes, I want to read some fire dragon books recently. Peter, aren't you busy? You can go and do your 02 thing, leave me alone. Hagrid said hesitantly, looking left at him. Peter rolled his eyes and stared at Hagrid suspiciously. Hagrid, you've been babbling about wanting to raise a fire dragon in the last semester. You probably got one from somewhere and hid it in your wooden house? How is that possible, Peter? You think too much. Hagrid's eyes were even more erratic. He dared not look at Peter, and argued with his neck stuck. Fire dragons are very rare. How could I possibly have them? Really? I heard that your 3-headed dog in the Forbidden Forest is now in the right corridor of the 3rd floor where Professor Dumbledore has forbidden students. You always like these ferocious things. 35, Peter said in disbelief. 3-headed dog? Mau, how did you know that I kept Mau in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid asked in surprise. The last time I was a visitor to the Centaurs, Bane told me that. He said you always like to put some dangerous animals in the Forbidden Forest and let them be disturbed. Peter looked at Hagrid playfully. It's a centaur. I really envy you being invited by them. I once wanted to visit their tribe, but they refused. Hagrid looked at Peter enviously and said, If you can keep those dangerous things in the Forbidden Forest, I think centaurs will welcome you. Peter said speechlessly, and then asked with a serious face, I heard that the 8-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest has returned to the Forbidden Forest. There are more of them. Could it be that you secretly raised them again? You must know that they like to eat people. Last time, they finally eliminated them. Now it's back. It's not me. Hagrid shook his head hurriedly, with a flustered expression on his face. I haven't dealt with the 8-eyed spider since the death of Eravec. They should have been some people who escaped by chance, and now they are back again. Reproduction has resumed. You must know that the 8-eyed giant spider can lay hundreds of eggs at a time, and its reproductive ability is very strong. 99. Why are you so smug? They almost ate you and the centaurs. Peter looked at Hagrid with a weird look on his face. After all, they are the descendants of Alphakia. Although they are not good, they can survive, and I am happy for them. Hagrid said with a naive smile. Then you don't have to be happy. The centaurs are ready to kill the eight-eyed spider again, and this time they are going to clean them up. And I also lent them Phoenix Field to help. So they are dead. Peter gloated. Said. Hagrid was dumbfounded, suddenly full of sadness, and wailed directly in the library, I'm sorry for Olivac. I failed to protect his children and grandchildren. Peter and Hagrid were directly kicked out by the furious Mrs. Pings. Peter looked at Hagrid, who was full of sadness, and said impatiently, Okay, Hagrid, if these eight-eyed spiders are not cleaned up, not only will they not be removed, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest will suffer, and even the safety of the students in the castle will be threatened. If something happens one day, I'm afraid you will be locked in Azkaban. When he heard Azkaban, Hagrid shuddered with fright, but was no longer sad. Let's be honest, Hagrid, have you raised a dragon? Peter stared straight at Hagrid. You can't hide it from me. No, I didn't raise dragons. Hagrid shook his head, then looked around, and when he found no one, he whispered to Peter, I told you don't tell anyone else. I won yesterday. A dragon egg. Dragon egg. Peter said in surprise. He didn't expect Professor Quirrell to move so fast, so he should have learned from Hagrid how to deal with the three-headed dog. Peter almost forgot what he had promised to help Professor Quirrell find a way to deal with the three-headed dog. Now that Professor Quirrell has got the news, he will quickly report the news to Professor Quirrell today, which is the return of the original fiery fire spell. As for the news being out of date, it's none of his business. Who made Professor Quirrell start faster than him? It's a dragon egg from a Norwegian ridgeback. It's very dynamic. I believe it will be able to hatch. I've decided to name him Norbert. Hagrid's eyes showed a proud and impatient look. Hagrid, I remember that the Ministry of Magic has issued a ban on keeping fire dragons. If you are caught, you will be in Azkaban. Peter looked at him seriously. But Norbert hasn't hatched yet. He's just an unborn baby. I can't leave him alone. Hagrid shook his head firmly, then looked at Peter with those huge eyes pleadingly. Only the two of us know about this. You must not tell anyone else, right? Peter shook his head helplessly. This guy was only a few grades lower than Voldemort, and he was already in his 50s, but he obviously inherited the blood of a giant, which made him still think like a child. Hagrid, I'll keep it a secret for you, but are you sure what you're doing won't be discovered? Peter looked at Hagrid, shook his head, and said, I've been in a correspondence with Charlie recently, and he's training dragons in Romania now. Master, he told me that fire dragons grow very fast, and in just a month or two, they can become as big as your wooden house, and you can't hide it. Or, do you want to put it in the Forbidden Forest? I'm afraid the centaurs will be the first to quit, and they will complain to Dumbledore. Then your dragons won't be able to hide. Charlie? I thought he was going to be a Quidditch player, but I didn't expect him to be a dragon trainer. I'm so envious. I used to want to be a dragon trainer too. Just guard the Forbidden Forest and get rid of Don't Leave. Hagrid obviously only heard this sentence. Peter looked at him and shook his head, reminding him only because he was friends with Hagrid. If you don't listen, then leave it to the Salvation Trio. He still has to deal with Professor Quirrell, and I don't know if it's too late to tell Quirrell the secret of the three-headed dog. When Peter hesitantly came to the door of the office, when he heard the sound of "come in" from the door, his expression changed instantly, and he hurried in with a cautious look. Professor, I already know the weakness of the three-headed dog. Peter said in a complacent and excited voice, I went to Hagrid's place specially today, and finally heard from his mouth that the three-headed dog likes to listen to lullaby. As long as you play it lullaby, you can fall asleep immediately. Professor Quirrell did not speak, but sat gracefully in the armchair, fingers crossed against his chin, and looked at Peter meaningfully. Peter was a little uncomfortable by the look in his eyes. Although he knew that his legitimacy was useless to him, he still felt like he had been seen through, and he couldn't help asking hesitantly, Professor, did I say something wrong? 99. No, what you said is very accurate. I just learned the secret of the three-headed dog from Hagrid yesterday. It's no different from what you said. Professor Quirrell put his hands together and said lightly, you already know? Then I'm busy, and I can't help you at all. Peter showed a surprised expression, and then said disappointedly, No, on the contrary, you've done me a big favor by convincing me that what I've heard is true, and that's enough. Professor Quirrell stood up, walked off his desk, and came behind Peter, put a hand on his shoulder. Peter's body suddenly tense, and the snakewood wand in his sleeve can't wait to pop out suddenly. Relax, Peter, it's just the two of us here, you don't have to be so nervous. Quirrell's voice was gentle, like a kind teacher, and he tapped him on the shoulder. You must be wrong, Lord Voldemort, Peter said to himself. Peter, I said you're a very smart Slytherin, shrewd, time-sensitive, curious, and disdainful of established rules, Quirrell said softly, his hand on Peter's shoulder suddenly sinking, and it was placed next to Peter's ear. And of course the absolute self. Everyone else is just something you can use, including me. Peter just felt a snake hissing around his neck, as if it would suddenly bite his neck at any moment. Peter got up instinctively, turned to face Quirrell, then looked at him with puzzled eyes and said, Professor, I don't understand what you mean, I never thought of using you. Quirrell wasn't angry at Peter's sudden movement. He just stood there with a smile on his face, but his whole body exuded a strong aura, and he said slowly, I understand your mind. After all, a nameless Professor Quirrell, how can you make you a shrewd little snake? Sincere willingly surrender. I think you should have known the secret of the three-headed dog long ago, Peter. Professor Quirrell opened his mouth and pressed all of Peter. You thought you could stop Legionnaire, and you could hide it from me. But you don't know. In front of an experienced person, even if you don't need to read minds, your thoughts are still invisible. Peter was not frightened by his aura. He could feel the bravado on the surface of Quirrell. This body had been tattered by Voldemort, and the strong rotten smell could no longer be covered by the smell of garlic. Not to mention this Voldemort at the time was just a shadow, unable to play anything. So Peter's expression restrained. He let go of his aura, confronted Quirrell, looked at him indifferently, and said, Professor Quirrell, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. I've never surrendered to anyone, and I don't plan to do so in the future. Who surrenders? We have always been just a transaction. You teach me magic, I will inquire about you, that's all. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you now? Quirrell's expression changed, and he looked at Peter with murderous intent. This is Hogwarts, and we're upstairs at Dumbledore. What do you think, Professor? Peter's attitude was casual, not at all afraid, and looked at Quirrell like a play and said, You still smell the garlic on your body. Let's focus on it. The rotten smell can't be covered. Don't be exposed when it's discovered. What do you know? Quirrell asked Peter's face fiercely. I don't know anything. Professor Quirrell. I'm just reminding you to cover up the rotten smell. I don't know what kind of black magic you're in. Your injury is so serious that I'm afraid St. Mungo's hospital can't save it, so I came to Hogwarts. You want to steal the Philosopher's Stone to continue your life, right? Peter said with a smile, an expression that had already seen through him. Quirrell's expression softened, and with a suspicious look, he stared at Peter for more than a minute, and then he looked as if you had guessed it, and explained, I once went to the Albanian forest to explore, and was attacked by a dark wizard. His black magic is very strange. It directly devours my vitality and makes my body gradually rot, so I can only find a way to get the magic stone and regain my vitality. You will help me, Peter? I still have a lot of unknown and powerful magical knowledge. As long as you help me get the Philosopher's Stone, I can pass it on to you. Professor Quirrell returned to a gentle expression, with said in a seductive tone. The dark wizard you're talking about is you, Lord Voldemort. Peter muttered silently. If I really help you, I will be unlucky. I'm sorry, Professor Quirrell, although I'm very interested in your magic, but I don't want to go up against Dumbledore. You should also know that his strength is not something that a little third grader like me can handle. Not to mention, that Philosopher's Stone belongs to Nick LeMay, a powerful wizard who has lived for more than 600 years. I don't want to die. Peter shook his head firmly, rejecting Quirrell's deal. Then how can I believe that you won't go to the principal's office and report me after leaving the house? Peter. Professor Quirrell smirked, looking at him grimly. Perhaps an oblivion spell can solve it. Problem, what do you think? I advise you not to do this. Professor Quirrell, Peter took out his wand and said defensively, Your current body should not be able to exert much strength. It wasn't luck that I caught 2 dark wizards in my first grade. 39. Professor Quirrell's face darkened, then a smile appeared on his face, and he sat back down again, as if, well, nothing had happened. Looking at Peter in a gentle tone, he said, "Cunning boy, in the next time, you can come and ask me questions as usual, as a reward for keeping me secret. How?" "Deal. Happy cooperation." "Professor Quirrell," Peter said with a smile. The two seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, and the tense atmosphere in the office dissipated instantly, and they began to discuss issues with each other in a friendly manner. As Christmas is approaching, the professors in the school have begun to add some courses, so that these students who like to run around all day forget their knowledge completely after the holidays. The students groaned, but Peter was still very leisurely. Peter is used to it now that every day is a 29-hour day. His schedule was organized, and he took the time to study and live, and Peter calculated that if he continued, he would be a year older than the twins. Peter has become more interested in ancient runes since he accidentally used ancient runes to transform the wishing spell. In particular, the elemental magic on the Book of Merlin is almost all evolved from runes. So if Peter wants to go further on the path of the element magician, he needs to work on the rune. In this regard, the best question to ask is the rune professor Bithshada Babrin, who is bent on guiding Peter to the direction of ancient magical literature. After Peter knocked on the door of Professor Babrin's office, the young professor greeted him warmly. "This is a rare visitor, Peter. I rarely see you now except in class, so come in first." Professor Babrin asked him to sit down with a smile. "Professor, you also know that I have chosen 12 courses, and the time is very tight, so I don't have much time to disturb you outside of class." Peter explained embarrassingly. Professor Babrin didn't bother too much about this matter, but pointed to his chest with interest and said, "It seems that you are very good at using the time converter." "I have seen many courses taking 12 courses. Of students, for a long time, they could not use the planned time. The more they study, the more tired they become, and eventually they have no choice but to give up some courses." 5. Teacher 113, do you know the time changer? Peter said in surprise. "After all, this is something from the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. There are only a dozen of them in the world. Of course, I also took 12 courses with the same confidence as you back then, and I have a deep memory of this thing." Professor Babrin said with a sigh. "Professor, how old are you this year? I heard other people say that when Professor Snape was still studying here, you were already an ancient rune professor here." Peter looked at the man who looked only in his 30s. Professor Babrin couldn't help asking curiously, "You don't know the age of a woman. Can't you just ask it casually?" Professor Babrin rolled his eyes at him, and then said with a sigh, "I came to teach at Hogwarts when the last headmaster was still in office. I forgot how many years." Peter whispered secretly, "This is still a grandma-level character, but how did he keep his appearance so young?" "Professor, did you drink the potion of youth or something? You look too young now." Peter looked at Professor Babrin in surprise. "AC/DC, if there is such a potion, won't the witches in the magical world go crazy?" Professor Babrin looked at Peter speechlessly, and then explained to him proudly, "I am because the ancients are flowing in my body. The blood of the elf, so the lifespan is longer than that of ordinary wizards." 99. Ancient elves? Is there really such a species? I thought it was just a made-up species in Muggle mythology. Peter was really surprised. Isn't there a legend of Merlin in Muggle stories? Is he also fake? And Nick LeMay, and now the Muggle world still has their cemetery. Professor Babrin asked rhetorically. Then why haven't we seen them now? Is it because of extinction? Peter asked curiously. No, they just hid their place of residence. Thousands of years ago, they collectively moved to a mysterious island, and then they were isolated from the world and no longer appeared in the outside world. Professor Babrin explained. Professor Babylon looked at Heihu outside the window and described slowly, "It is said that the island is surrounded by swamps, woods and mist, and can only be reached successfully by boats made by elves. There is a mysterious paradise of bliss. Many wizards once followed the traces of the ancient elves, trying to find the island, but they found nothing. And my ancestor, in a huge tsunami, was lucky enough to come to the legendary island and fell in love with the elf there, and then we have the Bloodline family. Could that island be the legendary Avalon? Peter exclaimed. Avalon? You're talking about what Muggles call Elf Island. I've also heard Muggles describe this island. Although it's a bit exaggerated and mythical, it's really very interesting to outsiders. Mysterious. Professor Babrin affirmed Peter's guess. Professor, since your Babrin family is descended from the ancient elves, there should be a way to go to Avalon. Have you ever been there? Are there really fairies there and the banshees in the lake? 39 Peter was aroused by curiosity now and couldn't help asking. It's a pity that after our Babylon family came out from there, we lost our way back. The island was hidden by the magic of the elves. Without the consent of the elves, there is no way to find it. 35 Professor Babylon once said sadly. As for the banshee in the lake you are talking about, it's probably what Muggles call Vila. If you want to see Vila, you can go to Bulgaria to see them. They are close relatives of the ancient elves, and their appearance is very charming, but it is sought after by many wizards. Professor Babrin looked at Peter with a teasing expression. You are so handsome. You must be the first choice for Vilas. I'm still young. I don't understand this. Hee. Peter was a little embarrassed by the teasing and quickly changed the subject. It is said that Merlin was brought back to Avalon by Vivian, the banshee in the lake. Professor, you said yes, not real. We are not sure whether the legend is true. When I was young, I was full of confidence and wanted to seek the legendary Avalon, but only found some words. Babrin the professor shook his head, looking a little embarrassed. It is said that Merlin once made a magic item before going to Avalon to live in seclusion. It can guide people who are destined to go to Avalon, but in the vast world, where can you find such a thing that has disappeared for thousands of years, let alone whether it is really, say it twice. Magic item? Peter looked a little weird when he heard it. Could it be the Book of Merlin in his hand? Okay, let's stop talking about these things. Professor Babrin finished the topic, looked at Peter with a smile, and said, Are you here to find me today? Are you suddenly interested in rune? Professor, I'd like to ask you about the ancient runes, some of which I don't really understand. Peter used his wand to draw a set of golden runes in midair, explained, This is the wishing spell that Professor Quirrell taught me, and then I accidentally added an ancient rune to it and improved the spell, but I don't know the principle very well. Peter picked out the rune. This is Iwaz. I know it symbolizes you and has powerful protective properties, but I don't understand why adding it to this wishing spell can change the magic input method of this spell. You are using the magic power input method of the wishing spell to supply magic power from the body and absorb magic power from the outside world? You are referring to ancient element magic, right? It's a genius idea. Professor Babrin is indeed a professor specializing in ancient rune. She saw the principle of magic spells at a glance. She looked at Peter in surprise. How can such a tasteless magic be transformed into this? You are in magic spells. You are also talented. Then she repainted the ancient rune with her wand and explained, You're not wrong about it, but Iwaz is not only a guardian, but also the world tree in Norse mythology. The 9 worlds that connect human beings and elves have the meaning of communication and connection. Adding to the rune of the wishing spell means that it can draw magic from the outside world when casting this spell, thereby enhancing the magical power. In the legend of Rune, it is the rune that god King Odin realized when he was extremely weak at the cost of sacrificing one of his eyes and hanging himself upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights in order to gain supreme wisdom. Every word in the rune has magic power, and alchemists engrave these runes on alchemy tools to ensure the long-term maintenance of magic. And the modern runes we usually use are almost all from Wen. The Rune of Grace is extended, so there are many experts in magic literature who study every rune with painstaking efforts in order to be able to decipher the secrets and explore the ultimate of magic. Professor Babrin constantly explained the knowledge of possessed literature to Peter, and Peter was also thirsty for knowledge. Notebooks and pens flew out of the school bag, constantly recording the knowledge taught by the professor. It wasn't until late at night that Peter walked out of the office with a contented face. He studied ancient runes mainly to improve his elemental magic level. The most basic element of elemental magic is the four elements of earth, feng shui, and fire, which are also the representatives of the four Hogwarts colleges. Elemental magic is different from using a magic wand to cast spells directly. It requires the wizard to use the magic power to form a magic circle in the body through meditation. After it is formed, you can directly cast spells without a magic wand or spell. The principle is very similar to the way that alchemists engrave magical runes on props, so that alchemy props can permanently maintain magical properties. Elemental wizards engrave runes with magic in their bodies, so that they can display the magic of runes. The power of elemental magic is great, but it is not universal, especially for those who are not very talented. It is very likely that they can only condense one or two foundations like a floating spell or a flame spell in their body for a lifetime. Spell. But with modern magic, a wizard who has studied in magic school for 7 years can cast most of the basic spells. There is no need to condense magic runes one by one like elemental magic. It is no wonder that elemental magic will be eliminated. This kind of elemental magic that only relies on qualifications is unfair to most wizards. Especially in the Middle Ages, the craziest age of witch hunts. Simple and easy-to-learn modern magic and wands are naturally the best means of protection. This elemental magic isn't fair to others, but it's perfect for Peter. So far, in 1 year, he has successfully condensed 3 spells in his body, namely the summoning spell, the disarming spell, and the flying spell taught by the Book of Merlin. At the beginning of the school year, he used the flying spell to easily defeat the previous chief. In the future, he will be able to use these 3 spells without chanting a spell or a magic wand, and he will be able to easily cast magic without worrying about being disarmed by the magic wand. After all, modern magic, even the so-called greatest Dumbledore, is like a toothless tiger when its wand is disarmed. Christmas came, and this time Peter didn't go back, but it wasn't that he didn't want to go home. It's just that Wales, the housekeeper, is going to France to reunite with her daughter and son-in-law's family, and Aunt Christine, now talking about a boyfriend, is like glue. So he didn't go back and disturb their two-person world. Peter, who applied to stay in school for the first time, rarely slept late in the morning and didn't get up slowly until 10 o'clock. After leaving the dormitory, they came to the common room. There were only a few senior students staying in the school. They all smiled and greeted Peter when they saw him. "Good morning, Chief. You should go and see where the presents under the Christmas tree are piled up. They are all yours." Adele Rowling, a 7th grade girl, said with a smile. "Really, that means my popularity is not bad," Peter said with a smile. He was not too surprised by this result. In the 1st and 2nd grades, he received a lot of Christmas gifts. "That's weird." 0. Ask for flowers. "Sister Rowling, you will graduate in less than half a year. What are you going to do?" Peter asked curiously. This Adele Rowling is a half-blood. Her mother is a wizard. Her father is a muggle, and she lives in muggle society, so she is not as prejudiced against muggles as many Slytherin students. So it's easy to talk to Peter. "I've already received an internship offer from St. Mungo's. I'm going there for an internship after graduation, and my mother is also working at St. Mungo's Hospital, so I'm ready to be a therapist," Adele Rowling said happily. "Congratulations, senior. This is a good position. Doesn't the muggle world call doctors an angel in white? You will also be an angel in the magic world in the future." Peter smiled and congratulated. "Thank you, Peter. What do you want to do in the future?" "You are so good. Will you work at the Ministry of Magic in the future?" Adele Rowling asked. "I'm only in 3rd grade now, and I'm still early," Peter said, shaking his head, "and good grades don't mean going to the Ministry of Magic. Maybe I'll travel around the world, and then go back to Hogwarts if I'm tired." "Professor Zedong is also good." "Yeah, it's still too early. I'm very envious just listening to your future plans. If I can save enough money, I can go abroad and have a good time," Adele Rowling said, full of longing. "Then you're going to be disappointed. I heard that the therapists in St. Mungo's are very busy and can hardly find time to rest," Peter said with a schadenfreude smile. Peter, you be asterisk 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 D. Christmas is a good holiday, but you have ruined your mood. Adele threw a soft cushion over in a rage. Peter took the cushion, put it on the sofa, walked under the Christmas tree, and said happily, "It's the annual Christmas gift opening session again. Let me see what's good." Senior sister Rolling, come and help me too. I can't unpack so many gifts by myself. You guy, you're really enviable. With such a face, let alone a girl, even a man can't stand it. Adele complained and walked over. Looking at the mountain-like gifts, I couldn't help but sigh. The gap between people is so big. I have only received a dozen gifts in total, and you may have hundreds here. It seems that most people in the school are giving them away. You got a present. Down. No, some of them were sent by my fans. You see, these are gifts from France. Peter shook his head and explained. He's not that popular at Hogwarts, Gryffindor alone. Except for the Weasleys and a few who play better, no one else will give him gifts. You still have fans? I didn't know you were still a star. Adele was surprised. It's the fans I got when I went to the International Wizarding Dueling Tournament during my first-year vacation, explains Peter. Adele was stunned for a moment, then looked at the gift with interest and said, "Then let me see these fans of yours. What gift did they send you?" 35. After Peter agreed, Adele Rolling first curiously opened the gifts from French fans. This is a gift from a Beauxbatons graduate named Linda Duran. Let me see. Oh, Merlin's beard 130. This is so cool. Peter, so I like this one. Adele exclaimed as if she was blinded, took out a few photos from the gift box, and shook it in front of him with a smirk. I saw a blonde in the photo, wearing only a bikini, scratching her head in the photo and blowing kisses to Peter. Peter's face flushed instantly. He was so embarrassed at this moment. He grabbed the photo from Adele's hand, shoved it back into the box, and then explained weakly, "She met on the beach during the duel competition. Always liked to tease people. You know the French are always a little unrestrained." Really? Adele's voice stretched out, expressing disbelief. Okay, let's unpack the gifts quickly. If we don't finish unpacking, we won't be able to eat lunch. Peter urged quickly and quickly changed the subject. Well, let's continue to look at the gifts from your fans. Adele became interested after the gift incident just now and picked up another gift from France. This one was sent by a lady named Roland. Let me see. Before he could finish speaking, Peter grabbed the gift and shoved another gift into her hand, then explained, "You better open this one." Peter quickly reduced Roland's gift with magic, and then, with Adele's smirk, pretended not to see the track and put it in his pocket. He just remembered that this Ms. Roland, who is even more bold than the first female fan, might put something even more nosebleed in it. The gifts in the back are quite satisfactory. Except for the occasional chocolates mixed with fascination agents, most of the people gave them books. Professor Snape also gave you a bottle of Buffy Brain Refresher, which is really rare. Adele said in surprise, then looked at Peter enviously. Only you can make the dean look down on you. Come on, I'm sure it was Professor Snape's gift from his potions cabinet when he saw my gift. Because I gave him a bottle of Phoenix Tears. That's a lifesaver. Peter said dissatisfiedly, in order to get these tears, I almost cried. Field's eyes blind. Field has ignored me recently. Haha, it's really unfortunate that Field has a master like you. Adele laughed and gloated. Hey, this gift is not signed. I don't know who sent it. Adele looked curiously at an old gift box, then unwrapped it and opened it. Don't open it yet. Peter keenly sensed the rich magic fluctuations in the gift box and quickly stopped it. But Adele's actions were one step faster than Peter's words. With the opening of the gift box, a black light rushed directly to Adele, who opened the gift. Immediately followed by a scream, Adele fell heavily to the ground. Her chest seemed to be cut open by countless knives, and the blood flowed nonstop. Several other senior students in the common room screamed in fright, looking at Adele, who fell to the ground covered in blood. Everyone thought she was dead. Peter hurried forward, knelt down and stretched out his hand to check the pulse, and found that the pulse was very weak at this time. He took out his wand and kept reciting rapid healing, but it had almost no effect. "Hurry up and tell the dean and the fat Mrs. Fry. Hurry up," Peter yelled at the startled senior. The seniors were woken up by the yelling and hurriedly ran out of the lounge to call for someone. "You'll be fine, Adele, hold on." Peter comforted the weakening Adele softly, despite the blood on his body, and then shouted, "Field, come out, I need you." In the common room, Field flew out of the flames of the fireplace and then came to Peter's side with a puzzled face. He felt Peter's strong call, so he came directly. "Felder, save her with your tears. She was badly injured because she blocked the disaster for me," Peter said eagerly to Phoenix. After listening to Peter's words, Field nodded. Although he always likes to get angry with Peter, he can always stand by Peter's side in such important matters. Field came to Adele's side, blinked at her bleeding wound, and a few tears fell from her eyes and landed on the wound. The tears of the Phoenix are indeed the miraculous medicine that can pull the dying person back from the god of death. I saw Adele's wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was also an evil black air that dissipated from the wound. These black chi were the culprits that prevented the wound from healing just now. Adele's condition gradually improved, and her breathing became gradually stronger. Seeing the situation, Peter's expression finally relaxed. He turned his head and stroked the Phoenix's feathers gently and said gratefully, "Thank you, Field. You have helped me a lot." Field chirped happily a few times, meaning you're welcome. "Merlin, what's going on?" Three professors, Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall, rushed in at the door of the lounge. Professor McGonagall looked at the blood-stained Peter and Adele lying on the ground in horror and exclaimed. Snape first rushed over and squatted beside Adele, constantly throwing out the magic spell to check, and finally his tense expression quietly loosened. Then he looked at the blood all over Peter's body, took the wand again, and threw a few detection spells. "Professor, I have nothing to do with 3.2. I have Adele's blood on my body," Peter quickly explained. Dumbledore also hurried over, looked at Snape, and was relieved when he got a nod. Then he turned his head to look at Peter and asked with a serious expression, "Peter, what the hell happened here?" Just now, several 7th graders from Slytherin rushed to the hall in a panic, saying that Adele's life or death is unknown. "Can you tell me?" Just now, senior sister Adele kindly helped me unpack my Christmas present and then opened an unsigned gift box. Before I could stop it, senior sister Adele was concentrated by a black light in the gift box, and her body seemed to be cut by countless knives. "It bleeds like hell. Healing spell doesn't work on it at all." In the end, it was Adele Senpai who used Field's tears. Peter briefly explained the situation. "Can you show me that gift box?" Dumbledore said solemnly. "Please feel free, just be careful, I can still feel the evil aura inside that gift box." Peter pointed to the box on the ground next to him and reminded. "Amazing perception." Dumbledore complimented him, then turned to the gift box, hunched over, and looked down at the open box. "I saw an emerald necklace inside, which looked very luxurious, but if you look closely, you will find that the gem is full of evil atmosphere, and there is a murmuring, as if tempting and urging those who see it to wear it." Dumbledore tapped on it with the Elder Wand, then got up and said to Snape, "Severus, this is your specialty. Come and see what kind of magic this is." Snape nodded silently, then solemnly used his wand to pick up the necklace. After a careful observation, he turned back and said, "This is a black magic necklace with a curse on it, which will tempt people to wear it. It won't take long for it to die. And the murderer is obviously worried that it is not safe, so he applied a black magic to the necklace and directly attacked the person who opened it, trying to kill him with one blow. A 0-2 Dale rolling was hit by the spell. Fortunately, Peter's Phoenix helped, otherwise it would be bloody in a few minutes. 35. Merlin, who would be so cruel? Use such an evil spell against a child. Professor McGonagall exclaimed in disbelief, his expression full of unease. "I also want to know, who wants me to die so much? A mortal curse is not enough, but also a black magic that has no solution." Peter's cold voice sounded, his eyes full of irritability and anger. "Peter, think about it. Have you offended anyone recently?" Snape asked Peter. "Let's take Miss Rowling to the infirmary first." Although she has been rescued by the tears of the Phoenix, she is bleeding so much and her body is very weak. Madame Pomfrey needs to see her. Dumbledore interrupted Snape's words and then looked at the pool of blood on the ground, frowned, and a magical transformation disappeared. Severus, you put away that dangerous item first. We'll go to the school infirmary now. Dumbledore motioned to Snape, then looked at Peter's bloodstains, and said after cleaning up, Peter, you go to the infirmary too. Then a group of people rushed to the infirmary in a mighty manner, leaving the students in the common room undecided. Merlin, what's wrong with Adele? Put it on the bed. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed as she looked at the pale-faced Adele Rowling, who was floated over by Dumbledore and cursed. Miss Rowling was hit by black magic just now. Peter saved her with the tears of the Phoenix, but would I ask you to help me to see what hidden dangers are there? Dumbledore explained briefly. When Madame Pomfrey heard this, she immediately picked up her wand with a serious face and used various magics to test it. Then, seeing the people around her, she shouted angrily, "You all get out. Don't get in the way here." 35. The people who were driven out included Peter, Snape, Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall was left behind by Madame Pomfrey to help. Mrs. Pomfrey's temper is really the same as before. She hasn't changed for so many years. Dumbledore, who was kicked out, said with a smile, not angry. At Dumbledore's words, Snape snorted and said nothing. It seems that Madame Pomfrey is the hidden boss of Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore and Snape dare to fight. But Peter didn't think so much at this time. Now that Adele Rowling is not in danger, Peter is now thinking about how to find the murderer. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Peter asked directly, looking at the two of them, is there any way you can find out who the murderer is? I'm afraid it's very difficult, Peter. The gift is not signed, and the address is not sent. We can't even determine whether the gift is sent from outside or inside the school. The perpetrator has obviously considered it very well. Dumbledore shook his head and sighed. Is this the end? Peter asked with a face full of unwillingness, is there any magic that can be traced back to the murderer through a gift box like a tracking spell? Sorry, boy, as far as I know, there is no such magic, and of course I may be ignorant. Dumbledore still shook his head. Today is Christmas, and hundreds of owls are bringing gifts from all over, unless you can find out exactly which owl gave you this gift. Snape said with a frown, his eyes a little worried. Looking at Peter. And even if you find an owl, it's very difficult to find the murderer through it. Because the murderer is likely to send the gift directly through the Ira Owl store, or the owl kept in the school. There is no way to track it, unless you can make the owl talk. Professor Snape originally wanted to comfort the proud disciple, but after seeing Peter listening to his words, he muttered to himself and became more worried. Let the owls talk. Let the owls talk. Peter grabbed the sentence and repeated it, and then seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up, and he said to Snape gratefully, Professor, thank you for your reminder. I have figured out a way. Principal Dumbledore, Professor Snape, please help me watch Sister Rowling here. I'll come when I go. Peter greeted the two of them with confused expressions, and then ran straight to the dormitory. 130. Now that he has an idea, let him give it a try. After all, children are more flexible than us, so maybe they can find the murderer. Dumbledore stopped Snape and said, what I'm worried about is that if this guy can really find out the real culprit, I'm afraid he will go straight to the door recklessly and lose his life. Snape looked at Peter's direction worriedly. Severus, I hope you can share your attitude towards Peter to Harry. Don't be so mean. He's just a kid now. Your attitude will make him misunderstood. Dumbledore looked at Snape's current expression. The voice changed, and Harry Potter was mentioned. If he had half of Peter's talent and hard work, no, not even 1/10. I wouldn't say anything about him, Snape said with disgust in his eyes. He told his father a look, arrogant, reckless, arrogant, enjoying the fame of the savior, but did not inherit Lily's diligence at all. Hey, Severus, Harry is just Harry. He's not someone's appendage. You can't put the grudges of the previous generation on Harry. It's very unfair to him. Dumbledore said to Snape seriously, with a hint of pleading on his face. Besides, he is Lily's child, so even for Lily's sake, he would be a little nicer to him.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.